Coletco for tonight. Looks like Jill wanted to say something to me. I was swarmed with press when I got in here. Oh, I was asking if there was monsters in the fridge. And I did confirm there are monsters in the fridge. So, here's Paul. Everybody's got their metal shirts on. Well, almost everybody. I had to sell mine. I did. I sold mine. I'll sell anything. I'll sell the shirt off my back, John. You gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, I gotta pay the bills. Craig's gonna make me another one, though. I hope. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Man, I told Tanner earlier, I don't really feel like I've stopped working since Sunday night. I just went home and took little naps. And, yeah. I pretty much went home and took naps for the last 4 days straight. And, tonight's a big night. I'm pretty rested. I'm feeling pretty good for the event we're about to have here. This is a live event, if you didn't know that. We are live right now at Coletco. We're about to do something a lot of people have never seen before. Watch me sell records. A lot of people have never seen that before. I'm going to move this out of my way. I'm going to put this. I think that's Beatles stuff. It can go over here. All righty. Hope everybody likes the post as soon as you're live and hits the like button. Greatly appreciate that. All right. All right. Metal Thursday. John's got us 2 boxes of 45s to go through later. Feed ends at 2:15 a.m. Chad's going to end at 2:15 a.m. Chad might sneak off to old Waffle House later tonight. Well, you can come back up here at 2:30. Maybe, no, it'll be more like 3:30 because I'll get all my stuff done here before I leave. Some kind of light showed up. What lights are these? As usual, my desk is swamped, and I'm swamped with stuff around me. 10 Black Sabbaths, 15 Metallicas, and 25 Led Zeppelins. No, that's the controllers. 15 more Metallicas and 10 Black Sabbaths. Okay. We'll tag those last thing tonight. Lights are the last thing we always do. Very time-consuming deal. I'll take all this. How many messages do I got? Oh my gosh. That's just since I started the show. Chick-fil-A brownie. Love that chicken from Chick-fil-A. Isn't that their slogan? Love that chicken from Chick-fil-A. Oh, that's Popeyes. I knew that. Love that chicken from Chick-fil-A. All right. No. Okay, these need to go somewhere special right here. All right. Picture of the Beatles, $6.99. Picture of the Beatles, $6.99. Picture of the Smithereens, $6.99. Picture of the Monkey, $6.99. Picture of Steel Pulse, $6.99. Those are all $6.99 each. I'm going to throw away this dingy old sleeve. First auction of the night. Hanna-Barbera presents Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park DVD. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park DVD, $10 start. That's now a live auction. Okay. Pink Floyd air freshener, $7.99. The Flat Pickers Guitar Guide, $6.99. Music Connection Magazine, $6.99. Speak Easy, $6.99. Pass. 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 Hot Wax Quarterly Magazine, $9.99. Hot Wax Quarterly Magazine, $9.99. U2 and Peter Gabriel postcard, $4.99 for both. Lynyrd Skynyrd songbook, Poor Condition, $9.99. Guns N' Roses magazine, $9.99. Billy Joel Circus magazine, $9.99. Rock and Roll Super People Circus magazine, $9.99. Rock magazine Striper, $9.99. Rock magazine Alice Cooper, $9.99. The Complete History of Kiss, $9.99. Anthrax, $9.99. Poison, $9.99. Slaughter, $9.99. Another Guns N' Roses. Kerrang! With Marillion, $9.99. Okay? So we have over here, Kiss $10, Kiss $12. Aaron Andrus put PF. And PF was for what, Aaron Andrus? What was PF? I missed that one. Can I show the disc on Kiss? Sure thing. Kiss 15. And, of course, everybody wants the one item I skipped. That's why I skipped it. If I skip something and don't tell the price, naturally, it will increase a lot of demand. Ryan Eaton gets Lynyrd Skynyrd for $9.99. Sarah Weiberdink gets Alice Cooper for $9.99. William Warner gets the Striper magazine for $9.99. Pink Floyd. I didn't know I showed anything Pink Floyd. Did I show something Pink Floyd? I have showed the Beatles, the Smithereens, the Monkees, Steel Pulse, and the Pink Floyd air freshener. So to Aaron Andrus. Sean Sam gets the Poison magazine for $9.99. Let's show the disc on Kiss Meets the Phantom. It's a bootleg. It's a bootleg copy. Just a TDX disc. High bid on this is $15. Shannon was next on Poison, already sold. Still got Guns N' Roses. Still got Billy Joel. Circus with Bruce, David Lee Roth, Steven Tyler, Ted Nugent. Complete History of Kiss. Anthrax, Slaughter, Kerrang! And I'm just reading who's over on the covers, okay? I'm just reading who's on the covers. Those are just $9.99. Sold a lot of those. Great. Maybe we'll sell more later. Next thing over here is I've got a case knife, perfect for a Christmas gift. Camouflage, lockback, $29.99. I've got 6 of them in stock. Who needs a case knife? Here comes Otis. Otis is here. We got another claim. Sean Sam wants Anthrax. Steve Little wants the Slaughter magazines. Sean Sam sold on Anthrax. Steve Little sold on Slaughter. Those are done. Kiss DVD is sold to Mark Morris for $15. Sold to Mark Morris for $15. These are $6.99. Guitar World Marilyn Manson. Metal Maniacs Angel Corpse. Guitar World Sex Pistols. Metal Maniacs Metal Fest, and Guitar World with Kirk Hammett. Those are all $6.99. Guitar World, Kirk Hammett. Thank you, Jill. Have a good night. Metal Maniacs Metal Fest, Guitar World Sex Pistols, Metal Maniacs Angel Corpse, and Guitar World Marilyn Manson. Brad Waits wants the Kiss magazine. So to Brad Waits, $9.99. This is the stuff. This is the stuff that was left over from last night. Imagine what y'all missed. Brandon Jones on Kurt, K-U-R-T. Kurt Hammett magazine, Metallica, sold to Brandon Jones for $6.99. This is a pretty cool magazine here, Hot Wax. It's where you could order bootlegs. It's where you could order clothing. It's really cool. $9.99 on that. And then I already showed these. Yeah, Speakeasy, $9.99. The two postcards were $4.99. That's U2 and Peter Gabriel. Music Connection, $6.99. Flat Pickers, and then all the press photos. Ron Eaton on Guitar World Manson. This is sold to Ron Eaton, $6.99. This is Thursday live, yes. Next auction, a vintage Ace Frehley pinback button, $10 start. Ace Frehley pinback button, $10 start. Okay, clearing off the table. Trying to get some of this stuff stowed while we clear it off. Ace Frehley, $10 start. I have another quick auction. I'm going to make sure I got to figure out what was all in here first. This is Motley Crue and something else. So it's inserts for Motley Crue and Air Supply. There you go. Merch inserts for Motley Crue and Air Supply. That is going to be a $5 start. Merch inserts for Motley Crue and Air Supply. And what we need to do is rip this off here before something happens to it. There we go. All right. So Ace is a $10 start. This has two inserts including Motley Crue. Now what I didn't show Motley Crue earlier, it caused a lot of interest. Now is your chance, okay? I'll show those at another time, that at another time, because I'm not ready to price them or sell them yet. So if you didn't see them last night, dang it. Should be watching at 2 a.m. If you're not watching this at 2 a.m., are you even living? That's the question. If you're not awake at 2 a.m. watching CollectCo, you're not living life to the fullest. So, Paul, step up your game. I don't know what you think. You can just get by life not watching CollectCo 2 a.m. sleeping. That's not how the world works. Here's your early Christmas gift. It's a cracked Linda Ronstadt mirror. All right. There's only been 7 people ask how much new vinyl came in. About 3 crates. How much Japanese? About a crate. That's my answers, and I'm sticking with it. That's my answers. I'm sticking with it. This is a whole box of Blues 45s, rare and highly desirable and extremely expensive. Not to be shown right now. I have more magazines to be shown here in just a second. These are going to also be $9.99. Okay. These are 45s last night that didn't sell. I'm about to go box them up. Actually, I'm about to go set them on this table. And now our board is clear. Okay. All right. So, we have the following. Ace Frehley 10, Motley Crue 5, 8, Motley Crue 9. And then we have inserts 10, and inserts 15. So this is $15. Ace Frehley right now is at 10. And the Kiss comic is $225. $225. Kiss comic book, $225. First auction of the night. Let's get going. Where is my bonus crate? First auction of the night is Poison, Look what the cat dragged in. This is a 1986 U.S. Club, a Columbia Club edition with lyric insert, EX condition, EX plus condition, $40 start. $40 start on Poison. That's now up for bid. Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley has no writing around the edge. No writing whatsoever on this. There's nothing written on here. Okay? Metal Mania Magazine, Megadeth, Slayer, etc., etc., $9.99. Hit Parader with Axl Rose, $9.99. Circus Magazine with Eddie Vedder, Paul Stanley and James Hetfield, $9.99. I've got two People Magazine prints, $9.99. Glenn Danzig is $9.99. And then we got Ronnie James Dio on Z-Rock Magazine. Those are all $9.99. Right now, Poison has a bid for $40. Motley Crue is sold for $15 to Michael Ruttman. And then Ace Frehley is sold for $10. And Ace Frehley is sold for $10 to Sarah Weiberdink. Okay? That is sold. This is not a Kiss 45. This is a Kiss book that goes with a VHS set. $4.99. $4.99. Poison has one bid for $40 with Stephen Reeves. Going once, going twice. Phantom is sold. These magazines are $9.99. I'm going to tell you who's on the cover. Dio, Danzig, Prince, Eddie Vedder, Axl Rose, and a lot of people, including Dave Mustaine. Those are all $9.99. We got Pizzazz with Sgt. Pepper's and the Bee Gees. We got Peter Frampton with the Beatles. We got Steve Martin, Linda Ronstadt, also Robert Plant, Barry Gibb, Gene Simmons. This is Hells and Horns, Atreyu on that one. And then Livewire magazine with Stone Temple Pilots. Shannon Mashaka claimed Prince. That was for PR, my bad. Shannon Mashaka got Prince. That's sold to Shannon for $9.99. You got it. That's sold to Shannon Mashaka. Next thing over here is Sarah Weiberdink at $45 on Poison. Rick Hall wants the one with Axl Rose on the cover. That's this one right here. Sell that to Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall. That's sold to you. And now Poison has bids for $50 and $50. And then this one has Stone Temple Pilots, Atreyu, multi-cover, Linda Ronstadt, Steve Martin, Peter Frampton and the Beatles, and then the Bee Gees and Peter Frampton from the Sgt. Pepper's movie. Okay, Tyson Morgan wants the Kiss DVD book for $4.99. VHS book, but I know what you mean. That's so to you. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Winger. And Winger is self-titled, an 88 U.S. Club, Carrollton Press, near mint minus. That's going to go up for a $35 start. It has the original inner sleeve. Nice copy of Winger. That's up for bid. Here are some more magazines. Obey Your Master. This has got Lemmy, Rob Halford, Ronnie James, Chuck Billy. We got Rod Stewart, Strange Return. Mork and Mindy on Circus Magazine. Circus Magazine with Ted Nugent. Circus Magazine with all kinds of different stuff. Circus Magazine with Bob Seger. Circus Magazine with Marijuana. Pure Speed Magazine. We got Metal Magazine with Scorpions and Suicidal Tendencies on the cover. These are all $9.99, okay? First thing we have over here, we got Metal, Scorpions, and Suicidal Tendencies, Pure Speed, Marijuana, Bob Seger, everything. Ted Nugent, Mork and Mindy, Rod Stewart, and Michael McDade wants Obey Your Master magazine. That's sold to him for $9.99. I'm going to lay all those over here. And then we have Metallica, Color Extravaganza, Metallica Magazine, Metal Edge Magazine with Slipknot, Metal Edge Magazine with Kiss, Rip Magazine with Steven Tyler, Rip Magazine with Steven Tyler, Rip Magazine with Axl Rose, and Screamer Magazine with Megadeth. Those are all $9.99, okay? Let's jump over here. The last bid on Poison that came in was Stephen Reeves at $55. James Cruz, you're out. Steve Little says Winger open. Make sure you put Winger 35. Winger is 35. 35 on that one. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, MySpace, and of course, FedEx.com. We have Stacy Metternich on Rod Stewart. This is sold to Stacy for $9.99. She also gets the Metallica magazine This is sold to Stacy for $9.99. Rick Hall wants the other one with Axl Rose, which was this one right here. That is sold to Rick Hall. Stacy also gets the one with Kiss on the cover. That's also sold to Stacy. And then Winger 35, Winger 35, Winger 40. A pack of 50 MoFi sleeves. A pack of 50 MoFi sleeves is $26.99. $26.99 for a pack of MoFi sleeves. All right, these are all the magazines we just sold. That's pretty nice. Moving through some magazines there. That is sweet. I'm going to keep these stacked right here next to me. We already got two pretty busy live auctions going on. Poison still getting bids, but the last bid was $55 with Stephen Reeves. I'm going to take this crate here. I'm going to make it my first empty crate. We're going to grab the crates from the 6 a.m. video. So I had a crate of pre-owned here. Probably going to start with that one. Probably going to start with that one right here. All right. Chad already needs some Diet Coke. I'll flip through all those magazines again later. Or I'll just put up everything that's left in a big auction lot. We might do that as well. Winger is at 50. James Cruz says he's out on Poison. About time for me to bite into my brownie. Chick-fil-A brownie. Let's do it. Let's see what's going on. Where you at, Otis? Let's see here. Ah, there he is. Here we go. I have a feeling I didn't mute my mic. So y'all just heard a disgusting chewing and swallowing sounds. Otis was over here like looking up at me like, Otis? All right, he's going to flip through the crate. Yeah, I apologize. This, Jake, we almost need a new Restream box. This button's about broken. Anytime I go to press it, you got to press it probably about 4 or 5 times for it to work. What's that? Yeah, we need it needs to probably be dust. I don't know. It looks awfully dusty over here. Otis, you were just live on camera. I'll make sure it's muted. Okay, so over here we got Poison. The good thing is I don't have to pause anymore for food for the next 30 seconds. Stephen Reeves gets Poison for $55. That is sold. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. That is sold to you. And then Winger is sold to Travis Woods for $50. All right. There we go. We're good to go. Otis is looking up at me like, what the heck just happened? All right, that's the first two. That's weird. The first 2 records in the bin are auctions. That don't usually happen. Let's see here. Otis, y'all have to get up into probably the millions to even think about it. So some of y'all are way off on price. Probably, Otis, how much would it take to sell you? If I had any say in it, I would say nothing. I would, $1 trillion wouldn't do it. We got Motorhead, Iron Fist. Motorhead is a 1982 USOG 53 Hot Hog. Near mint minus. This has the original inner sleeve with it, and it's going to go up for a $35 star. This is Motorhead, Iron Fist. That's now up for bid. Next thing we're going to do right now is Rat, and Rat's going to go up for bid right now. And this is Rat, Reach for the Sky. An 88 USOG specialty, original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, has the original inner sleeve. That is a $35 start. A couple great auctions there. Let me find my cellular device over here. Here we go. Here we go. Let me open this up. 1 second. Okay. What have I done? Y'all are awfully quiet. Or maybe I'm quiet. It's that time, it's that first 15 minutes of the show where I'm trying to figure out who I am and what my purpose is in life. Wow, 31 comments. Okay, let's see what's going on here. We got the following. We got Smash the 80s, Jelly Roll, Maroon 5, Lisa, Freddie, Jensen's, Abacab, Billie Eilish, Batman, Korn, Porcupine Tree, Radiohead, Haunt, Korn, Demon Pack, Top Gun, Maroon 5, Lisa, Zach Sabbath, Rage, Megadeth, Ingve. Is it possible to see track listing for Live Everlast? I'll take it regardless. Can't seem to find it. Fred Davis, Ingve, Jonathan Tyler, B.J. Barnum, Jelly Roll, Suicidal, Corn Jelly Surf, Everlast, Clutch. Wow. Okay. All right. So first thing we have is Motorhead. This does not have a bid yet. One more look at Motorhead. This is an 82 USOG original OG pressing Hot Pog near mint minus VG plus cover. No bid. Looking for a $35 start. Rat is also a $35 start. Scott Dwallow's in. Okay. And then first thing we have is another magazine claim. And Ted Nugent wants. And Tom Kelly wants the Ted Nugent Circus Magazine. He wants that one right there. Ted Nugent Circus Magazine, sold to Tom Kelly, $9.99. All right, there we go. Now Rat has another bid for $35. Now another bid for $35. Moving right along. So everything in here is sticker price. We got Lips Inc. Pucker Up. Lips Inc. is EX Condition, $12.99. Lips Inc. Pucker Up. EX Condition, $12.99. Which Clutch? It's about to be shown in about 20 minutes. Roxy Music Manifesto. EX Condition, $17. Everything I read off was stuff that just got sold. So it's stuff coming up that's pre-claimed, but we should have extras. Radiohead in Rainbows. If I was y'all, I would clean off my schedule. I would have nothing to do for the rest of the night. I would have me somewhere where you can hear me or see me for the next 8 hours, even if you fall asleep watching me. Otherwise, you're going to miss something. You're going to wake up in the morning. You're going to have a headache. You're going to regret it. And then you're going to call out from sick from work because you're so mad, etc., etc. Scott Corcoran got Genesis Abacab. That's sold to Scott Corcoran. Will Robertson got Roxy Music. That's sold to him. Over here, we have Wings Greatest Hits, and this did get sold too. VG Plus, $17.99. This is Wings Greatest Hits, and this was sold to nobody. I could have swore I read off where somebody wanted a Wings Greatest Hits, but I guess not, Tanner. This is VG Plus, $17.99, so that's still available. So is Love Fall Start, VG Plus, $19.99. And then the Rolling Stones Hot Rock, still have this. It's a VG copy for Disc 2. Disc 1's a lot nicer. That's $19.99. Brandon Johnson got Radiohead. That's sold to Brandon Johnson. Thank you on that, Brandon Johnson. Radiohead was sold to him. Over here, we also have ZZ Top DeGuelo. That's EX, $29.99. And then Motorhead is at $35 and Motorhead's at $37 with Victor Guerra. So right now, this is at $37 with Victor Guerra. Now, I want to confirm one more time. James Cruz, your bid on Rat came in second. So Scott Dwallow still has Rat for $35. He still has Rat for $35. Will Robertson on Wings Greatest Hits. That's so to Will Robertson, Wings Greatest Hits. Lisa, and Cult Jam. That's so to Rydell Martin. Thank you, Rydell. And then Wicked, the soundtrack. VG Plus, $19.99 for Wicked. Also over here, we have Billie Eilish. This is also sold. And Billie Eilish is sold to Scott Corcoran. Thank you, Scott Corcoran. That's sold to you. We have Disney 100-year celebration, foil cover, double LP silver vinyl. $34.99 for Disney 100-year celebration. That's still available. We have Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire. That is sealed for $24.99. And Brian Wilson, self-titled Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. I also am assuming that Mark Steele, you do not want to bid again on Motorhead. I've got some one bids, and then I've had some radio silence. Radio silence tells me you have no more interest in bidding. The Cheetah Girls, $19.99. I still got that compilation. And then Maroon 5 is officially sold to Rydell Martin. And then over here, we got Yngwie Malmsteen Rising Force. This one is officially sold. Yngwie is sold to Tim Rory. Tim Rory, that was sold to you. And then Top Gun soundtrack, that's sealed. just $19.99 for the Top Gun soundtrack. Seal, too, $19.99. Glenn Kesey got Rage. That's sold to Glenn Kesey. That is sold to him. Rad has a new bid for $40. Also, we have Holy Smokes, Jonathan Tyler. Holy Smokes, Jonathan Tyler is sold to Danny Thomason. That's sold to Danny Thomason. And we have Love and Money, Strange Kind of Love. Love and Money, $14.99. And then B.J. Barham. B.J. Barham also sold over here to, I believe, Danny Thomason. Maybe, maybe not. Yes, so did Danny Thomason as well. All right, so Motorhead. I unfortunately lost the second bidder, Mark Steele. So this sold to Victor Guerra for $37. Victor gets Motorhead for $37. And then Rad over here is sold to James Screws for $40. All right, let's put that away. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more auctions. Next thing is Motley Crue, and this is Theater of Pain. Motley Crue's an 85 USOG. It has the original merch insert as well. It also has the original inner sleeve. Motley Crue, there's the merch insert, there's the inner sleeve. $35 start on that. That is now up for bid. We have Robert Fripp Exposure, VG Plus $24.99 for Robert Fripp. And then Porcupine Tree in Absthesia. Porcupine Tree sold to Rob Fordham. Thank you on that, Rob Fordham. And then Neil Young, The Visitor. Neil Young is VG Plus $17.99. Still have that. And then Hang Loose with the Surfing Lungs. And the Surfing Lungs was sold to Robert Johnson. Thank you, Robert Johnson. That was sold to you. Motley Crue, ZZ Top still available? It is. ZZ Top Deguelo is still available. EX $29.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. I'm going to go ahead and just blow your mind, okay? I'm just going to go ahead and say, all right, let's see who's paying attention. I'm going to go ahead and say this is going to go up for bid right now because this kind of item, if it sells right now, fantastic. If not, it's going to be available all night. This is a signed original 1984 Ozzy Bark at the Moon tour book, signed by Ozzy, JSA authenticated. The JSA stickers inside of the page and the JSA cards in there. $1,275. Signed Ozzy Bark at the Moon tour book, and that's a vintage signature. He kind of spells out the Osbourne. He didn't do that as much later. That's a full Ozzy Osbourne Bark at the Moon tour book, $1,275. You heard that price correctly, $1,275, $1,275. James Fairfax on Top Gun. That's sold to James Fairfax, and then Sarah Weiberdink over here on ZZ Top. Motley Crue, Theater of Pain is OG. This is OG. It is a 1985 specialty press. It is complete. It's EX Plus. It's nice. It has one bid for $35. Ozzy is $1,1275. And we have Demon Pact. And Demon Pact is officially sold. And that was officially sold to Danny Thomason. That's sold to him. Also, Danny Thomason was first on Top Gun. I have a correction. I'm sorry about this, James Fairfax. Danny was first over here on the video this morning. Almost overlooked it. Danny was first on Top Gun. I'll have to give that one to him. Change that to Danny Thomason. Got that. Danny just reminded me too. Also over here we got Zach Sabbath. This is, I'm glad Danny's watching, but I called it too before Danny even said anything. Zach Sabbath is on red vinyl. There was a claim for this. Glenn Kesey, that gets both of his comments taken care of. And then Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Now somebody commented right here. Let me see here. Jelly Roll, Smash, Freddie, Batman, Korn, Haunt, Korn, Demon Pact, Top Gun, Maroon 5, Lisa. Wesley Stover says, I'd take that Megadeth. I'm assuming that means he wants it. Michael Fairchild, these are all sticker price right now because most of them are already sold anyway. Dessel Tory is $22.99. I still have that one. And we have Phil Manzera and Eno, $29.99. Ozzy World Tour Book, 1984, $1,275. Next auction is Rad out of the cellar. Round and round. This is an 84 USOG EX condition, $30 start. Does have the original Atlantic inner sleeve and old retail sticker. That's going to go up for a $30 start. I also have Fred Davis, and this got sold. And Fred Davis was sold to Danny Thomason. He got that one. And then over here we got Haunt, and I know Haunt got sold. I've read that off a couple times. That's sold to Cecil Grosskopf. And then Rush, Clockwork Angels, $37.99 for that. And we have Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Metallica is $29.99 sealed. ZZ Top Afterburners, $29.99. And Rush, Caress Steel. I actually listened to the Necromancer on the way to work today. 2015, unopened, $34.99, okay? So over here, we have, let me make sure I didn't miss anything, Smash the 80s Jelly Roll coming up, Freddy coming up, Batman coming up, Corn coming up, Corn coming up. Danny, you were second on Maroon 5. Danny, you were second on Lisa Lisa. Everlast hadn't got it to it yet. Danny, you were second on Ingve. Michelle, Jelly Roll coming up. Suicidal coming up, Corn coming up, Jelly coming up, Everlast coming up, Clutch coming up. That's all in the next crate. If anybody else wants anything in here, these are sticker price right now. These are sticker price, new stuff just from yesterday. First time showing them yesterday. They were in the video this morning. We've sold half the crate. I'm about to go through the other stuff right now. We got Rush, ZZ Top. We have Metallica, Rush, Phil Manzara, Eno, Desultory, Neil Young, Robert Fripp, Love and Money, Cheetah Girls, Brian Wilson, Disney, Wicked, Stones, Love, and Lips. Those are all available. Right now, Motley Crue is at $50. Going once, going twice, Tanner. Motley Crue's at $60 with Gregory Roberts going once, going twice. Rad has one bid. Rad has one bid. Rad has one bid. Rad has one bid with Sarah Wyberdink for $30. And then Ozzy is a buy it now if anybody wants it, Tanner, $1,275. That's it. $1,275. You can buy him right now. Okay, Sean Sam wants Metallica, Kill 'Em All. There was another claim. No, that was an autocorrect, okay? That is sold to him, all right? That's sold to him, Sean Sam. All righty, let me grab this. Looks like some more Metallica lights came in and more Black Sabbath. As I said, we'll tag those tonight. But just so you know, it's on a waiting list for Black Sabbath or Metallica lights. More have come in. And the last thing I'll do tonight, so tune in about 2 a.m., I will tag those lights. If I did it right now, the show would completely come unhinged. Okay. Sorry, I was on another brownie break. Love those brownies from Popeyes. Crew sold for $60 to Gregory Roberts. Rat did get new bids. Now it's at $45. This is sold to Gregory. All right. Love those brownies from Chick-fil-A. Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme donuts. Okay, first thing we have in here is How the Grinch Stole Christmas, narrated by Boris Karloff, a Christmas classic on Grinch green vinyl, $36.99. Also, we have Everlast. So we did sell 2 copies of this. The first Everlast was sold. The first Everlast over here was sold to Jeremy Todd. There's one sold. The other Everlast was sold to Danny Thomason. This is sold to Danny. That is sold. And then we have 2 copies left, which I didn't even know we even ordered these. I think we didn't even mean to, but we got them anyway. Everlast Eat It Whiskeys is $38.99. Rad has a new bid with Shane Lando for $50. I asked information for Motley Crue. Let me make sure that's on my information. Sorry, missed info on Motley Crue. Been looking up car, calling, shop, deer ran into the side of our Trailblazer. Okay, so Gregory, I got bad news. By the laws and rules of Collectco, about 5 minutes ago, Brandon had asked what was the Motley Crue. I completely missed his comment. I'm going to open this up for one bidder, Brandon Jones, and only Brandon Jones. It will be up to him. Motley Crue is at $60. It's an 85 US OG pressing. It's a specialty press with the original inner sleeve and Sin Club insert, which is the merch insert. It's EX or better. Really, really nice. Really, really nice. It has a high bid right now at $60. Brandon Jones, it'll be up to you. You have the floor. Rats at 52, Rats at 57. I still got 2 Everlast. I still got a Grinch. And then over here, I've got Jelly Roll. And the first Jelly Roll is sold to Rydell Martin. So Rydell Martin, that is sold to you. And then the other Jelly Roll is going to be sold as well. And the other Jelly Roll over here The other jelly roll over here is sold to Michelle Clements. And we need to put Robert Johnson on a waiting list. Robert Johnson on a wait list for jelly roll, okay? So if anybody else wants self-medicated, let me know. Suicidal Tendencies is officially sold, and Suicidal Tendencies is sold to John LaBeatty. Joined the Army. That's sold to John LaBeatty. Next auction going up right now as soon as I show you Batman. Batman is $24.99. Batman, $24.99. Our next auction is Iron Maiden Power Slave. Iron Maiden's a 1984 USOG Jacksonville press. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a strong VG, $30 start on Iron Maiden. That is now up for auction, okay? Batman is $24.99. We did sell a Batman, and a Batman sold over here to somebody. Autumn Betts, thank you on that, Autumn Betts. I've got one left. Also put Michael Hamburger on a Jelly Roll waiting list. There's one Batman left, and we have one copy of Dolly, a Holly Dolly Christmas on red vinyl. That is actually still available. Now Motley Crue is sold for $65 to Brandon Jones. Sold for $65 to Brandon Jones. And then over here, Rat is officially sold to Shane Landolt for $57. And now we have a live auction, and that is with Iron Maiden. And Craig, to answer your question earlier about the Necromancer, which I hadn't forgot about, the Necromancer, I love the period where it transitions, I guess, right after the kind of that spoken word part. That's the part I really like, and I guess it gets into the acoustic part of the song. That's my favorite part. Clutch over here. Clutch is officially sold to John Grace. I got one extra copy. Their 1995 self-titled album, 2 LP, remastered audio file, 4-side etching, autographed, numbered, insert Paul. $59.99. I have one Clutch left. I also have one Friday the 13th left. This is the score music by Harry Manfredini. Paul was an extra in this movie, actually. Friday the 13th. Freddie. This is sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you on that. He was an extra. A lot of people don't know that. We have Molly Hatchet. This is a double LP. This is on blue vinyl. Live official pressing. 1980, $39.99. Paul Vihar on Clutch. Does anybody else want on a waiting list? Iron Maiden, as of this moment, does not have a bid, Paul. As of this moment, right now, it does not have a bid. Over here, we got Bullet Boys. Oh, gosh. Button up your bootstraps. Go ahead and load up your rifles. You're going to need it to fight off the people for this one. Folks, we got Bullet Boys here. This is a 1988 USOG Allied pressing with the original on her sleeve, EX condition. Bullet Boys is a $30 star. Good gosh. Holy moly. Hope everybody's ready for that action. We have one copy of Korn, and we don't have enough. This one is sold to Josh Tanner. Scott Dwallow goes on a waiting list. Scott Dwallow on a waiting list for Korn. Also, Robert Johnson on a waiting list for Korn. Okay, Tom Sullivan wants Molly Hatchet. Sold. Bullet Boys has bids for 30, 30, 30, 30, 35, 35. Next thing is Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. Comes back into stock this Friday. In stock right now, $39.99 for that. James Cruz also wants a Molly Hatchet. And the details on Iron Maiden. This is Iron Maiden Power Slave. 1984 USOG Jacksonville. It has the original lyric inner sleeve. It's a strong VG. Bullet Boys is now at 45, and Sean Druin also on Jelly Roll. And then we have one copy of Offspring, Smash. That's $24.99. This comes out Friday. New Freddie Mercury, Mr. Bad Guy, 40th anniversary special edition, has-been mastered, green vinyl, $36.99. And we have Brandy Carlisle, Returning to Myself, opaque pink vinyl. Brandy Carlisle's $39.99. And then Smash the 80s is sold to Rydell Martin. Wow, a lot of stuff there. Most of that was from this morning in the 6 a.m. video. So just to recap, everybody got everything they wanted in the video except Scott Dwallow's on a waiting list for Korn. Danny, you were second on Maroon 5. Danny, you were second on Lisa Lisa. Danny, you were second on Yngwie Malmsteen. Robert Johnson on the waiting list for Korn, and Robert Johnson on the waiting list for Jelly Roll. And if anybody else wants on any waiting list that we've sold out of, let me know. Next thing over here is David Dole on Freddie Mercury sold. Iron Maiden has a bid for $35. This is Bullet Boys. It is a gold stamp promo. It also has a sticker. It looked like it's going to be pretty nasty to try to take off, so we just left it on there and blacked it out. And it has the inner sleeve, and this is an 88 US Allied OG. Now, you can't call it a promo copy unless the label's marked promo, but the cover is promo. There's probably a good chance there is no promo copy of this due to the era. A lot of the 88, late 80s stuff is just gold stamp promo, and not a lot of promo labels. They just promo stamped the jackets. Probably a lot easier than having to redo the whole label, right, Paul? Yep. All right, and then for y'all metalheads here, I got Deicide, $495, numbered 2023 9LP blue vinyl, $495 for Deicide. So we got a waiting list going for Jelly Roll, a waiting list going for Corn. We got a waiting list going for something else I just sold out of, Clutch. Okay, anybody else? Now, it looks like Paul has dropped off a crate. It looks like Paul's dropped off 2 crates, 1 crate. And then there is a couple crates of new vinyl behind me and a crate of Japanese. Now, the question is, from David Johnson, will you be showing any of those Japanese pressings tonight? Otherwise, I might lose my cool on you, and I might have a conniption pit and absolutely just freak out on you, Chad. Well, my answer is this. Maybe. Okay? Maybe. That's my answer. Maybe. All right, those are getting new bids. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm going to make sure it's muted this. All right, big night ahead. So many big things to auction. I've already threw out an Ozzy autograph, trying to go through stuff. The Ozzy autograph was mixed up in stuff that we're waiting for letters, and I saw that. I was like, we didn't have to get a letter for this. You can have Ozzy just basic certified if you, Ozzy can have a basic cert if it's, not on an album jacket. And I've got a couple signed Ozzy guitars. Spoiler alert. I got to go over here and dig them out. They're signed cut pick guards. They're pretty cool, but they're not cheap, of course. Y'all hear the train? I'm also topping off my cup of ice with this really cool Santa Claus Diet Coke. Okay. Any more healing? I don't know, maybe. All right, so where did we get to? Iron Maiden's at $45, Sarah Weiberdink, final call. Bullet Boys is at $50 of Richard Bradshaw, final call. Bullet Boys is at $55 of D. Kong. Richard Bradshaw, you're outbid. $55 with D. Kong. Iron Maiden's at $48. Let's put up another auction. Let's put up another crate, shall we? Another crate. Another crate. Fortunately, these need prices. Unfortunately. Fortunately or unfortunately? Maybe both. Fortunately, these unfortunately need prices. Okay, over here. Let's start from the back. And the first thing I have is Coroner. K-C, I can't read it, spell it, or say it. C-O-R-O-N-E-R. C-O-R-O-N-E-R. Dissonance Theory, sold to Thrasher Morales, $29.99. If anybody else wants that, let me know. The store's been closed for almost 2 weeks now, but people can still come by and pick up. So we hadn't been open in a couple weeks, ever since probably that big sale, or a week and a half. I guess it'll be going on 2 weeks here soon. But locals can still come by and pick up their orders, yes. We have Werewolves. This was a special request for Justin Deckelman, the ugliest of all. That's sold to Justin Deckelman, $44.99. If anybody wants any of these, let me know. And then here's Star Wars, and I should have a wait list over here. This is Episode 3. Vladarchek's name was on that one, but we already gave him one yesterday. So this is the new Star Wars. I should have a wait list over here. Let me figure out where they watched yesterday's sale at. Do you have waiting list over here, Jake? Do you have one that says Star Wars? Episode 3? Possibly. Yes, hand that to me. That whole sheet there. Looks like I got a lot of stuff to order tonight.
I'm not sure if it's on.
Let's see. Waiting list. No FX. Star Wars. Revenge of the Sith. Aaron Andress and Nick Bargeron. Done. I've got one extra if anybody wants one. This is sold to Nick Bargeron and Aaron Andress. I got 2 extra copies if anybody wants one. Vladarchek's already got one last night. We're good to go. First thing we have is Iron Maiden had a new bid for 50. D-Kong bid 65 on Bullet Boys. There's one Revenge of the Sith left. If anybody wants it, that's new. That hadn't really been available. Next auction is Savatage. This is Fight for the Rock. I can't believe we've already sold all these great records and we hadn't even got to the first advertised record yet. Insane. This is a 1986 USOG original inner sleeve EX Plus condition Savatage Fight for the Rock. $35 start on that. Red Cave Collections get Star Wars. That's sold. Next in here is Ozzy live in Montreal. Randy Rhoads red vinyl unofficial. $36.99. And let me open my laptop and see who and what was possibly on a wait list for this, because I think there's more. And let me see what we got over here, okay? So, click of a button, and I'm in. Minimize, close emails, close iTunes, vinyl pre-order, master sheet wait list, and OZZ. We got 1 waiting list for an Ozzy, 2 waiting lists for an Ozzy, 3 waiting lists for an Ozzy, 4 waiting lists for an Ozzy, 5 waiting lists for Ozzy, 6 waiting lists for Ozzy, 7 waiting lists, 8, 9 different waiting lists for Ozzy, and none of them's this. So this is available if anybody wants it. Ozzy Montreal, red vinyl 1981, $36.99, okay? Sold to Michelle Clements. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Also over here, it'll be a waiting list. Iron Maiden, did this get another bid? Michael Hamburger, 50. Sarah Weiberdink out. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $50. That is sold, and then are we done on Bullet Boys? The last bid on Bullet Boys that came in was D-Kong at $65. He outbid Richard Bradshaw. Richard, it's all up to you. Spotlight's on you. Next thing over here is Savatage. This is at $35.35. And we have 2 copies of Gordon Lightfoot now playing. This is pretty cool. This is now playing $24.99. If you could read my mind, The Summer Side of Life, Carefree Highway. We've been talking about Gordon a lot lately. $24.99 on that. Now, these are getting into the point where they don't have prices on them. So I'm going to go ahead and sticker these live right now. Ozzy is a wait list if anybody else wants in on that. Let's go ahead and put a couple of stickies on Gordon Lightfoot here. Now playing, If You Could Read My Mind, Babe. Okay, then we got Megadeth, Rust in Peace. These are $36.99. I've got 2 of them for tonight. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Haven't seen an OG come through in several months now. We'll get a few a year, but they're pretty scarce, even at the rate we buy collections. So there's that, and there's that. And then are we done on Savatage? Red Cave, you got Star Wars, yes. And then Bullet Boys, I may have lost somebody, so this is sold to D-Kong for $65. That is sold, and we're still tied on Savatage. So I'm assuming, Paul Cruz, you don't want to bid again, and you only wanted to bid $35, but if you want to bid more than $35, right now would be the time to do it. Let's go ahead and grab one of the first records over here from, quote, the advertised auctions that were in the hot picture. And we'll get started with Grim Reaper, Fear No Evil. Grim Reaper is a 1985 USOG VG minus $15 start on Grim Reaper. There it is. Next thing is James Cruz on Megadeth. My crate over here is pretty full, so let me go ahead and start a new crate. I'm going to set this one right here. Crate number 1 for tonight is full. We usually try to get to about 6, 7, 8 of those full. Here is this. I see a Japanese metal record right in the front of the Japanese crate. And David Johnson just said, oh my God. Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me. All right, so this is officially sold here, and this is sold to James Cruz. Savatage was tied at 35, now 36, now 40, now 40. Grim Reaper 20. 1 Savatage, or 1 Megadeth left, and 2 Gordon Lightfoots. Next auction is going to go up right now. Black Sabbath Volume 4. Oh my goodness. It is a U.S. reissue, late 70s, early 80s, not barcoded. Nice EX, gatefold jacket, inner sleeve, $40 start on that one. Metallica's Ride the Lightning, $29.99. Metallica, Ride the Lightning, $29.99. I've got 2 in stock. We're talking For Whom the Bell Tolls. For whom the bell tolls, fade to black, creeping death. My gracious. I mean, come on, it is Metal Knight. Goodness gracious. Over here we have Savatage. Mark still has it for $45. Grim Reaper has two $25 bids. Scott Dwallow and then Cindy, and now 30. And Black Sabbath's a $40 start. And surprisingly, I didn't know this was coming. We got a restock of SpongeBob SquarePants. He's got a movie coming out. I think this might be is this the original movie, I guess? But I heard he's got another one coming out, right? SpongeBob's 29. SpongeBob. I'm not in that inner SpongeBob circle of fanatics like I used to be, but I know this, his collectibles. There's like SpongeBob trading cards now with like signatures from the voice actors, like Tom Kenny, who plays the voice of SpongeBob, voice of Patrick, selling for like tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, like insane money. We're talking about prices 10, 15 years ago that people would be getting for like Mickey Mantle high-grade baseball cards, and now it's modern trading cards from SpongeBob voice actors. The man for collectibles is insane. SpongeBob, Ryan Eaton was on a waiting list. Ryan Eaton, this is So Do You, and we have one for Kelly Vlodarchek, and we have 4 more left if anybody wants one, okay? So are we done on Savatage? Paul Cruz went out. This was Mark Steele's at $45. That's done. Grim Reaper, the last bid I said on old Grim Reaper there. Who had the last bid there on old Grim Reaper? That was Cindy Yarborough at 30, and I think everybody's done. And then nobody has bid on Black Sabbath. It is a mid-late 70s reissue. It's about to be a buy now for $40, shockingly. And after that's done, I'll be like, well, I'm officially shocked. We have over here Heaven. This is Knocking on Heaven's Door. Nothing to do with Bob Dylan or Guns N' Roses. This is an 85 USOG, original under sleeve, EX edition, a $15 star. Grim Reaper, Fear No Evils, an OG VG minus. It's a 1985 USOG VG minus, and it is at a high bid right now of 31 with Scott Dwallow. 31 with Scott Dwallow. Scott Dwallow, 31. Black Sabbath, 40. Now those all have new bids. Over here, this is, Kelly says, never mind, I have it. Okay, so we got to put back on SpongeBob. This is on yellow vinyl. Yep, so I've got 5 extras if anybody needs a SpongeBob SquarePants. Grim Reaper 31. Cindy, you've been outbid. Black Sabbath 1 bid 40. And Mike Massey, I think you sent these to me like, I don't know, a year ago. It's some really cool record stands. I'm going to try some out tonight and see if we can make them work. Mike sent me like these a year ago. Let me see how well they work. The problem is I don't know how well balanced that's not too bad. Right now the angle's pretty good. You can see the auctions, but thank you, Mike, for sending me these record display holders. And I'm just now getting a chance to get these out. I cleaned up for about 5 hours behind the counter last night in our store. You could pick out any spot in the store and say, okay, I'm going to clean up this spot and go through everything here. And you're talking, I don't know, 10 hours, 5 hours. Y'all know how it is cleaning up like if you had to clean out a garage or something, 2 or 3 day project. So, yeah, I'm going to have to get something. If we can get this balance back here, that looks pretty good, but it also blocks the back wall. So, I'll have to get something flatter. Coming soon here at Coletco. All right, so over here, Grim Reaper's now at $40 with James Davidson. Scott Dwallow's out. I'm going to make sure Cindy Yarborough is done. Cindy Yarborough, if you're done on this, let me know. It's now at $40. Black Sabbath got 1 bid for $40. And Black Sabbath was Soda Nashville Tiger. Okay, let's do on that. Let's do that. Let's put this away over here. And let's go ahead and do Heaven. And then Heaven over here. The last bid on Heaven... The last bid on Heaven was a $15 start, and that just got put up. If anybody else wants anything in here, we'll use those eventually. We gotta redo our table. I need boards laid across here. Okay. All right. So here we go. I have SpongeBob $29.99. I've got Metallica $29.99, Megadeth $36.99, and Gordon Lightfoot $24.99. Okay. $24.99. I think I'm going to lay cardboard. We need a piece of wood cut so it's flat and level it off. So we'll use them eventually. They might be good for more slower pace times. Right now, we're going to be going through stuff so fast. If you don't get the details the first run on an auction, you might get a chance you're losing it. So if you probably want to bid on something, I would say right now is the time to get the information. It's going to get a few bids, and then I'm saying sold, and we're moving on to the next one. All right, here we go. New crate, never shown before stuff, sticker price, let's go. James Davidson gets Grim Reaper for $40. That's sold. Heaven got a bid. Victor Guerra, one bid, sold $15. Oh my gosh. Hopefully you've taken your Adderall, you've got your mic volume turned up, you're locked in, you've put your kids to bed, and you've told your wife, good night, I don't want to see you for the rest of the night. I'm watching Chad. See you tomorrow morning. This is a 1985 USOG Club copy of Y&T Down for the Count. Y&T is a $25 start. Good luck bidding. Should be at 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Next auction is Great White. This is called Shot in the Dark. It's an 86 US OG specialty press. Great White has the original on her sleeve. EX edition, that's a $40 start on Great White. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's pull one from the Japanese crate. David Johnson a moment ago said, Chad, I'm not joking. I'm about to literally have a conniption fit if you don't put one of those Japanese pressings up. So here we are. We have Wrathchild. Wrathchild, this is called Stack Attack. Is that what that says? Stack Attack. Wrathchild is near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. It has the Japanese insert cover and obi. That's now up for bid. I have Black Lips. This is a 2017 pressing on pink vinyl. Black Lips, $39.99. Y&T has one bid for $25, going once, going twice. Great White has a bid for $40, going once, going twice. And we have Blur, The Great Escape. Blur is a 2012 remaster. That's a 2LP, $34.99. The Beach Boys Wild Honey from Simply Vinyl, 180 gram. That is a 2001 UK Simply Vinyl. They do great stuff on those, $39.99. We haven't sold Barren Cross and we haven't sold Iron Cross. If Iron Cross sells, it might be one of the most expensive records we've sold here live. If it does sell tonight, it might be one of our top 10 most expensive records sold. Could be. Witness it tonight. We got Wrathchild at 35. We have Great White at 45. Y&T, that is now at 28, now at 30. Brian Jonestown's Massacre, a 2004 red vinyl OG fantastic compilation, $59.99. Right now, Wrathchild 35, Great White 48, Y&T's at 30. Philip Lynott, you may know him from Thin Lizzy. Solo and Soho, first solo album from the voice of Thin Lizzy Hop Sticker, gold stamp promo, no condition notes, $24.99. Ivan R on Brian Jonestown Massacre. Sold to Ivan R. We have over here a 2019 Go Vinyl limited 100 copies, and this one is called what? Fun. I can't read that. Funk Proof. Funk Proof the Revival, I think is what that says, $34.99. Over here, Gat, and I think that's for Great White. Great White's now at 50, Y&T's at 32, and Wrathchild's at 37. Rolling Blackout CF, Sideways to New Italy, a 2020 pressing on blue vinyl, $19.99 on that. And I want to see the Bright Lights Tonight, Richard and Linda Thompson, a 1983 U.S. reissue, $44.99, and the note from Paul says, great album. Now we have Wrathchild at 45. Now we have Great White at 60. Y&T is at 32. And that is with Steve Little. That means James is out, Sean's out. How much is Blur? Blur was right back here, The Great Escape. There is a seam crackle at the top. $34.99, 2012 remaster. All right, where is my Diet Coke? That might be the most delicious thing I've ever had in my life. We have Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. Frank Zappa is a 1976 German import, $34.99 on that. Also, David Vanderdale, the Moon Station House Band, $14.99. 2007 OG, that's indie rock, $14.99. Phil Lynott is sold to Michael McDade. And then next on that was Phil Elliott. Those are already sold. Are we done on Y&T? New bid, $37. Are we done on Wrathchild? New bid, $50. Are we done on Great White? New bid, $61. Everything has new bids. Great White, $61. Y&T, $37. And then over here, Wrathchild's at $50 with Jeff Brindley. Victor Guerra's out. This one is called The Black Angels Passover. The Black Angels, $29.99. It is a 2LP reissue from Light in the Attic. And the note from Paul says, great album. $29.99. I love it when he leaves those notes. Great album. That's high praise. If you say, out of all the albums in the world, if you could assign the word great to something, That's a big deal. This is Tobin Sprout, a 1996 USOG, $39.99. Rathschilds at $52. Great Whites at $61. And then Y&T, Sean Miller, $37. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid again. I've already seen one person say out. Real Estate Atlas, this is $19.99. 2014, also Indy. And there's a note from Paul. Great album, $19.99. Great album. Also, I have for $19.99. This is Michael Rault, R-A-U-L-T. It's A New Day Tonight. That's $19.99. I guess that's my motto. It's a new day tonight. We have Great White at 65, Rathschilds at 55, and we have Magazine After the Fact. Magazine is $19.99, and Strange Boys and Girls Club, a 2009 US Lo-Fi, and this is In the Red Records. That's the label, In the Red Records, $34.99. All right, Y&T's officially sold, and that sold to Sean Miller for $37. Wow, Laura's already sent me tomorrow night's auctions. Over here, we got Great White at 65 with Stephen Lewis Jr., Rathschilds at 60. So y'all know what's going on those. There are lots of bidding going on. Next auction, a bonus auction, Poison. Open up and say, an 88 US Club, Columbia Clubhouse copy, near mint minus, a $45 start, censored cover. That is now up to bid. Over here, we have Thanks AM, I think, Red Line, and that's a 2000 USOG Math Rock experimental record, $29.99 on that. And then 764 Hero, nobody knows this is everywhere, a 2002 USOG Indie Rock, $29.99 on that. And then over here, Panda Park, 90 Day Men. 90 Day Men is a 2004 USOG post-rock album. That is $19.99. And then Great White. Last bid, Stephen Lewis Jr., 65. Sean Sam's out, final call. Last bid on Rathchild was Jeff Brindley, $60, final call, and some people have set out. Looks like we have our winning bidders. Final call on those. We have Yacht, See Mystery Lights. Yacht is a 2009 USOG Indie Pop left field, $14.99. And, wow, that's a wild cover. It's a lenticular. That almost made me dizzy. Wild Nothing, Life of Paul's, a 2016 white vinyl, $19.99 on that. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, buzzer, sold. Great White is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $65. That is sold to him for $65. Rathchild over here is sold to Jeff Brindley for $60. That's Stack Attack. Where are my sleeves at? I need some sleeves. I should have them everywhere around here. Where are you, sleeves? Sleeves, sleeves. Sweet Victory, yeah. Da-da-dun-da-dun-dun. Sleeves, sleeves, Sweet Victory, yeah. I'm combining the word sleeves into the SpongeBob SquarePants Sweet Victory song. Remember when SpongeBob performed at the Super Bowl halftime? That was a historical moment in American history. SpongeBob at the Super Bowl. I don't know where any sleeves. We just had 20 boxes delivered today. How about I just go up and get a brand new box? We had 20 1,000 count boxes of sleeves delivered today. 20 1,000 count boxes of sleeves. Let me just go up here and grab a brand new box. Where are they? They've got to be around here somewhere. Is this one? Here we go. I'm going to open one. And they usually get grabbed by Seth. He comes back here and grabs my box of sleeves on purpose. And that's one of the true ways he legitimately gets fired for 24 hours. Golly, look at all these box sets we got over here. Metallica, 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 Guns N' Roses, 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 Metallica, Metallica, Metallica. Golly. We're going to have to go ahead and go back on time and restart the show. Here we go. That got me out of breath. Okay, let's do those right there. And then Poison did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $45. Poison, open up and say ah. $45 on that OG censored cover. All right, next record in here is going to be Bonnie Prince Billy, Lie Down in the Light. And that is $24.99, a 2008 USOG. Okay, next thing over here is the following. We have Motorhead. Motorhead is called Bomber. Motorhead is a UK reissue. This is on the bronze label. 523, near mint minus a $40 start. Motorhead Bomber, $40 start on that. There's that. And then Bonnie Prince Billy sold to Ivan R. That's sold. And then we have UR Cat Power. That's a 2003 USOG EX Condition, $44.99. And then Leonard Cohen, the best of. Leonard Cohen is EX Condition, $17.99. And we have Weird War, a 2002 USOG Psych Indie record, VG Plus, $24.99. Next auction is Vixen. Vixen's now up for bid. Vixen's a 1988 USOG Club, BMG Direct, original on her sleeve, EX Condition. And this has the original on her sleeve, and Vixen's going to go up for a $45 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. We have Vixen. Might as well go ahead and do Lita Ford then. Lita Ford, Dancing on the Edge, a 1984 USOG VG Plus, a $25 start for Lita Ford. That's our current three auctions. Next in the crate is Can. This is Edge Bamsa. I don't even know what that, if I'm supposed to be reading that. This is a 90s German reissue, VG Condition, 1999. What time will box sets go up? Right now. I'm about to start putting them up right now. Reckless Eric, Big Smash. Reckless Eric is a 1980 UK EX Condition, $22.99 on Reckless Era. Mark Stewart and Mafia. Mark Stewart and Mafia is a 1985 US electronic album, VG Plus, $11.99. And The Midnight Hour. This is a 2018. It features tons of great features. Interesting. 2008 US EX 1799. So it's definitely a compilation. The Midnight Hour, EX $27.99. Featured artist, I think is what Paul is trying to translate to there to me. And then over here we got Motorhead Bomber. Final call. No one's bid. It's a UK reissue, near mint minus for $40. No one's also bid on Vixen, $45. And that was also an 88 USOG Club, $35, excuse me. And no one's bid on Lita Ford. It was a $25 start. Those are about to all be bought now. So if you definitely want them, I'd go ahead and place a bid right now. Next over here is this 2010 USOG Punk album. And this is called the Soft Pack, EX $27.99. Starting bid on Motorhead for $40. And then next is Albert Collins and Icebreakers live in Japan, VG Plus, $14.99. This is the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band Volume 3, 180 gram reissue. This is VG $9.99. Now Motorhead 40, now Motorhead 40, now Lita Ford 25. That means Vixen's the only album right now without a bid. The Walkman, You and Me, a 2008 USOG red vinyl, EX $54.99. And over here, we have a 2010 Euro OG EX 1799 of The Strange Weather, isn't it? Or excuse me, it's called Strange Weather, isn't it? And that is by, what do we have here? It might be these three exclamation marks is the name of the band, I think. EX 1799. And then Steel Vengeance coming out of nowhere. Prisoners, a 1988 USOG EX Condition, $22.99. So now Motorhead, Oh So Adventure, you're out. Richard Bradshaw bid came in first. Now Lita Ford has one bid, $25. That's about to sell. And then over here, we have Eric Van Leuven tried to buy Can earlier, and I missed it. Really? I never did see the first one. I don't think that came through, but you got it this time now for sure. Can is sold to Eric Van Leuven. So let me go back up. Where did you comment that at? Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I don't think that came through, though. We sold BPB, and then I answered box sets. Lita 25, Motorhead 40, Vixen 35, Mike Straws on Steel Vengeance, Richard Davis second, Lita Ford 26, Oso's in at 50 on Motorhead, Vixen 36. All right, everything has new bids. Everything all of a sudden has new bids. All right, let's go right into another new crate. Anybody else on anything in there? If not, I'm going to go ahead and go right into another one. Boom. There it is. Moving on. I think there is another crate of new vinyl over here. Let me see here. So let me see what Laura's left me over here. New vinyl, Laura ordered 2 crates. All right, I got some stuff Laura ordered. 2 crates full. Some Christmas stuff. I'll go through those in just a second. Let me go through one more crate over here. So trying to keep it balanced. Laura's got 2 crates of new vinyl over here. Box set, box set, box set, box set, box set. Metallica, 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 Black Label Society, Guns N' Roses, Iron Cross, Baron Cross, Steel Cross, and Thorough Cross. Wow, a lot of cross auctions tonight. First thing is what's left in here. Let's go through this crate. Let's go through a vintage crate, buy it now, best offer. Let me do a quick flip through here. Dee 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 bum bum dun 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 All right, let's go through this crate. These are all buy it now or best offer. Okay, buy it now or best offer. Now, from what I just seen, there's a lot of new bids. Motorhead 50, Lita Ford 26, Vixen 36, Lita 27, Vixen 37, Vixen 40. All right, so Vixen's at $40 with Oso Adventure. Vixen's at $40 with Oso Adventure. $40 with Oso Adventure, okay? That is the high bid. That's the high bid on Vixen. Everybody else is out. Lita Ford is at 27 with Cosmo Kramer. Everybody else is out. Motorhead is at 40 with 50 with Oso Adventure. I'm waiting for one person, and that one person is Richard Bradshaw. Everything in here is buy now or best offer. The Beatles, 62 to 66 on Apple, $49.99. $49.99. Ozzy is $1,275. We have Chicago Transit Authority, $34.99. $34.99 for Chicago. Second label. John says with poster. This one didn't come with a poster. So whatever poster's in here is a bonus poster. But there's Chicago, their first album, Chicago Transit Authority. That's a 70s repress. $34.99. Now Motorhead has a new bid for $52. I have not heard back from Phil Elliott or Daniel Strom on the other couple auctions. Daniel Strom's out on Lita Ford, so we're about to sell Lita Ford then very quickly. Cosmo Kramer for $27. Chicago's greatest hits, shrink wrap and hype sticker. Don't hesitate to make offers on he. This is a buy it now best offer. We're here to sell records, plain and simply. Fleetwood Mac Mirage is $19.99. One Night in Bangkok, Murray Head. That is the 12-inch single, $14.99. And Outlaws, Los Hombres Malo. Outlaws is $19.99. And Sade, this would make the third copy we've sold this week of Diamond Life. That is another really nice copy. And Sade, $49.99. Almost messed up on that one. And Cheech and Chong's greatest hit, $29.99. All right, Lita Ford is officially sold to Cosmo Kramer for $27. Thank you, Cosmo. That's so to you. He's out on Vixen. Vixen's officially sold to Phil Elliott for $37. All right, that is sold. And now Motorhead is still getting bids. Richard Bradshaw, you're out. Oso Adventure is back in at $55. Aaron Andrus on Sade. Ring that up as the third one I think we've sold this week. All right, $50 and up tab. Here we go. I think this thing is a crazy one. This is crazy, okay? This could be one of the rarest and most expensive records sold here at Coletco on this live auction if we have the right people ready to bid. This is an extremely rare record. Iron Cross. Iron Cross is a 1986 USOG. They only made 100 copies back in the day, 1986. It is only sold once in 2017. 488 people have it on their want list. And there is only one for sale right now on Discogs for $3,500. There's only one for sale right now, $3,500. This one's not bad at all. VG++/EX. And this is going to be a $1,995 starting bid, which if you know this record and you're familiar with it, that's well in range. And this is not a bad copy whatsoever. VG++/EX. So let me restart and say that starting bid again. $1,995. And if you want to go buy one right now, it's going to cost you $35 plus shipping, and that one's in lesser condition. So this is $1,995. Extremely rare metal record. It is called Iron Cross. Incredible. Just got that recently in a collection. $1,995 starting bet on that one. First thing, Cheech and Chong. Ryan, this is yours, but it will be full price. Who got Vixen? The Vixen record was sold to Oso Adventure for $40. Oso Adventure got Vixen for $40. Cosmo Kramer got Lita Ford for $27. And right now, over here, Motorhead is at $55, and we're waiting for Richard Bradshaw to bid again or say out. There's Motorhead and Iron Cross, $1,995. Next is Blast from Your Past, Ringo Starr, which is a hits compilation, $24.99. That is like his greatest hits. It don't come easy. Back Off Boogaloo. And then Ryan Eaton said he will take Cheech and Chong at sticker. So that means William Warner, you were second on that one. We have the Cars Candy O, a nice copy in shrink at $26, and Adamant strip. Adamant is $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Creator Endless Pain. Creator Endless Pain is a 1989 U.S. reissue, includes bonus tracks, includes 3 Flag of Hate bonus tracks. Creator, nice copy, no condition notes, $35 start on that, okay? Next thing over this is Journey Departure. Journey is $19.99. Journey Departure is $19.99. Very clean. And then over here we have London and New York, Elton John. So this is a compilation of early stuff and some early 70s stuff like Benny and the Jets and Funeral for a Friend. Rocket Man, $14.99 on that one, okay? There's that Creator 35, Creator 35, Creator 40. Motorhead Richard Bradshaw has officially said he's out, and Motorhead over here is sold to Oso Adventure for $55. Creator 35, Creator 35, Creator 38, and Creator 40. Iron Cross, $1,995. Let's move this down here, and then Creator, William Warner, 38, and Charlie Buck is at 40. All righty, let's keep going. Let's go up here. And the next thing I have is Rush, Caress of Steel, $34.99 on that. And back to the bar rooms, Merle Haggard, $14.99 on that. Aaron Andress on Elton John for $12. Sell that to Aaron Andress. And the Fabulous Thunderbirds, hot number, $19.99. Our next auction is Queensryche. Queensryche's going up for auction right now. It's a 1983 USOG EP Jacksonville EX Plus condition. Not a bad copy whatsoever. It has a light... It has just light cover wear, just lightly. VG Plus on that one, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Creator's already at $47. I'll give Iron Cross one more chance, and that is 1995.00. The Hollies, Hottest Hits, great compilation here, $26.99. Yep, that's a good one. $26.99 double LP. Zeppelin and Shrink Wrap do what? This is an OG Club copy of Presence, beautiful, $44.99. Michael McDade has Creator at $47, and we got Shirley Bassey, Belts the Best, including Gold Finger, includes the hit Goldfinger. Wow, you know what? As much Bond stuff and Bond-related stuff, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Shirley Bassey, Belts the Best. If it had anywhere close to a picture of Sean Connery on it, I'd probably keep it, but it doesn't. But it is Bond-related. Susie Breedlove on the Hollies. Now Jim B. 100001 has Queensryche at $35. Triumph Allied Forces is $19.99. And Steve Perry's Street Talk is $22.99. To my knowledge, we have not sold Wrathchild America. No, have not. Creators at $50. I'm going to make sure Michael McDade doesn't want to bid again. William Warner has it for $50. Queensryche has one bid for $35. The Firm is in shrink wrap, $24.99, and the Eagles Hotel California, $34.99. Another really nice copy. All right, so now y'all know we have, it's kind of like the Aussie. I went ahead and put it up early. Now you know we have it. Now you know I have this. Iron Cross, let's just go ahead and call it $2,000 if anybody wants it, okay? I'm going to lay it right back there so everybody can see that we still have it. And don't forget about Ozzy over here. He's $12.75. That's some expensive stuff back there. Signed by Ozzy. It's an original World Tour book from '84. And then Iron Cross, I'll just call it, I'm going to call it an even $2,000 so it's easier to say tonight, okay? $2,000 on Iron Cross. Queensryche is at $35. What is the Creator? Queensryche 40, Creator Info, Queensryche 42, Creator 45, Queensryche 45, Creator 52. This is Creator Endless Pain, a 1989 U.S. reissue, includes bonus tracks. Michael McDade has it for $52. Queensryche 45, Queensryche 50, Queensryche 52. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is a compilation. It's called Slave to the Metal, Twisted Sister, Wasp, Scorpions, Judas Priest, Dio, an 86 USOG PG and shrink, really nice copy. Slave to the Metal, a $35 start. New vintage stuff here, all buy it now best offer. Really nice records like Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, in shrink wrap, $26.99 for Billy Idol. The Time, Ice Cream Castle. The Time also in shrink, $26.99. And Loverboy, loving every minute of it. Loverboy is $19.99. Prince Purple Rain in shrink wrap, has an original inner sleeve, no poster, black vinyl, $39.99. And Rush, Exit Stage Left, an original club copy, 2LP, $44.99. Wow, some nice records in there. Tim Rory first on the Time, that's sold to him. Now we have Creator at 55, we got Queen's Rock at 57, and then over here Loverboy is sold to Stephen Reeves. Now, right now, Slave to the Metal doesn't have a bid. That's a great looking, cool compilation. $35 start on that, going to once, going to twice, going to once, going to twice. These look a lot better back here in the back. You can assemble it better if I lay them out of the sleeve. Let's go to the top cam right quick because Chad's going to mute his mic and take a drink of Diet Coke. I know what the next record is by the back of it. The next record is Mr. Mister. Yep, Welcome to the Real World. $34.99 on that one as well. Creator 60, Slave 36. And it looks like we're done on Queen's Rock. Aaron Andrews has it for $57. It's up to Jim B 1001. He's out. Thank you, Jake. Jake's heading out. Another great day at work. We got Billy Joe Turnstiles, $14.99. And Foreigner 4. Foreigner 4 is $19.99, and Adam and the Ants, Prince Charming, $24.99 for Adam and the Ants, Prince Charming. James Fairfax on Billy Idol for $20. That is sold. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Buzzer. Aaron Andrews on Queen's Rock for $57. That's sold to him. Creator still getting bids. It's now at 62 with Michael McDade. Over here, Slave to the Metals at 40. Adam and the Ants is sold to Steve McGee, and let's put up one of our first big box sets. Let's do Black Label Society first, and then that will leave 3 Metallicas and the Guns N' Roses. These are some serious box sets, folks. Oh my gosh. I mean, the shipping alone, the weight and everything involved in these. Goodness gracious. So this is pretty incredible. I've never had this before. This is Black Label Society. I'll try my best to show it. It is ginormous. It's 22 LPs. It is 22 LPs. This is, how does it open? This is the first time I've handled it as well. So let's see. Let me lay that there. Maybe put it here. Can y'all kind of maybe see that? I think it opens up like this. Yeah. Okay, so there's the top loader, Black Label Society, None More Black. I'm going to tilt it so you can see what's going on here. 22 LPs, 22 LPs, limited edition. Each album is on a unique colored vinyl. He did it just like Ozzy's. It has a book, a bottle opener, and a patch. They only made 2,000. It's out of print, $450 start. 22 LP. Black Label Society box set. It's called None More Black. $450 start. $450 start. That's now up for bid, okay? I have only sold 2 Poison records, but they wasn't in the hot picture. So if there was one in the hot picture, it hadn't sold yet. Next thing over here was Sean Miller on Billy Joel. That's sold to Sean Miller. Slave has a new bid for $43. Slave has a new bid for $45. So last bid on Creator, Michael McDade, $62. William Warner, you've been outbid. Slave is at $45, another $45, and back to this vintage crate of buy it now best offer. Sting, Dream of the Blue Turtles, $24.99 for Sting. Also, we have the Who Quadrophenia. I hadn't seen this in a while. Gatefold 2 LP with the book. It's on the original label. $39.99 for the Who Quadrophenia. Outlaws, Ghost Riders. Outlaws is $19.99, and The Hollies, Words and Music by Bob Dylan. This is a sealed original copy, unopened, $29.99. Creator has a new bid for $65. Slave is at $50. Alan Johnson has it. It's up to James Vasquez now because Brad Waits is out. And Black Label Society, a $450 start. And you get the Metal Knight box set sticker from Laura. There's the Metal Knight box sticker from Laura. Hey, just $20.46 per record. Jerry, that's a great point. That's an amazing price for a limited edition out of print metal records from Black Label Society. $20.46 per record. Wow. Meet the Beatles. This is a 70s, like an early 70s press on Apple, but it's really nice and shrink wrap. Meet the Beatles. I have started watching the Beatles anthology when I'm on the treadmill every night, or technically in the morning before I go to bed, y'all's morning. And I'm through the first episode. There's 9 episodes of the Beatles anthology on Disney+. I have watched the first episode. I've never watched it before because it came out. I think I've sold probably 15 DVD sets and 15 VHS sets. I've never sat down and watched it. So I'm currently undertaking the Beatles anthology on Disney+. They've got it remastered and updated, and it's on Disney Plus right now. Mike Torres gets Meet the Beatles. That's sold. And then over here, we got Rick Springfield, Working Class Dog. That's a sealed original, Jesse's Girl, $19.99. Slave is sold to Alan Johnson for $50. Haven't heard back from Michael McDade on Creator. That tells me he's done bidding. Creator's at $65. We're about to sell it then. And when I show these last few records, I'm going to make Black Label Society a buy it now. So if you definitely want it, you've got about a few more minutes to lock in a bid, and then we're going to make it a buy it now. And guess what? Michael McDade's not done on Creator. He just bid $67. The Who, Meaty Bitty Big and Bouncy. The Who is $19.99. General Public, All the Rage. General Public is $24.99. Eddie and the Cruisers soundtrack is $19.99. And Swing Out Sister, Kaleidoscope World, does have some cover damage down here and some cover damage over here, but Kaleidoscope World is $24, or Swing Out Sister, I think it's, yeah, Swing Out Sister is the name of the band, $24.99. Black Label Society is a buy it now for $450. And we got to ship this thing. Good gosh, $450 on Black Label Society. All right, there's that, and I'll put up something else. Somebody asked for Poison, and it's looking at me right here in the face. Poison is Look What the Cat Dragged In. We've already sold one tonight. Here's another one. An 86 US Specialty OG. It does have a little bit of cover damage on it. A little bit of wear and tear back here. See that? Looks like somebody was like tracing something on top of it. So a VG cover, but the disc is nice. $30 start on that. And then Eddie and the Cruisers is sold to James Vasquez. And boom, MT Matt says, Chad, give me the Black Label Society. Sold to MT Matt, $450. Bang. Boom. Pow. That's like on the old Batman show. That is sold. Thank you. Let's go ahead and put that on the table over here. Sell that to MT Matt. He got it. Awesome. Awesome. All right, let's run another one then. We still got Metallica. And let's do those. Here we go. Creator, $72. Michael McDade, they're still bidding on that, and they're still bidding on Poison, and they're still bidding on Poison, and they're still bidding on Poison. And let's go ahead and put up Master of Puppets. Folks, this is a big one. This probably should be air horn, if not more, best of my memory. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Yeah, this is a big one. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is also kind of hard to show live, but I'll try my best. This is a Grail in the Metallica world. So probably the most desirable of the box sets. It was a pretty limited edition run. Yeah, 25,000. Sounds like a lot, but evidently not, because look, it is highly desirable. The cheapest for sale right now, if you went to Discogs right now to buy one of these, the cheapest one listed is $1,000. That's the cheapest one listed right now, $1,000. So this is a 2017 Master of Puppets Deluxe box set. 3 LPs, 10 CDs, 2 DVDs, cassette, buttons, etc. We've got the original insert. We've got the original hop sticker. We have the buttons. All disc or EX or better. There's a small corner bump on the front of the box. $795 start. Very much in range and very fair. And this is a $795 start, okay? That is Metallica. Master of Puppets box set, $795. Now, if this one sells for over $1,000, I wouldn't be surprised. If it sells for $1,000, I wouldn't be surprised. $795. And I think Laura's talking about that bump right there. That little flip-flap, little bump right there. That's what we're talking about. Can I stand this up? Yeah, there we go. $795. It's got a little bit of a corner ding too. I would grade the box, if you're worried about little corner bumps, the box would grade VG, VG+. All the contents and everything's really nice, okay? $795 on that. All right. First thing we have. So Creator, a lot of activity. Michael McDade and William Warner are at a bloody war, okay? There's blood and bones. Michael McDade has it for $72. Poison was at $45, then $47. Poison's at $50. So Creator is still with Michael McDade at $72. It's up to William Warner. And Poison is at $50 with James Chilcott. Poison is an 86 USOG specialty, VG cover, near mint minus vinyl. Metallica is a $795 start. I know some of y'all's like, this would make me a great Christmas gift. Buy it now, tell my wife about it later. I'll tell my wife about it when it comes in the mail next Wednesday. I'll be like, sweetie, honey pie, I kind of already bought my own Christmas gift. I spent $1,000 on myself buying this Metallica box set. And now I'm going to go in here into my music room, shut and lock the door, and blast Master of Puppets. Things could start falling off the wall. I'm sorry. I'll see you on New Year's Day. Creator, $75, new bid. Poison, $52, new bid. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here one more time. One more time. The Beatles, 62 to 66. Chicago Transit Authority. Chicago's Greatest Hits. Fleetwood Mac Mirage. Murray Head, One Night in Bangkok. Outlaws, Los Hombres Malo. Ringo Starr, Blast from the Past. Cars, Candy-O. Adam Ant Strip. Journey Departure. Rush, Caress of Steel. Merle Haggard, Back to the Barrooms. Fabulous Thunderbirds, Hot Number. Led Zeppelin Present. Shrink Wrap. Shirley Bassey, Shirley's Best. Triumph, Allied Forces. Steve Perry Street Talk. Shrink Wrap Hot. Firm, Shrink Wrap. Firm is really nice. And then Hotel California, $34.99. Prince, Purple Rain, Rush, Exit Stage Left, Mr. Welcome to the World Word, 4 and a 4. Somebody might ask the price for that 10 hours ago. It's $19.99. Sting is $24.99. We have the Who Quadrophenia, the Outlaws, the Hollies was sealed, the Who, the Rick Springfield was sealed, General Public, and Swing Out Sisters. Holy moly. Final call to lock in a bid on Master of Puppets. $795. Creator has a new bid for $80. Michael McDade, you've been outbid. And then Poison. Poison is at $60 of James Chilcott. And Jerry Stone says, I'll take the Murray Head, One Night in Bangkok. So did Jerry Stone. Wow, Jerry getting a vintage OG record. Vintage OG record. Probably because I haven't had enough new vinyl this week to satisfy his new vinyl needs. He's going to have to start reverting to vintage OG. Jerry Stone. All right, I'm going to set these right here behind me. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? It is getting a little frisky. It is, I'm feeling a little frisky. And go ahead and just give me everything in the crate. I can do that. Firm sold to Stephen Reeves. Stephen Reeves also gets Rick Springfield. Triumph is $19.99. Prince is Purple Rain. Near Mint OG with the original on her sleeve. $39.99, I believe. Yes, nice, in shrink wrap. Triumph was $19.99. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Creator, still getting bids. Michael McDade says, not today, man. And you're going to have to go through me. And William Warner's lacing back up his gloves, cracking his knuckles. He's like, all right, you want to take this down to the finish line? We'll go down to First Blood. First Blood drawn. Here we go. If anybody decides you want anything else in there, just let me go. Let's go ahead and go through this crate right quick. I'm going to go through the crate of Laura stuff she ordered, but this one literally just has a handful of records in it. So let's go ahead and knock these out. All right, and guess what? You can buy Metallica for $795. A deal. A deal. Go buy it somewhere else. Cheaper. Oh, you can't. $795. Metallica Master of Puppets is a buy now. Now, who's going to snipe in and say, I'll take it, Chad? They've got it loaded into their chat. Who's going to buy it? Here we go. Drum roll, wait for the comment to pop up, and the Metallica box set goes to Joe Delgado, gets Triumph for $15. We have Dire Straits. This is VG Plus, $24.99. Metallica, $700. Pass. We have Queen, Jazz, VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, Jazz VG Plus, $19.99. The cover does have damage, $19.99. Now, when you got Jim B offering $700 for something, he knows he can triple his money on this, or he wouldn't be making an offer. We have the best of Nina Simone. VG condition, $19.99. No Jazz poster. Creator has a new bid for $86. Michael McDade, you're out. The last bid on Poison that came in was the following. Last bid on Poison over here, and we have Pink Floyd, excuse me, what am I saying? Peter Gabriel, VG Plus, $24.99. Who has the bid on Poison? I have no idea. I feel like I've said it about 10 times, though. James Chilcott, $60. James Chilcott, $60. That was several minutes ago. No one bid. This is sold to James Chilcott for $60, okay? James Chilcott for $60, all right? That is sold. Metallica, $740. So Jim B is saying, should I sell it to somebody else for $795, or should I sell it to him where he can make $300 on it? I don't know. I'm surprised no one's buying it for $795. Jim B wants it for $740 so he can pay next month's mortgage. So it's up to y'all. We have Get It Together, the Jackson 5, VG condition, $12.99. CC Allen on Nina Simone, thank you, CC. Michael McDade's at 88 on Creator. That is at 88. William Warner, you're back out on Creator. And then we have the Hollies, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother, VG Plus, $14.99. Over here, we have What Is the Metallica? It's the Master Puppets box set, $795. We have an active offer for $740, which I think is crazy, stupid, steep, stupid, dumb price, cheap. That's a stupid price. I'd have to go over here and shoot myself in the foot multiple times over and over at $740. And Jim B would be, that's okay, Chad. Go over there, shoot your foot over and over and over for $740. CC Allen on Nina Simone. Creator 88 is Creator or Crater. This is Creator, an 89 US reissue with bonus tracks. It's now at $90. Sean Miller gets Dire Straits for $20. Chris Smith gets Peter Gabriel, and he wants 4 and 4 from the last crate. 4 and 4 for the last crate. Let's do it. 4 and 4 on the last crate. This is sold, and 4 and 4 is sold to Chris Smith. Next thing over here, Creator 90. CC Allen. CC Allen on Jackson 5. Next thing is Creator, $95. Over here, we have Blues in My Heart, Wanda Jackson. In shrink wrap, Wanda Jackson, VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. This is an 87 USOG with the original under sleeve. Motley Crue, a $55 start. $55 start for Motley Crue, Girls, Girls, Girls. Here's my final decision on Metallica. The price is $795. That's the price. $795. I think that is like, you should be saying, Chad, I'll shake your hand, thank you. And this is honestly a Christmas gift at that price. Not $740 or $750 or $775. I'll do $795 on it. We got Elton John Tumbleweed Connection, VG Plus, $14.99 for Elton John Tumbleweed Connection, and Cosmos Factory CCR VG Plus, $19.99. Poison. Poison is Open Up and Say Ah. This is an 88 US club. It's near mint minus, and Poison is the censored covered, $45 on that. Creators at 97. Y'all just heard the details on Motley Crue, and then we've got another box set going up. Here is the next one. This is Metallica and Justice for All. Oh my gosh. I think the last time we sold one of these, it was like for $2,000 and something dollars. Holy moly. This is a 2021. This is a Metallica and Justice for All box set, a deluxe edition. 6 LPs, 14 CDs, 6 DVDs, all disc or EX or better. Wow, just $150 start. Now, if I can bid on this, I'm going to go ahead and do it, okay? I'm going to go ahead and bid. I'm in for $225. Metallica, $150 start, and Justice for All Super Deluxe box set. And I'm pretty sure the last time we had one of those, there's a couple people like literally at war trying to win it, and I think it sold for over $2,000. That is $150 start, okay? Next thing, Creators at 100 with Michael McDade. Motley Crue does not have a bid yet. Motley Crue is an 87 USOG, near mint, $55 start. Okay. Metallica and Justice for All, $150 start, Super Deluxe Edition. Next thing is The Outlaws, Bring It Back Alive. VG Plus, $19.99. The Mothers, Fillmore East, EX, $32.99. Now Chad's at $225 on Metallica. We have VG Plus, $14.99 on Mott for Mott the Hoople. Also, we have the Grand Wazoo, VG Plus 14, VG Plus $24.99 on that. Metallica, $175, Creator, $105. And we have Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $9.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, VG Condition, $14.99. The Rascals' Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $14.99. And then Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $24.99. Okay, the legitimate bids on Metallica are $175, $150, $150, $200, $275. All right, and then over here, Motley Crue does not have a bid. It's about to be a bid now, and they're still bidding on Creator. Now it's at $115 with Michael McDade. Now it's at $115 with Michael McDade. Metallica's at $180 with Stanley Richmond, and that is out. Justin Deckelman already has it for $275, just FYI, okay? Now Motley Crue has a bid with Willie Woodard for $55. That's a new vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. If anybody wants anything in there, let me know, okay? Oh, yes. That was a great neck and back adjustment I just had. Oh, knee pops. Okay, I'm ready for round two. We just went through round one. That was the last 2 hours. Justice, $250. Motley Crue, USOG, near mint minus, one bid, $55, final call. Creators, an 86 reissue with bonus tracks, $120. GMB's in on Metallica for $285. Y'all can buy it right now, or GMB's going to buy it and put it on Discogs for $1,000 or best offer, just like Master of Puppets. I would start bidding $290, $300, $325, $375, $400, $480, $495, $550, $575, $500, $590, $590, $690, $625, $670. Your decision. We got Queen Jazz. There is cover damage on the back. No nudie poster. VG Plus $19.99. The Hollies, He Ain't Heavy. He's My Brother. VG Plus $14.99. Wanda Jackson still available. VG Plus $14.99. Elton John VG Plus $14.99. Cosmos Factory VG Plus $19.99. The Outlaws was VG Plus $19.99. The Mothers at the Fillmore EX $32.99. Mott the Hoople Mott VG Plus $14.99. The Grand Wazoo VG Plus $24.99. Steppenwolf VG $9.99. Steely Dan Can't Buy a Thrill VG $14.99. And the last two, the Rascals Greatest Hits, It's a Beautiful Morning. And we have Janis Joplin. Those were VG Plus 24, and the Rascals was VG Plus 14. Todd Doris takes the Poison over here for $45. That's sold to him. Creators at $130. Creators at $130 of William Warner. Michael McDade's out. Motley Crue, so one bid, Willie Woodard, $55. The high bid on Metallica right now is David Saunders at $300. All right, David Saunders at $300. There's about to be a comment that pops up that says Chad Williams. That's me. I'm going to put in a bid for Injustice for All. That's my favorite Metallica album. I do have one of these. I bought one about 5 years ago, sealed on eBay. It's in the shipping box, and I've never opened it. And then I had an open one come through about 3 years ago. I have got that one, and that's the one I've actually gone through and listened. So I have two of these, and I can tell you right now, I'm talking about years ago prices. I know I paid much, much more for that than mine. $325 on Oso. Of course, I did buy a sealed one. They're never cheap at all. And then Tom Sullivan on Wanda Jackson. That's sold to him. Let's put up another auction. Next auction is this right here. We got going up for bid. We're going to put up what? Let's put up, I don't know. We got all kinds of crazy stuff. How about we put up a bonus auction? I don't know about y'all, but I love bonus auctions. Brittany Fox. Brittany Fox is self-titled. It's an 88 USOG Carrollton Club copy, EX Plus condition. Brittany Fox has the original on her sleeve, $45 star. Creator, $135. William had it at $130. Michael McDade, $135. And then over here, I did not buy it from Jim B. No, Jim B's too expensive. Tumbleweed Connection, Steely Dan. Tumbleweed Connection and Steely Dan. This is Dennis Jackson. I'll say both of those for $20. All right, moving on. You know, I joke a lot around with Jim B. I just know this. He buys stuff when it's ridiculously cheap. So my only thought is he's got to be reselling it, Because if we have a $1,000 item for $200, he's all over it. Otherwise, he's just like, this is so cheap, I have to buy it. I'm assuming that is his mindset. This is so cheap, I have to buy it. There's literally consistent sales for $1,000, and if he's only going to charge $400, I think I'd have to buy it at this point. All right, let's go through another crate of vintage. Actually, you know what? Let's go through this crate over here and see what we got. New stuff over here. Let me do that right quick. All right, Creators at 140 with William Warner, and I'm assuming Michael McDade's done. Brittany Fox doesn't have a bid, and nobody else except Oso has bid on Metallica for $325. $325, going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. If you were bidding, you got to go through Oso Adventure. He's the high bidder at $325, going once, going twice. We still got a Black Album box. We still got the Guns N' Roses. And I still got Master of Puppets. I still got Master of Puppets for $795. $795. All you got to do is say, Chad, I'll take the Master Puppets, ring that horn. Let me hear that sweet, sweet horn sound. Okay, Brittany Fox, OG, beautiful copy. This is Brittany Fox. It's US. It's 88. It's Carrollton. It has the inner sleeve. It's EX Plus. It has one bid for $45. Creator has a new bid for $142. Nobody else has bid on Metallica. We're going to give it about 60 seconds, and then I'm selling it. Oso has had it for 3 minutes at $325. That is for the Super Deluxe box set. The Super Deluxe box set of And Justice for All. A crazy, stupid, low price. I'm going to have to go over here and cry and then shoot myself in the foot and then cry some more. First thing we have is this. The complete James Brown Christmas. This is 3 of his Christmas albums from Jackpot Records in one package. $84.99. Rare, rare, rare. If you got all those together, OG mint copies, you would spend hundreds of dollars. I think a true OG clean copy of this is $200-$300 plus. All 3 of these together, $84.99. Over here, we have Punk Ghost Christmas. This is 12 Punk Holiday Classics featuring Yellow Card, All Time Low, Set It Off, Newfound Glory. And this is $29.99. And Kate Bush, 50 Words for Snow. Kate Bush is $59.99. Exclusive Indie Edition, $59.99. Okay? Brittany Fox only got one bid, another steal. Chris Smith, only one at $45. That sold to Chris Smith at $45. Sold, only one bid on that. Creator, still getting bids. This has been up for about a half hour. And we've had bids for 35, 36, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 105, 110, 115, 120, 130, 130, 135, 140, 145, and now William Warner has it for $150. That is a final call. And now, when you see this, you'll cry, and then you'll cry again. That is a Seinfeld quote. Oso Adventure gets the And Justice for All box, $325, sold to him. Jim B just bid $330. You've got to be kidding me. Sold to Oso Adventure, $325. Goodness gracious. Wait a little bit too late on that one. Jim B was ready to double his money again. So if anybody wants to phone your friends, go ahead and phone your family. Say, hey, if you're not watching, Chad is selling half-off Metallica box sets tonight. First time ever in history. Next auction is Metallica, the Black Album box. This is a 2021 US Deluxe, 6 LPs, 14 CDs, and 6 DVDs. The Metallica Black Album box set, $150 start. That's now for bid. Over here, we have Creator at $150, now Creator at $155. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Omen. Omen is a 1986 US Allied OG, original on sleeve, VG++ EX. Omen is called The Curse, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Next is Kate Bush, 50 Words for Snow. Kate Bush, there's 2 copies of that, $59.99. This is Pentatonics, Christmas in the City. Pentatonics is $36.99. We got 2 of those. And we have a Tori Kelly Christmas, limited edition colored vinyl, $36.99 on that one. And Merry Christmas to You. That's Reba McEntire. and Reba's $33.99. Creator is at $158. The Metallica Black Album box has a bid for $200 with Michael Hamburger, going once, going twice. Omen has a bid for $35, going once, going twice. And we have Christmas with Brandy, and that's $33.99. We have two of those. Also, King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas, black and white milk colored vinyl. King Diamond is $29.99. Mariah Carey Christmas to You, I think that's what that one's called. Yeah, Mariah Carey, the second Christmas album, it's called Christmas to You. That's $33.99. We got two of those, and we got two copies of New Edition, Christmas All Over the World, remastered from the original analog tapes, $33.99. Scott Dwallow wants the King Diamond Christmas album. That is sold. I'm assuming, Michael McDade, you're done on Creator. William Warner has it for $158. Omen's at $35 with Jim Cooper, going once, going twice, and nobody else has been on Metallica Black Album box. That's a $200 with Michael Hamburger, going once, going twice. I got two copies of Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas picture disc, double picture disc from Disney, $34.99 on that. And I have a Mary J. Blige Christmas album, a Merry Christmas, Mary J. Blige. That is $36.99. Laura ordering all the other Christmas albums that I probably either A, forgot about or didn't know even existed. Susie Breelove also on King Diamond. Of course, it's Metal Night, and which metal album sells? The Christmas metal album, King Diamond, sold and sold. Now Metallica's at $210, and now Michael McDade's out on Creator. Wow, what a battle. Sold to William Warner, $158. Oh my gosh, I think that's been up for about 45 minutes. They battled till the bloody end. Omen's about to sell just one bid, $35. Wow. Next thing over here is Kix, Midnight Dynamite. Kix is going up. This is an 85 US OG gold stamp promo with the original company sleeve. Kix Midnight Dynamite, VG Plus condition, a $30 start on Kix. Red Cave Collections on Nightmare. Nightmare Before Christmas, so to Red Cave. That means Michael Hamburger, you're out on Metallica. David Saunders has it for $210. Next auction's Gwen Stefani, You Make It Feel Like Christmas. So Gwen Stefani's $39.99. And we have Bright Eyes, a Christmas album, limited edition clear red vinyl, $24.99. Paul, I'll move this for you, okay? Is that other one yours on the bottom, or is that just some? So you got two more crates up here. Golly. Paul's got crates up here. John's got crates up here. Laura's marking crates up here. More new vinyl after this. More Japanese. More metal. More this. More that. Oh my gosh. Here we go. We have Kix at $30. Kix at $40. Master Mall wants BE for Bright Eyes Christmas album. What? 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 Now my question is, what is the Pink Floyd?
It's a Dutch copy.
The Dutch. Now they make good records.
Yeah, it's not UK.
What are we looking at here? 30. We're looking at 40. We're looking at 120. That's 160.
And 130.
That would be $190.
No, it's
290.
70. Should be 220.
220. Golly, I shorted myself.
Why waste time on this?
We almost got an air horn over here from Paul. Paul just bought $220 worth of records. Air horn. Thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. We have Omen over here. What's that?
Happy Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa. Yes, I celebrate a rare holiday. Festivus.
Festivus for the rest of us.
That's right. I've got to air out my grievances with Seth. God, I can't wait to just get that guy in a chokehold. Here we go. I got cold, hard cash from Paul. I'm going to randomly insert this in records tonight. Kix is at $50 of Kenny Roll. That's the high bid. Michael Hamburger. Okay, let me start from the top. Master Ma got Bright Eyes. That's when Paul walked up and totally distracted me. Master Ma got Bright Eyes. Kix got a bid for 40. Metallica, $225. Kix, $45. Kix, $45. Kix, $46. Kix is at $50. And that's where we're at. So for clarification, right now, big auctions, final call, we have a lot of requests for Badlands, Leatherwolf, and something called Rage. What was that other record? I have been asked about it almost since I've gone live. I better go ahead and find that right now. It must be a Grail among Grails. Let me see if I can find that in here. About everything in here is, but there's been one. Is it this one, Malaya Rage? It's got to be, yeah. This one has been asked about, I'd say, by at least 24 people. So, Omen. The last bid on Omen that was on my screen. The last bid on Omen was the very first bid with Jim Cooper at $35 6 minutes ago, and he was the only bidder. Sold to Jim Cooper, $35. Sold to Jim Cooper. He was the only bidder. Kicks is at 51, now 55 with Kenny Roll. Okay. Back here in the corner, that's me in the corner, losing my Metallica box sets. Michael Hamburger's at $225. It's up to one person to continue the auction. David Saunders. It's all up to David Saunders. He's the only person that can determine this auction unless somebody else gets in. Omen got a very, very late bid with Paul Cruz. Hopefully everybody's in from walking their dogs and eating supper and talking to their wives about how they had a bad day at work, because you're missing out on fantastical metal deals tonight. Next thing is David Jennings wants The Last Nightmare Before Christmas. I've woke back up David Saunders, and he's in on Metallica at $230. Kicks is up to one person, Devin Reese. Time for a new crate. Next auction is Malaya Rage, Solitary Solitude. This is a 1990 USOG Near Mint Minus VG Plus cover, $35 start for Malaya Rage. $35 start on that. Anybody else? This was all new sealed Christmas stuff here. Brand new stuff. If you need anything, let me know. James Brown, to answer your question, is $84.99. That is a 3 LP set, all of his Christmas albums. $84.99, okay? We had Punk Goes Christmas. We had Kate Bush. We had Pentatonics. We had Tori Kelly. We had Reba McEntire. We had Brandy, Mariah Carey 2, New Edition. We also had Mary J. Blige, Gwen Stefani, and Bright Eyes, okay? Metallica is at $240. Or like Michelle, you're talking to your husbands and they've had a bad day. They had a bad day at work. Billy Bob is cheating them out of some hours and he's about to go fight them. Malaya Rage is at $42. Scott Dwallow wants Punk Christmas. Now, over here, Metallica. Metallica is up to David Saunders again. David, it's all up to you on Metallica. Malaya Rage is already at $42. Kicks has not got another bid from Devin Reese. Devin Reese is out. We're about to sell it. Trying to watch the game and the Cowboys. Oh my gosh, you're kidding. Thursday night football? Do you think any of those guys out there on that field care about you? No. You know who does care about you? Chad. I would turn off the TV. I would put me on and I would say, turn up the volume. Turned off the volume for the football game. Those guys, listen. The NFL commissioner knows right now who's going to win the Super Bowl. He's got it wrote down. It's folded up on a piece of paper in his pocket. He knows who's going to win the Super Bowl. It's folded up in a piece of paper right now in his pocket. We're just watching for entertainment. He knows right now. I guarantee it. The script was written about a year ago. They know who's going to win the national championship, too. Ohio State. Oh, okay. So over here we got Kicks, Malaya Rage, $45. I haven't heard back from David Saunders on Metallica. What David Saunders is trying to tell me is he doesn't want to bid again, but we'll make sure, okay? Everything in this crate's buy it now best offer. Savoy Brown, raw Sienna. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Supertramp, brother, where are you bound? Supertramp is $19.99. Glen Fry, no fun allowed. Glen Fry is $19.99. Over here, Bob Dylan the band. This is $44.99. That's a double LP, Bob Dylan the band. And Message from the Meditations, the Anthology of Reggae. That's Volume 3, $19.99. In shrink wrap, and Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. Steve Miller Band, $19.99, okay? Over here, we have Kicks. And this is officially sold. Time for all new auctions. Last bid on Kicks that came in was Kenny Roll at $55. Kenny Roll at $55 over here. Next thing is Malai Rage, now at $55. Ivan R on Meditations, which was the reggae. Metallica is sold to Michael Hamburger. Congratulations on that, $240. $240. That is sold. Let's put that away. And now we've sold the Black Album. We've sold And Justice for All. We've sold the Black Label Society box. And what is next? What is next? This monstrosity. We're going to go ahead and try to get it out of the way. This thing is insane. They literally had to roll it up here on a cart. They literally had to roll this thing up here on a cart. Oh my gosh. This is insane. Let me show you the top view. Okay, to give you some idea of depth. Okay, this is bigger. This has the volume. This is bigger than an entire. Y'all know how big these crates are. This is like a crate and 25%. This is the super duper uber deluxe of Guns N' Roses Appetite. Okay. Whew. Golly. I mean, Laura had to literally write a book about this one. She had to have it published. I mean, look at the notes on this. Golly. How do you open it? Is like Slash going to come out and start like attacking me? I don't even know how to open it. Is there a passcode? Okay. Wow, look at this. It's like a jewelry box. Drawers and everything. All right, so here's what we're dealing with. Appetite for Destruction, Locked and Loaded Edition, the ultimate effing box, actual title according to Discogs. The box set could double as a storage furniture. There's lots of drawers. Yeah, I mean, you could literally put like jewelry in here. It includes 7 LPs, 4 CDs, a Blu-ray, a USB stick, mini extras like prints, patches, bandanas, and more. Here's what we think is missing. A cassette. Listing Missing's cassette is hidden, but I have no clue where it is. So there's a hidden cassette somewhere in here you have to find. Laura has not found it yet, so there's a hidden cassette somewhere. It's also missing a Paradise City 7-inch and It's So Easy 7-inch. So it may be only missing a 7-inch single, we think, and a cassette that's evidently hidden. Okay? They made 10,000. All box contents are nice. $695 start. These have sold for around 1,000 before. Once again, a great price on an Uber Deluxe box set. Guns N' Roses, $695. It looks like, let me tilt up my camera a little. It looks like up here it's had maybe a little bit of repair. Everything else, though, is pretty nice. Really cool. So to give you an idea of scale, I mean, this thing it's ginormous, okay? So this is a $695 start. Hope everybody is familiar with what I just said. It's going to be hard for me to show anything else about it other than that. It's a fully loaded Uber Deluxe. I would grade the box about VG+. Everything else is nice. I mean, the box, if you move this thing around a lot, it's going to have wear and tear because it weighs like 3,000 pounds. This is heavy. I mean, this is a heavy box. I bet it weighs, what, 50 pounds? It's heavy. It's made of solid wood, all those LPs. So there's that. Okay? $695 start. If you've been looking for one, sealed copies get expensive. This might be the one for you. Now, over here, I had left off with the following. We sold Meditations, Robert Warner 2nd, Malaya Rage 58, Malaya Rage 60. Over here, Malaya Rage 65, and now 66. All right, and then right now we're in a vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. $8 limited shipping on anything you buy tonight, even the 3,000-pound box set. We're going to ship this for $8. Is it going to cost us more than $8? Yeah, it's probably going to cost us like $60, but we'll ship it. We have Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile. This is in shrink wrap, $26.99, and hop sticker, Billy Idol. Over here, we got Queen Hot Space. Queen is $39.99, Under Pressure. And we have Adam Ant, Friend or Foe. Adam Ant is $24.99. Let's add another auction. We got a lot of other stuff to do other than just Guns N' Roses here. Malaya Rage is at 66 with Doug Reeder. Next auction is Exciter. Let's go ahead and put this up. Exciter is called Violence and Force. It's an 84 USOG on Megaforce. Near mint, a $35 start. $35 start. So Malaya Rage, 66. Who was the bidder before him? Andy Lane is at 68. Andy Lane and Doug Reeder. And then there's Exciter for a $35 start. The hidden cassette is possibly behind drawer number 2. Let's see what we got here. I think I see something else in here. Hold on a minute. Uh-oh. We might be onto something. There it is. There it is. Laura, we have found the cassette. Boy, what's inside of this thing? It's a little dusty. We have found it. There's the secret cassette. That'd be a good hiding spot. You could put something else secret in there. Gosh, you may get the sniffles with this. All right. And it comes with Chad's DNA. $695. $695. I think if you know you want it by now, hopefully you've made up your mind. So I can't leave it up here much longer. It's kind of obtrusive, okay? Obtrusive. This is an obtrusive box set. $695. That's the worst thing I can say about it. It's so big, it's uncomfortable. $695. If you want it, place a bid. I'll sell it to you, but I'll make sure nobody else wants to bid. Sinatra, the main event live. Sinatra is sealed, $24.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, $14.99. Genesis, Invisible Touch. Genesis, $19.99. And Elton John's Greatest Hits, early 80s pressing, $34.99. $34.99. And ZZ Top, Fandango. ZZ Top is $34.99, okay? All right, is it complete? Yeah, so one thing should note, we only think it's missing now 1 7-inch single. Laura thinks it's missing Paradise City, and It's So Easy. How many is it supposed to come with? It looks like there's no more room for any more. So yeah, it's not missing anything. All the jewelry's here. It's nice. This came from that insane metal collection we've been selling. So like down here, drawer number 1 has bandanas. Yeah, it's got like, I don't know, tapestries. I think this drawer had jewelry in it. Yeah, this one has a coin, little silver looking heads. So evidently it's only missing 2, but I wonder if those are inside of an album or something. I wonder if those are listed on Discogs because they're inside of an album. Let me look right here. What does this say? That's all the disc. I think that's CDs and books. That's still sealed. So yeah, I don't think it's missing. I mean, evidently it's missing 1 7-inch single unless it's supposed to. Wow, there's Live Suicide. That's never been This is kind of like Ozzy, where there's some stuff in here that's never been reissued. There's a Live Suicide. That's never been reissued. But yeah, so evidently just 1 7-inch single now that we figured it out. This box has silver guitar picks. Well, I don't know if they're actually silver, but they look silver. And then, what else is in here? This has got more, what are these, rings? Somebody said possibly rings. These are pins. Patches. So yeah, it's complete. Laura's went through it. And so evidently there's 7 7-inches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, there's maybe 2 of these missing unless they're inside of an album or something. You know what I mean? Like unless they're part of a bonus album and then they're listed. If so, then yes, it is missing 2 singles, which is very weird for 2 things like that to be missing. There's some more inserts, so yeah. I don't know. We still got some of this guy's 45s. I'll say this. If I think those 45s turn up, because we still got 2 tubs of metal 45s that came from this guy's collection. If I run across Paradise City and It's So Easy, whoever wins it, I won't forget about you, and I'll send them to you. They could be over here in this guy's stuff. Okay, $695, final call. Over here, we got Exciter. Michael McDade has this for $45. Just want to make sure everybody knows what's going on. Michael McDade has this for $45. That's Exciter, Violence and Force. Exciter, Violence and Force. An 84 USOG. Malaya Rage, I've kind of forgotten about. It was between Doug and Andy, I believe. Andy went out. Doug Reeder has it for $70. Okay. $695 on the Guns N' Roses. Malaya Rage. Malaya Rage. Doug Reeder has it for $70. Okay. Guns N' Roses, $695. I'm definitely stuck on that price because it's going to sell now to 007 Platinum unless somebody else wants to bid. Okay, we know that. So what I'm going to do, now that we have a bid, I'm going to go ahead and say going once, going twice. It does have a bid for $695. Here's some stats. Somebody just sold the cassette out of here for $40 on Discogs. Somebody just had the loose hidden cassette, and they sold that for $40. One sold sealed for $890, and one has sold for as much as almost $1,500, probably after tax and shipping. Somebody paid over $1,500, twice as much than what we have ours for right now. 007, $695. Malaya Rage is a final call for $70. John LeBeatty offered $12 for Bruce. This is sold to John LeBeatty for $12. Okay? I think we're good to go. We have so much more insane stuff to auction tonight. I've got a couple more surprise autographs, and the auction bin still over here is pretty full. Malaya Rage has a new bid for $71. Hot Street Chicago, and I think one of the very first other bidders still has never set out either. Chicago is $9.99. Daryl Hall and John Oates, $19.99 for Hall & Oates. Johnny Cash at San Quentin, $34. Original label, EX. It's got some scuffing. $34.99 for Johnny Cash. Leonard Skinner, Gold and Platinum, double LP, $34.99. So who was on Malaya Rage? Was it Andy or Doug? Andy went out. Doug Reeder, new bid on Malaya Rage is at $71. Doug Reeder says he's done. Squintum, which I believe is Steve Mason. You may have come in on Malaya Rage at $71 and won it. The Beatles, introducing the Beatles, $19.99. That is an unauthorized pressing. Chicago, $9.99 for Chicago, and Triumph Thunder 7. Triumph is $19.99. So the first thing we're going to sell is Exciter. Exciter is at $45 with Michael McDade. I want to make sure MT Matt said out. MT Matt, did I even say Michael McDade had this for $45? I'm sorry. Guns N' Roses has got me super distracted, as I figured it would, just like the other box sets. There's usually so much to these, showing them, explaining them. I can get really distracted on the other stuff. Michael McDade, $45. MT Matt may have not even been aware of that. This was a final call to Michael McDade, okay? Now definitely Malaya Rage, a final call to Steve Mason. $71, a 1990 US OG. That was asked about up the yin yang. And now I'm going to go ahead and get Guns N' Roses off the table. Sold $695. We have our first air horn of the night. Hope everybody's adjusted their volume. This is sold to Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane. 007 Platinum. Ah, the sweet sound of the air horn. If that didn't wake you up, nothing will. Okay? Now, let me grapple this thing and take it in here to the operations center. They're going to want to shoot me after selling something like this. All right, that is sold $695. Shane Devers. Wow, that's going to have to go in like a wooden crate. Okay, here we are. This is a buy it now best offer. Susie is literally selling her vehicle so she can buy more stuff from Coletco. Malai Rage is sold to Steve Mason for $71. 3 seconds sooner and it wouldn't have been yours for $71. And then Exciter is sold to Michael McDade for $45. Done. The board is clear. Travis Woods gets Queen for $30. Sold to Travis Woods for $30. Under pressure. The board's clear. Here we go. Next thing. I want to make y'all aware of the only no bid tonight. And yes, I've already turned down an offer for $740 and $750. The only no bid tonight is Master. Well, actually, there's three. Let me clarify. There's three no bids. Here's the first one. Master of Puppets, $795. I've already turned down $740 and $750. $795 on Master of Puppets. Iron Cross is $2,000. Iron Cross is $2,000. $2,000. The other no bid was Ozzy. Signed 1984 World Tour book, a vintage autograph. JSA'd $1,275. $1,275 on Ozzy. $1,275, $2,000, $795 on Metallica. Okay. I have an 1899 gold Russian coin, 5 rubles. Nicholas II, $575. Gold. 3.87 grams pure, $575. Nicholas II, 1899, gold Russian coin, $575. We just bought that today in the store. New auctions. Here we go. I've got At War, Tigers of Pantang, Dokken, Demon, Sweet Pain, Nuclear Assault, Ozzy, Hanoi Rock, Smash Gladys, Bonham, Savage Steel. Didn't somebody just ask for that? Savage Steel. Begins with a Nightmare. A 1987 USOG limited edition clear, Coke bottle clear, with insert, near mint minus, Savage Steel, a $35 start on Savage Steel. $35 start on Savage Steel. Also have Tankard, Merciful Fate, Malice, Leather Wolf, Wasp, White Tiger, Baron Cross, Iron Maiden, Destruction, Kubla Khan, Great White, Necropolis, Wrathchild, Badlands, and then all the bonus stuff, which I'm about to start slipping those in as well. Baron Cross, Rock for the King. A 1986 USOG Christian hard rock metal. We play tested the track Believe, and it's epic. That's the note from Laura. OG, VG, it does have the original on her sleeve. Baron Cross, a $25 start. Next, we have Susie gets Triumph for $15. Savage Steel 35, Savage Steel 35. Phil Elliott, there are people watching right now on 4 platforms. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Twitch is where most people are watching. Second No, it's right now Facebook. It's actually Facebook, YouTube, Twitch is the ranking viewers. Twitch is the third platform. X is the fourth. We are live on 4 different platforms right now. The only way you can see all the comments is over here on the right-hand side. That's embedded. Once they're gone, but it's also right over here on my phone. If you're on Twitch, I think you can see everything. All right, more vintage, buy it now, best offer. The box tops, nonstop. The box tops is $19.99. The Mothers of Invention, just another band from LA. The Mothers, $39.99. The Jacksons Destiny, $29.99 for the Jacksons. And the Hollies Greatest Hits. Hey Carrie Ann, $19.99. And Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99. It is 4.3 grams, 3.87 grams of gold. $575. Okay, auction number 3. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. This is Ozzy's Blizzard of Oz. Crazy. That's how it goes. This is Ozzy, an 81 USOG jet label Terre Haute, has the inner sleeve. EX or better on the vinyl, VG Plus cover with minor ring wear. Ozzy's a $45 start. Over here, we have Outlaw, Soldiers of Fortune. Outlaws is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. The reason I'm saying that is because I'm refreshing my page over here. I'm going to take a drink of Diet Coke right now. And I think I sold y'all a coin like that, Vladarchek, at some point. And I think I had a couple, and I don't know if the guy that sold this sold it back to us. I think the guy who bought this from us, no, maybe not. But if somebody bought this from us a few years ago, they probably bought it from us and then made a few $100s on it, because this has gone way up in value since the last time I sold it. I have been having some people buy back or sell back gold and silver from us that have doubled and tripled their money. And who knows, this time next year, that same coin might be $12.75. That would be crazy. I don't think gold's going to take that big of a jump in a year, but look at the jump it's took this year. Good gosh. I was pricing a Christmas silver to somebody today. Okay? I was pricing Christmas silver. So Christmas silver rounds this year are $68 a piece. I think I've got 40 on the way. Christmas silver rounds are going to be $68. For years, they've been around $35, $45, and but this year they're $68. If anybody wants one, let me know. I'll go ahead and put you down. I think we got 40 on the way. All right, so Savage Steel, the last bid on this, the last bid was Chase Arnold at 50. Now, the very first bidder was Doug Reeder. I'm going to make sure Doug Reeder doesn't want to bid again. He's in at 53. Ozzy's at 50. And the last bid on Baron Cross was $26. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Tom Sullivan got the Outlaws, okay? Going through a vintage crate right quick. The Who by numbers, $19.99. $5.25 on the gold. I will have to pass. It's $5.75. Probably not going to take any less than that for it. Mott the Hoople, all the young dudes. Mott the Hoople's $19.99. We have Zappa, $34.99. $34.99. Baron Cross, $30. We should be doing coins on Sunday. Yes, I got 2 huge boxes of coins and bullion in today. Plus, Tanner bought some other stuff. Danny, the coin is $5.75. I probably wouldn't take $5.70 for it, to be honest with you. $5.75. Mike Ofield, 5 miles out. Mike Ofield is $14.99. And then we have Mott and MOP. Mott and MOP. Was that for both of these people right here? I think we got an offer for $13 and $15. So, Steven, that's yours for $15 if you want it. Katrina and the Waves, this is $24.99. Walking on Sunshine, $24.99. And Orleans, one of a kind. Orleans is $14.99. It's an $18.99 gold Russian coin. Gold Russian coin on that one. Next thing is Cadedia Dawn. This is sealed $14.99 on Cadedia Dawn. And we have the Who. Who's next? Out here in the fields, I fought for my... Mott is sold for $15, and Stephen Parton was first on that one. Okay, so now we have Savage Steel. The last bid was Doug Reeder at $53. I think that means Andy Lane's out. Baron Cross is at $35. James Vasquez bid $35, and Richard Davis bid $35. The only bidder on Ozzy was Michael McDade, and then Rydell bid $55. Rydell Martin has Ozzy at $55. Now Savage Steel's at $55. $55, and Baron Cross is tied at $35. Richard, James Vasquez bid came in ahead of yours. New vintage stuff here. Buy it now, best offer, including Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. Sting is $29.99, Shrink and Hype. And we have Bay City Rollers, It's a Game. Bay City Rollers is $9.99. Adam and the Ants, Dirk Wears White Socks, and this is $24.99. And then over here, this is Pass to Michael, I Have It. Okay, so actually, Michael McDade, you are going to be getting bought the Hoople. Sell that to Michael McDade for $15. The coin, yeah, it's 5 rubles. It's a 5 ruble, $18.99. $18.99, 5 rubles. Has Nicholas II on it. It's got a really cool, like, coat of arms on the back. Yeah, very cool. $18.99 gold. Russian. 5 rubles, Nicholas II. $575. Over here we have Tom Sullivan on Dirk. Adam, thank you, Tom Sullivan. That's so to you. Ozzy's got a new bid for $58. We got Brian Adams, Into the Fire. Shrink and Hype, $19.99 on that. And Superstar, Marvin Gaye. This is a 2 LP compilation. Marvin Gaye, $29.99. Shane Landolt on Bay City Rollers. That's so to Shane. And the Go-Go's, Vacation. The Go-Go's is $19.99. So Savage Steel, 55 of Chase Arnold. Did anybody else bid since then? That's got to be getting close. Rydell, you were outbid on Ozzy. It's at 58. And Baron Cross is at 50 with James Vasquez. Richard Davis, you've been outbid. William Warner's at 55. Rydell says, give me that Marvin Gaye. That's sold to Retro Class Entertainment. The Cars is $34.99. Red Electra label, beautiful copy. The Cars, moving in stereo. Shannon Mashaka gets Brian Adams for $13. And we got Van Halen, $44.99, an OG copy of 1984. Very, very nice. John asked about Adam a while back twice. John, did Adamant friend or foe sell? Not if the inner sleeve. That's a different Adamant. He's probably referring to this one here. It is still available, $24.99. It is still available, and it has the original inner sleeve. Sorry I missed that. That's a different one. And the inner sleeve is included, yes. Yes, it is. Sorry, I missed that twice. I've probably missed a lot tonight. 3 auctions going on. Great crates, and a lot of other stuff as well. We have Peter Frampton, Shrink and Hype, $9.99 on Peter Frampton, and Pointer Sisters. This is Twisting My Arm. That's a 12-inch single, $9.99. Okay, Baron Cross is now at 60. Savage Steel's at 56. And then Ozzy is with Michael McDade at 58. I'm going to make sure Rydell's done bidding. So that has a new bid. That has a new bid. And we have info on box tops. I think that was right back here. Let me see, that was, let's see here. That one's called Nonstop. There is some writing on the cover. It's a Unipack design sleeve. It's on the Bell label. Super nice vinyl. Bell sound in the dead wax. Looks like it's a Monarch. Cover would be VG because of foxing, discoloration, and some writing, but the vinyl's clean. EX Plus or better. All right, Baron Cross is at 65. We had Scorpions. Wow, in the crate, Shrink and Hype, $36.99 for Savage Amusement. Bright Adams Cuts Like a Knife is $19.99. And the Primitives. The Primitives is $34.99. Baron Cross is at $65. Savage Steel is at $60. And then Ozzy, the last bid was out, and that means Ozzy is sold to Michael McDade for $58. Sold to Michael McDade for $58. That is sold, okay? John Smetzer on Adam. He gets this one here he was asking about for $19. Baron Cross is at $75. The box tops was $19.99. And Cosmo Kramer gets the Scorpions. Sold to Cosmo Kramer. Okay, now we need another new auction then. Next auction, let's pull something from the high-end tab. Iron Maiden, 7th son of a 7th son, an 88 U.S. Specialty OG. This is EX in shrink, a $55 start. $55 start. Iron Maiden, seventh son of a seventh son. $55 start on that. Patrick Lear gets the box tops for $12. The Who is an OG pressing of Who's Next. It's on Decca. Probably a VG Plus cover. The vinyl's EX. And this is $34.99. This coin here, let me get a good look at it. This coin here would grade somewhere around, well, for bullion purposes, the way they usually categorize these, this is EX. This is extremely fine. It has great detail on the coat of arms, and there's very little loss of detail. It's yeah, it's got very little loss of detail. I mean, it's extremely fine. Michael McDade on Van Halen for $35. That's sold to Michael McDade. And Savage Steel, Doug Reader's out, sold to Chase Arnold for $60. Baron Cross is at $90. William Warner's out. And then Iron Maiden is a $55 start. Okay. $575 on the gold. Let me step over here and grab our next crate, next auction. Anybody else? Probably could just read through the title. Actually, yeah, let me read through the titles one more time. I think what I'm going to do, I think I have compiled a metal crate that has only been gone through once. That's we could do for best offer. And Laura's actually ordered some other new stuff here. You can go through that now or later. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. This crate here, I don't think's ever been gone through best. It has other stuff too. It has Rush albums. It's got everything. I don't think we've ever, it's a Laura or Paul crate. We never went through best offer. Okay. Iron Maiden is seventh son. It's an 88 US OG in shrink with the original inner sleeve. We're about to keep rolling here with fantastic new stuff. I think it's time we show the magazines again. We started the show with magazines. We got great metal magazines over here as well. We went through them and we sold about 2/3, and we have a little bit more left over here. And then here's what's left in here. Savoy Brown, if you need a price, let me know. Supertramp, Glenn Fry, Bob Dylan the Band, Steve Miller Band, Billy Idol. We had Sinatra, Genesis, Elton John, ZZ Top, Chicago, Johnny Cash, Hall & Oates, Leonard Skinner, The Beatles, Chicago, Mothers of Invention, Jackson 5, The Hollies, Robert Palmer, Frank Zappa, Mike Oldfield, The Who, Katrina and the Waves, Orleans, Candidia, Sting, Go-Go's, The Cars, Peter Frampton, Pointer Sisters, Brad Adams, The Who, and The Primates. And Nathan Carter, The Outlaws, already sold. Baron Cross is officially sold, and that's sold to James Vasquez for $90. James Vasquez gets this for $90. Let's put that away. Iron Maiden has one bid with Weasel for $55. That's a nice OG copy in shrink, $55. Next auction. Now, if you've been requesting something, you might want to keep reminding me. And I think we had a question for Malice, right? When I get ready to sell something, you go ahead and say, Chad, reminder about blankety blank. And I will gladly put up blankety blank. You'll have to keep reminding me. Sometimes I can remember. Sometimes I forget which is specific title. And then sometimes there's about 12 blankety blanks that's been requested. And we got to do them one at a time. Here's Malice, or 3 at a time. Malice License to Kill is an 87 specialty OG. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. We have a request for Leatherwolf. I'll get that one on deck, okay? Fire Seth. Golly. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Yeah, we hadn't been through these best offer. Slayer, Soilwork, I Prevail, Santana, The Who. They've been shown. They might have even been read through twice because I put them in a video, but they have never, ever been offered best offer. Some stuff metal in here, some stuff not. And I know some of y'all the last time was itching. I mean, itching to make an offer. There was some stuff in here that was marked $27.99. And somebody was like, Chad, if you'll do 25 on that, I'll buy it right now. You have it marked $27.99. And I was like, nope, it's $27.99. Okay, then I'm out. I'll wait till it's $25. Now, that person who waited might get that record for $25, or somebody might beat them to it. Let's update these auctions. Last thing I said was Iron Maiden 55. Then it got a bid for 60. We got a request for Leather Wolf. Vlog checks the chat. I need to slip on the coin. I'll shoot your measure, of course, unless if it sells before I do. Okay. We have an offer for $525 and $550. Danny Thomason is itching to buy this coin, but he refuses to pay my sticker price. Now, if I told him $574.99, he might buy it, but it's $575. Primitive's condition. Let me go get it. Malice, $25. We got a request for Badlands. We got a request for Malice condition. EX on the vinyl VG Plus jacket. The jacket has a little bit of a gash right here, or a scratch on the jacket. All right, and then over here, we have this. Danny's wanting the gold. He's itching to make a deal. He's wanting to make an offer. He's biting on his thumb right now. God, I just want to get it. I got to get a deal on it, though. We have the Primitives. Near mint minus, original inner sleeve. Near mint minus, original inner sleeve. I'll step up front in 1 second and get the couple other coins Tanner bought. This isn't them over here. Maybe. Hold on 1 second. All right, these are all buy it now best offer. Here we go. Great knuckle pop. I'm going to mix in some magazines too. We're going to read through that stack one more time. Rick James Collected. Yeah, we've never made these best offer. Rick James Collected, music on vinyl press, already at a great price, $39.99. MOV press, those originally new were $55. Motion CD soundtrack, $19.99 for Motion CD soundtrack. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, sealed, $29.99. And then Bush Razor Blade Suitcase, pink vinyl, $27.99. I have not heard back from Curtis Marachi. So, Curtis, if I hear you correctly, you do not want to bid again on Iron Maiden. Is that right? It's at $60. And then over here, we have Malice at $26 with Doug Reeder. The Primitives is $25, and this is sold to Jay Castillo. Retro Classic gets Rick James for $35. That is sold, okay? Done and done. All these are best offer. Jake Bug live. Jake Bug is $9.99. Weasel said no. I'm still bidding on Iron Maiden. I'm in at $61. Malice is at $26. That means the first bidder, you've been outbid, and that was Scott Arnold. Scott, you've been outbid on Malice. I can't get my... Oh no, I just blocked somebody. I don't know who I just blocked, but I just accidentally blocked somebody. Oh no. Now my phone's glitching. That's not good. Sean Miller gets Bush for $23. Somebody just got blocked accidentally. Let me open this up. Let me see if I can figure this out. It might have been Mitch. Mitch T, can you comment right now? Mitch T. Dang it. Somebody, I accidentally hit that button. Well, you might have to message us. Yeah, I don't know who it was. Well, they'll find out here in a minute when they start trying to comment. I don't know who that was, but that was a mistake, obviously. Okay. All right, so let's go over here. Let's go to chat. Now, here's the problem. I have had to reset, and so now I'm lost. All my data's gone. So what happens is if I'm trying to, my phone glitched, and sometimes I click on this and I click on block list. So I think it was somebody on Twitch. So now you're officially blocked, and you had just recently commented. So you might have to reach out to us via something and let me know. I'll pull up Square emails in case y'all don't have a Facebook so I could be watching it. Let me see here. There's definitely somebody on Twitch. It wasn't anybody on Facebook, I don't think. Let me pull up Square emails. Haven't done that in a long time, but all it takes is one big miscue with my big giant finger, and then we're messed up. Okay? And we're messed up. All right, let me pull up Square emails. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. Right now, if you're bidding on these, you're technically not bidding on them until you place another bid. So right now, Iron Maiden has no bids. Malice has no bids. They're gone. They're disappeared. If you want to bid again, right now's your chance. Next auction or next record, Kiss Dynasty. Sealed $29.99, a 2014. That is sealed for $29.99. Malice is at $26. I think it was up to Scott Arnold. That's who was the other bidder. Yeah, Scott $25, Malice $26, Iron Maiden $55. Iron Maiden $55, Malice $26, new auction. I think we're back and rolling. Next auction is At War. No, that wasn't requested. I forgot about some of the stuff people's been dying for me to put up. Leather Wolf. Leather Wolf is our next auction. Leather Wolf is an 84 USOG EX edition, a $20 start. It has the original under sleeve, $20 start on that. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Even, it's a Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. Unopened, $29.99. And Motion City Soundtrack, Commit This Memory, $19.99 on Motion City Soundtrack, okay? Next is Malice, sold to Doug Reader for $26. Iron Maiden's at $55. Whoever else was bidding against Weasel, just so you know, you're done. And then Michael McDade has Leather Wolf for $25. And we have filled up another crate, so let me swap these out right quick. I'm going to put that right there. And we've got our second full crate of the night. Let's try to fill up 5 or 6 of them, maybe 7 or 10. That would be fantastical. I don't know who I blocked, but hopefully they're going to let me know pretty soon. Let's move over here. And okay. First thing we have is this. A request for Dawkins. Leather Wolf has 5 tracks. 5 tracks on Leather Wolf. It's now at 27. Dennis Jackson on Jake Bug. Let me find that one. He's talking about this right here. That's sold to Dennis Jackson for $7. James Rainey on Charlie Brown. That's sold. And now Iron Maiden is sold. And Iron Maiden is sold to Weasel for $55. Okay? Sold to Weasel for $55. Let's put that away. And let's put that right here. Now, we're at Leather Wolf, 27 now 30. And then our next auction is Dawkins. And this is Dawkins Beast from the East. Dawkins, an 88 US Allied. That's the pressing plant. It's OG. It has the original company inner sleeves from Electra. Does have a saw mark down here. Gatefold, nice copy. Dawkins is a $30 start. $30 start on Dawkins. We also have Ray Wiley Hubbard, co-starring too, green vinyl, sealed for $19.99, and Septic Flesh Communion, $29.99 for Septic Flesh, gold vinyl. Traveler Termination Shock. Traveler's a 2020 press, $19.99 for that. And then Odds of Gemini. That's a split. The other band is Vermipire. It's 2012 brown vinyl, $14.99 on that. And then the Who's Endless Wire. That is a 2006 OG sealed, $74.99. These are all buy it now or best author. Best author? The best author, that would be Mark Twain. And then we have Leather Wolf now at 40. Dawkins has bids for 20, 30, and now 35. The Russian coin is still available, $575. 3.87, it's 4.3 grams. 4.3 grams, 3.87 grams of gold. Yeah, I think that's what you asked earlier. Okay, and then what was about to happen? I have this. We have Overkill Ironbound, sealed $99.99. I think I missed something too. Yeah, Masterma on odds. Odds of Gemini, that's sold to Masterma 666. And then we got Overkill, the Electric Age. First time these have been offered as best offer. This one's sealed, $59.99. So Overkill 100, Overkill 60. Dawkins at 40, Leather Wolves at 45. Leather Wolves at 45, Dawkins at 40. And now our next auction is going to come from the what crate? The bonus crate. As soon as I take this stack of miscellaneous over here that has sold. We've sold the Black Label Society box. We've sold the Injustice box. We've sold the Black Album box. We've sold the Guns N' Roses chest. That's not a box, that's a chest we sold for Guns N' Roses. And now I can get over here to these a little bit better. And I'm going to move the only no bid box. And let's get to our auctions here. Here is an unadvertised gem, okay? Great White. This one's called Psycho City. Unadvertised, Great White, Psycho City. A 92 euro original. Strong VG. There's only one listed for sale when we tag this for $350. This one is a strong VG with a VG cover, $185 start. All right. First thing is this. Danny Thomason put Steinbeck. He put Steinbeck. Danny Thomason commented the word Steinbeck. Leather Wolf got a new bid for 45. Tim Rory's out on Dawkins. Overkill Ironbound, Richard Bradshaw, $75 sold. Okay, and then I don't think I've missed anything else, right? Let's keep going. J.J. Kell Naturally. This is a 2011 Music on Vinyl Press, $34.99. Aaron Jolly, you need the Russian rubles. All you got to do is say sold, and we can bring out the air horn again. I would love to do it. Santana Z-Bop. Santana's an 81 half-speed master, $29.99. And then Thin Lizzy, Live and Dangerous. Thin Lizzy's a 2011 remaster. That's a 2LP EX, $27.99 on that. And we have Amazing Journey, The Story of the Who, a 2008 USOG VG Plus condition, $24.99. Leather Wolves at $55. The last bid that came in on Dawkins was Michael Baker at $40, and Great White is $185. $185. Great White Rose Motel, $185 start on that one. I prefer the writings of Rava. Oh, sorry, I was stretching. That was a good stretch. Carol Puckett gets the Who for $15. And then we have Massacre from Beyond. Massacre is a 2018 reissue. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle at the top. $24.99 for Massacre. I Prevail, Heart vs. Mind. That's on yellow vinyl, $24.99. And Slayer, Decade of Aggression Live. Now, this is pre-owned at $29.99. If we had to order that new, I would have to price it $44.99. Okay, over here, we have this. We have Leather Wolf at $58 of Michael McDade. Masterma on Slayer. Dawkins is sold. Dawkins is sold. And Dawkins is sold to Michael Baker for $40. Okay, that is sold. Let's put this away. Time for a new auction. Chad's ready for his first monster of the night. I have not had one. I've had about 3 cans of Diet Coke. A gigantic cup equivalent from Chick-fil-A, and then I refilled it. So that's probably about 2 cans. Charlie Buck on Massacre for 20. And then we've got Desultory Death Metal on Green Splatter, $19.99. Neil Young Peace Trail, $19.99. Great Whites, I buy it now for $185. That one's called Psycho Cafe. If you want to go get another one right now, cheapest available is $350. Great price on that. Leather Wolf is at 60. Leather Wolf's at 60. Dennis Jackson wants to see the Jake Bug again. Jake Bug live at Silver Platter, Seattle, Washington, January 20, 2014. Here comes the coveted Badlands. If y'all have been watching Coletco for a long time, y'all know the story on this record. This is incredible. This record here, I've had a couple people in the chat before say, hey, buddy, you just want to show up at Coletco? We'll get out in the parking lot and literally fight for this thing. Okay, I'll put anything up I need to. My house, my car, my wife, my kids, anything to obtain this record, I will give my soul if I have to. This is it. This is Badlands. Y'all know the story. I've seen some people literally get done bidding on this and their face was all bloodied. That's how intense of a record this is about to be. Hope everybody's ready. Have you buckled up? Go ahead and tighten up your shoelaces. Put on the heaviest coat. It's cold outside and you're about to go into battle. This is Badlands. This is a 1989 U.S. Carrollton OG club copy. Super clean. And here's what's crazy. This particular pressing right now, there's not even any for sale on Discogs. 0 for sale right now. An 89 U.S. Carrollton OG club copy, near mint, $95 start on Badlands. In shrink. Get ready. Here it is. Leather Wolf. The last bid, Michael McDade, $65. Michael McDade, $65. Vladarchuk coming in on the gold coin. Sold $575. Goodbye, Nicholas II. 5 rubles of gold going to the Vladarchuks out on the West Coast. Done. Sold. See you later. Here we go. Next is 1999. This is Adamar Ramelich. What did I just say? Adamar Ramelich, Grip of Darkness. This is 1999. So Leather Wolf's at 70. Badlands is at 160. And our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is Ozzy. Let's chill things out with a nice Ozzy Bark at the Moon. Ozzy is an 83 U.S. Carrollton OG, original inner sleeve, EX. Nice. Bark at the Moon. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Bark at the Moon. $35 start on Ozzy. Thank you, Vladarchuks, and everybody else that was interested in it. I'll dig out a couple other coins over here in just a second. I don't know if those people are watching, and I wonder if Brandon Jones is watching. Brandon Jones. Brandon Jones. I wonder if he's watching. Over here. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Over here we have Zeppelin 3, Seal, $24.99. Also, we have Rush, Roll the Bones. That's $24.99 for Rush. And Ghost Skeleton. Ghost is sealed, $29.99, folks. $29.99. All right, so over here, Leather Wolf. It looks like we were done. It's about to be sold to Nick Bargeron for 70. Michael McDade bid 72. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Badlands has hit 205. Badlands has hit 205. Ozzy doesn't have a bid yet. $35 start on that one. Next is Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd is unopened, just $24.99. And Guardians of the Galaxy is on red and yellow vinyl, $19.99. And we have Molten, Dystopian Syndrome, $19.99. Also, I think there was a bid on offer on this one. Was this an offer to Scott 10? I'll do it for 14 if you want it. I'll do it for 14. Up to you, though. Leatherwolf, 75. Still getting bids. Michael McDade, you're out. And Solicitor. This is called Spectral Devastation. Solicitor, $24.99. Stephen Parton on Guardians for 15. Sold. And we have Rotting Christ, Thy Mighty Contact. $27.99. Rotting Christ. This one here is sold to Scott Arnold for... Oh, wait a minute. He said 12. Let's wait till the end of the crate. I'll make a decision at the end of the crate. We have Cutthroat, $69.99. 2005 U.S. first and only time ever on vinyl. Original released in 1987. So in 87, when that came out, I guess it was what? Cassette only? CD only? It never was pressed on vinyl until that pressing. Leatherwolf, Nick Bargeron, 75. What about Badlands over here? Now Leatherwolf, 78. Jersey Devil's out. It looks like we've slowed down at 205. Danzig, it's up to you. He's out. We may be done. And Ozzy only has one bid for 35. Okay, we have Death, The Sound of Perseverance. This over here is going, it's on green vinyl, $34.99. And over here, we've got Exgression. This is bannerless. Exgressor. Exgressor, $14.99. And Iron Butterfly, live in Copenhagen, 1971. Sealed, $19.99. Death, J Neutra, $28. And Haunt, H-A-U-N-T, Beautiful Distraction, $19.99 on that. All right. 5-second countdown on two auctions. Badlands, 205, and Aussie, 35. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, closed. Retro Class, Rydell Martin on Aussie, one bid, $35. Bark at the Moon. And then Badlands, got a bid, but I've already said closed. This is sold for $206, $205 to MT Map. Okay, sold. Michael, already sold it. You got beat by the countdown. Leatherwolf is 78 with Michael McDade. All right. New auctions. Gold, great investment. I have been buying and selling collectibles most of my life. About everything I've ever dealt in, since I've been doing this, I have watched it do nothing but go up in value and honestly outbeat the price of inflation with gold, vinyl, sports cards, autographs, anything, coins, anything that I've ever bought and dealt in. I think everything I have ever sold has pretty much outpaced inflation. So what does that mean? That means buying a lot of these collectibles, whether it's gold, vinyl, autographs, that money is doing better for you in a collectible investment right now based on the last 15-year results than it would be in just cash, just sitting in a 1% savings account or whatever. About the only other thing you could do with it is match it somewhere in the market, or probably, your own, investing in yourself like in your own business or something. So about everything I've sold, especially with coins, I've seen returns just since I've been dealing in them, now in the 2 and 2.5 range on this gold and silver from 5 years ago. So pretty incredible to watch. So long story short, not only are we here for collecting music and loving music, but honestly, in my opinion, the way the collectibles market is, if you have extra cash to buy stuff with, vinyl, coins, gold, whatever, art, it looks like it's outpacing just about anything right now, especially if it's something you can buy and collect. So it's pretty crazy. So 86 USOG, and you could talk about anything. Star Wars collectibles, Pokemon, I mean, a lot of people's like, man, why are you buying a bunch of that stuff? Well, it's probably honestly better right now than just about anything, especially like a savings account. That's like probably about the worst thing right now. So we have Rat Dancing Undercover, an 86 USOG, 86 USOG specialty press, near mint minus, Rat Dancing Undercover, $35 start. That's now up for bid. The last bid on Leather Wolf was the following. Nick Bargeron at $79, okay? Nick Bargeron, $79. Rat is now up for bid. We have a putback on Jake Bug, and we're about to go over here. We're about to go over here and put up, somebody asked for Raftchild. Was that the next one? Raftchild. Raftchild, crypto. I guess it depends on when you bought it. If you bought it at 100,000, I don't think it's doing too well right now. But if you bought it when it was virtually nothing, you're probably a multimillionaire over. Raftchild. Here's Raftchild. Okay, Raftchild, this is Climbing the Walls. This is Raftchild America Climbing the Walls. 89 USOG. Out of print on vinyl ever since. This has never had a reissue. Wow. Climbing the Walls, a $50 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, and then Leather Wolf was up to anybody else. Right now, Nick Bargeron has it for $79. Now Michael McDade, $80. We got Target, Mission Executed. Target's on orange vinyl, $19.99. And we have Carcass, Surgical Steel. Carcass is $24.99. Wow, that's a pretty good solid crate to buy at now best offer. Maybe I should start charging for financial advice. Buy every disposable penny of income you have to everything Collectico sells. That'd be that's my best financial advice. Every penny you earn, buy something from Collectico. Slayer. I don't think there was a Slayer in here. No. John McPatriot said sold. Let me figure out what's happened. We have Leather Wolf 80, Raftchild 50, Raftchild of 50. Did you sell Baron Cross? Nick, I'm pretty sure you won the auction. Would you take 150 for Great White? Can I see Great White? Slayer $20, Raftchild 55, Raftchild 56. Great White is called Psycho City. It's a VG. The only one for sale is $100 or $350, $185. I'm asking $185. We got an offer for $150. Jeff Brindley has dibs. Okay. We'll see what happens on that. Richard Davis, Target, $20, sold. There is no Slayer record in here. Okay. All right. My investments, you're looking at them. This business, collectibles, y'all know all the stuff I buy and collect, and the rest of it in the market. That's what I do. The market, as in the stock market, this business, and collectibles. That's my investments for future savings. I'm pretty much in three places: my own business, my own personal collectibles, and the stock market. That's what I buy every day. Leather Wolf, $65. Rat is a $35 start, and Raftchild is at $61. Okay? All right. Great faith in the stock market. Hopefully. Okay. Let's go through I have another metal crate. Let me see if this one's been gone through recently, or we'll see. I have a sticky in the front of it, which means I don't think I've took offers on those. You know what? I really just don't remember. This is a lot of metal, so what do y'all think? Go through it? I have a feeling there's metalheads watching, right? Okay. Leather Wolf is the one that's been up for a long time, and it's sold to Michael McDade for $80. Okay? Wrathchild's at 72. Rat did not get a bid. Rat did not get a bid. This is a $35 buy it now. Great White, Jeff Brindley, if you want this, I'll do it for $175. Okay? $175. Sell this to Scott Arnold for $12. Carcass Surgical Steel is on red and black splatter, $24.99. Pink Floyd is sold to James Young for $20. Great crate here. Fantastic stuff still left. We've got Motion City Soundtrack. The Rolling Stones is sealed, a reissue, $29.99. Kiss, Motion City Soundtrack, Ray Wiley Hubbard, Septic Flesh, and Traveler. Next thing I've got is right here. This is Merciful Fate, Don't Break the Oath. Merciful Fate is an 86 US EMW, OG VG Plus, a $35 start for Merciful Fate. About a VG cover, $35 start. C-Buck on Carcass for $20. Sell that to Charlie Buck for $20. Sell Jeff Brindley, Great White, for $170. Rat is our only no bid then, except for the really expensive stuff. Iron Cross is $2,000. Aussie is $1,275. Merciful Fate has a bid for $35. And then I think we're good to go. The Who Endless Wire, Overkill The Electric Age, J.J. Kell Naturally, Santana Z-Bop, Y&T, Thin Lizzy, I Prevail, Heart vs. Mind, Desultory, Neil Young, Zeppelin 3, Rush, Roll the Bones. So over here, Wrathchild, Richard Davis had it for $80. I told the info on Rolling Stones. We sold Carcass. Hell, everyone, I was watching on Facebook and the entire Coleco page disappeared. I cleared cache and relogged. Still people can post. Can you watch on Twitch and Facebook, Craig? What songs on RWH? Merciful Fate 35. Merciful Fate 35. Price on second MCSS. What is RRS? Chad, tell me more about MLL. Man, I don't know what any of these abbreviations are. Kiss is Christina. This is a Seal 2014, $29.99. More information on WAAAR. What is ZEP 111? Zeppelin 3 is sealed, $24.99 remastered. Wrathchild 85. Merciful Fate 37. Price on Thin Lizzy. Christina Curtis. This is right here, Live and Dangerous, EX $27.99. Okay? So I want to make sure I'm clear. In the last 5 minutes, there's been about, I don't know, I'm not even sure. I'm still trying to get caught up. Every time I'm down at the bottom, there's this more and more activity. Merciful Fate is at 40. Price on Motion City Soundtrack, commit this to memory. I don't think I've seen this much activity in the chat in a long time. $19.99 on Motion City Soundtrack. Okay. Rush is Roll the Bones, $24.99. Rat Details. Not me. Answer the question, the Brian. 15 on Motion City. Sell this to James Rainey for $15. What is the Iron Cross? What is the Rat? Who has the Hyben on Wrathchild America? Okay. Michael Snare said sold. He gets Rush. Okay. Christina gets Thin Lizzy, 20 sold. Christina gets Kiss, $20 sold. Put back Jake Bug. Iron Cross is $2,000. Aussie is $1,275. Rat is an 86 USOG specialty, inner sleeve, near mint minus vinyl, VG Plus cover, has an old retail sticker that could be removed. That's the only no bid, $35. Wrathchild America, about 15 minutes ago, got its last bid. And that was Richard Davis at $80. He's had that for 6 minutes. Sold for $80. The last bid on Merciful Fate . The last bid on Merciful Fate was Paul Cruz at $40. Jim Cooper's out. An 86 US EMW OG camouflage label, original inner sleeve, VG Plus. Flag on Wrathchild. I thought I had it for $85. You probably did. There has been so much activity in the last 5 minutes, I really don't know who has dibs on anything right now. I have no clue. Let me go back up here and try to find the last activity. Wrathchild America 70, Wrathchild America 72, Wrathchild America 80. MT Matt bid $85, and it was on the board here. Richard Davis, he in fact did place a bid. That was right after 3 people asked how much this was, and then 3 more different people just asked how much this was. This is sealed, a remaster, $24.99. That somebody, there's been like a flurry of Led Zeppelin. Okay? Somebody needs to buy that ASAP. So, okay, what I got to do, Richard Davis, this is with MT Matt at $85. And I may have even said that at one time. I just lost his comment somewhere. My goodness. Okay? Now, I also never did read the title for Ray Riley Hubbard. It's called Co-Starring 2, Green Vinyl, 1999. Merciful Fate is sold for $40. This is sold for $40 to Paul Cruz. Ray Riley Hubbard does not have Snake Farm on it. That is the only song I know by him. Snake Farm. I promise it's not on there. Okay, so MT Matt says pass to Richard. And then Richard says MT Matt can have it. MT Matt, it's yours if you want it for $85. Richard's saying he was out and you had it. It's yours if you want it. Okay, so it's rightfully yours. Now, sorry, everything's come to a screeching halt. Let's put up some new auctions. Now, before I go any further, I just read through all these, and here was the prices. Or here was the titles. Ray Riley Hubbard, Zeppelin 3, Neil Young, Desultory, I Prevail, Santana, J.J. Cale, Overkill, The Who, Traveler, Septic Flesh, The Rolling Stones, and Motion City Soundtrack. Now, I'm not going to read anything else until I make sure I've covered everybody on that one. All right, so do keep this with Richard Davis for $80. We've reached an agreement. Let me go ahead and put up 2 more auctions. Sorry for the massive confusion. We're back on track, though. That was like the most insane amount of and it wasn't really like nonsense questions. It was just like, we just sold like 10 records out of there. It was all happening at once. And then questions about no bids. That was pretty insane. That would be worth like going back and rewatching that. I don't know if I've had that happen in a long time. Wow. An unadvertised record, Savatage Sirens, the original cover. A U.S. reissue around 1985, Camo Combat label, okay? Solid EX, $55 start, Savatage. It does have a little bit of a corner ding, $55, Savatage. Dennis, I've put back Jake Bugg. It's been put back. It's right here. I did it so fast you didn't even see me do it. Jake Bugg is $9.99. We've sold this twice. It's been put back twice. That means it's officially cursed. I wouldn't buy it either. $9.99 for Jake Bugg. We have Ghost Skeleton. That's their newest album. Foil cover, pink vinyl with that transparent overlay, sealed, $29.99. Coming from the advertised auctions, I still have Nuclear Assault to run. This one's called Brain Death. Nuclear Assault. Almost said Nuclear Assassin. That would be a cool name too, Nuclear Assassin. How about Nuclear Assault, Brain Death? This is an 86 USOG. It's on the camouflage label as well. EX, it's a 3-track, and that's a $25 start. Mitch T gets Led Zeppelin. Great price. I mean, these new are $30, you know. This is sold to him for $19. All right, moving on. We also had Molten, Dystopian Syndrome, $19.99. Solicitor, Spectral Devastation, $24.99. Rotten Cross, The Mighty Contract, $27.99. Cutthroat is $69.99. Axe Gresser was $14.99. Iron Butterfly, sealed, $19.99. And Haunt, Beautiful Distraction, $19.99. Now, I know Justin Deckelman and maybe somebody else was very curious if there's any more straight price metal crates. Here's what I have in stock for crates tonight. There's a brand new sealed crate full of vinyl that Laura ordered. I think it's mostly Christmas stuff. That will be much later, if not even for tomorrow, but I'm sure we'll read through it at least once tonight. The second thing is Paul has marked 2 more crates. I see Dust, I see Metal Church, I see Smashing Pumpkins, I see Willie Colin, I see some Indie, I see some 50s, I see some Dolly. That's what we're going to go through next, and then there's another crate like that. The best crates I have left are the 2 new arrivals from Paul. That's all brand new stuff, never shown, and there's some good titles in there. We're about to do those back to back, and then we'll do another metal crate best offer, but it's stuff we've already shown. Now, Craig Sweden, I have in the background been reading your comments, okay? I've been reading your comments here. I've been reading your comments there. Craig evidently got blocked, I think, when I messed up the restream. Okay, so, Craig, I don't know really how to do it right now without, let me text Tanner and Jake, without me deleting my chat, and then I'm lost again, and then I have to completely restart the show, okay? So let me text Tanner and Jake and see if they can log into Restream. And, you know, at some point, Craig, I think they gave me a link where you could just log into Restream and do this, because let me figure this out. Can we check Restream to see if I blocked Craig Sweden? Now, this is like the 3rd time I've done this to Craig. Did I mean to block Craig Sweden? No, not at all. But what happens is my big fat fingers accidentally press. Let me show you how easy it is. Kenny Roll, I'm going to use you for an example. Okay? Now, if this chat shifts and I accidentally hit that add block, then whoever that was in that position right there gets blocked. And so sometimes I've accidentally hit it, but then the feed shifts and I don't know who got it. I don't know who got the axe, and that's obviously a mistake. I don't mean to do that. So, Kenny, you're not blocked. I hope not. Sorry, Kenny. Okay, first thing we have. I missed it. John McPatriot on M. John McPatriot, M for Moulton, right? John McPatriot, is that not right? You put an M, I'm assuming, for Moulton. Ed Riviera got Hunt. Sold to Ed Riviera. And then Weasel Hunt has already been sold. Savatage 68, Savatage 70, Savatage 75, Savatage 73. Nuclear Assault is at 30 with Kenny Roll. He's the only bidder, going once, going twice. Okay? Hope y'all ready. These are all new arrivals. Sticker price from Paul. This is a good one. Chad needs a monster. As usual, Thursday night never disappoints. An insane night. I'm going to step away by putting up an autograph. I don't know a lot about this, but it looks like something y'all would definitely want to bid on. This is Spread Eagle, the band, an autographed drumhead, JSA authenticated, $155 start. $155 start. Spread Eagle, JSA authenticated, $55 start. Spread Eagle autographed drumhead. Man, I've almost messed up my chat here again. Oh, I did. Oh my gosh. My phone. Oh gosh. Okay, no, I'm good. All right, I found it. Yeah, there is on Restream, but the only way I can get to it, I have to delete my chat, which I almost just accidentally did. Whew. Wow. Busy night. I need 2 brains for this show. I'm going to need 2 brains. Spread Eagle, 155. Let me step up here and check my fridge situation. Holy moly. Dark chocolate. If I don't get an energy drink in me, this show might come to just we might just have to stop and go to bed. Golly, is it snowing outside? Looks awfully cold and rainy out there. You know, I could just go home, pop some popcorn, and put on The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. Tommy Lee Jones. Golly, what a movie. The Fugitive with Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones. What about Clear and what's that other one he was in? Present Danger. Okay. Whew. Nuclear Assault 30, Nuclear Assault 35, 38. So Michael Freiberger has it 38. Edwin was out. Phil was out. Price and Solicitor. Here we go. Okay. Solicitor from the last crate. And John McPatriot put M earlier, and I still don't know what that was for. I think in Moulton. But that doesn't seem like something he would buy, so I'm not for sure. Solicitor, Spectral Devastation. Red vinyl, 2020, speed metal, $24.99. Okay. So here's what we're looking at. Savatage. Savatage is a final call to Mark Steele at $75. If you're Mark Steele, you don't have this. This is Savatage Sirens. A U.S. reissue on the camo camouflage label, original jacket, not in print right now, $75. Nuclear Assault is called Brain Death. It's a 3-track EP, an OG pressing, nice, and that's at $45. And then next to those two is an autographed drum head from Spread Eagle, $155, JSA authenticated. Spread Eagle, $155 on that. Okay, Savatage is at $60. Edwin Riviera is back in, and he wants the Solicitor album. Here we go. These are new arrival sticker price. Get ready for the first one. This is a good one. Dust, Heart Attack, VG Plus, $49.99. Frank Frazetta artwork, a 72 USOG VG Plus, $49.99. These are sticker price. They were just marked today, all comped and very fairly marked. VG Plus, $49.99. Bob E. Womack. Bobby Womack, the bravest man in the universe. Look at his thumb. 2012, $19.99. Doug Reeder says, yes, I will take Dust. Edwin Riviera was second. That was almost an auction-worthy record. A Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders. A classic album, a great album. A Note from Paul, a 2015. Holy crap, we got some rap and hip-hop. Everybody chill. Don't all scream at me at once. $24.99. Next is the Ensemble Al Salam, The Sojourner. A 2020, it's a Japanese pressing, a remaster. Looks like some jazz there. $39.99. Savatage. $85. Mark Steele. Ed Riviera out. Nuclear Assault, $47. Chris Royalty on Tribe. Chris, you've bought from us before, right? I just don't think I've said your name in a long time. Spread Eagle, $155 if anybody wants it. $155 if anybody wants that. Next auction, from the advertised allotment. Still got some cool stuff in here. I got 5 records left in the high-end tab, and I'm not revealing what's in the bonus crate because it's bonus. It's a surprise. Let's go ahead and put up Kubla Khan. And Kubla Khan is called Annihilator. And this is an 87 USOG. The corner has been clipped, but it's a nice record, highly desirable. $50 start on that. Very quickly, I've got these magazines at $9.99 a piece. I'm going to show 5. And I've got a Vintage Circus magazine from 1979, Mork and Mindy. I have Metal Edge with Slipknot. I have Rip magazine with Steven Tyler, Rip magazine with Steven Tyler, and Screamer magazine with Megadeth on the cover. Those are all $9.99 each. We've sold a lot of magazines in the last 24 hours. Last night and then when we started the show, all of those are $9.99 each. Just $9.99. Over here, we've got Faith. What does this say? Faith or Fear. $34.99 Punishment Area. Uh-oh. Some straight price metal. Combat, Faith or Fear, $34.99. Savatage is at $88 of Ed Riviera. Mark Steele's out. Nuclear Assault is done with Michael. Phil Elliott, Final Call to You, $47. This is Leo Not Santelli, Another Side. This is a 2021 gold vinyl, metallic gold vinyl, $39.99. Light in the Attic. Saint, Time's End. Straight price metal in here. 86 OG and shrink wrap. Saint, $49.99. Dolly Parton, 16 biggest hits. Purple vinyl, Dolly, seal, $29.99. And Holy Terror, Terror and Submission, an 87 UK original. That one is $44.99. Saint, sold to Ed Riviera. Savatage, sold to Ed Riviera, $88. And we have Nuclear Assault, sold $47, Phil Elliott. Kubla Khan, Annihilation, no bid yet. Final call, $50 start to get a bid in on that one. We had some Metallica magazines earlier. They're already sold. Next auction, Hanoi Rocks. Hanoi Rocks back to Mystery City. An 84 USOG and Shrink EX, a $25 start for Hanoi Rocks. Next auction is the following. We have from the bonus crate, Icon. Icon is an 84 US EX Plus Green Capital label, $55 start. Doug Reeder on Faith, Fear. That's right here. So did Doug Reeder. Next, Aaron Frazier. Introducing Aaron Frazier. A 2021 purple and blue nebula colored vinyl, $29.99. Metal Inquisitor. Doomsday for the Heretic. A 2015 numbered, $24.99. Kubla Khan did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $50. Annihilation. Kubla Khan. Hanoi Rocks, one bid, $25. Icon, $55 start. Metal Inquisitor sold to Edwin Riviera. Great crate here Paul's put together. Screamin' Jay Hawkins, My Little Shop of Horrors. Record Store Day 2021, $19.99. Kubla Khan at a great price. If any of these metal auctions are selling for minimum bid, I mean, we've basically tagged them for them to go from that price and go up. And go up. Next is Poison Dollies, an 85 US, $24.99, and Country Funk 3. What do we have here? Clear with red and blue swirl. Country Funk 3, 75 to 82, $34.99. Okay. Hanoi Rocks is about to sell for $25. Icon's a $55 start. Screamin' Jay Hawkins is $19.99. These are all new arrival sticker price. We have Bardo Pond. Bardo Pond is a 2021 purple vinyl. Paul says this is great, noisy, dronesy psych. $29.99. Our next auction is called At War, Ordered to Kill. At War, Ordered to Kill. An 86 USOG VG condition, a $25 start for At War, Ordered to Kill. Danny Thomason said he will take the Screamin' Jay Hawkins. We got Red Sea Blood. Red Sea's 2019 red vinyl, $44.99. Red Sea Blood. Also, we have The Hangman's Blues, Prison Songs and Country Music, 1956, 1972, 2016 gray vinyl, $44.99. Also, we have New Orleans Soul, the original sound of New Orleans Soul, 66 to 76. That is $34.99. $34.99. So first thing we're going to do is sell Hanoi Rocks, one bid, Michael Snare, $25. MT Matt has Icon for $55. That was just about to be a buy it now. I'll make sure nobody else wants to bid on Icon because a couple people did ask what it was, starting bid, etc., etc. And Icon is at $55. Hanoi Rocks just sold, one bid for $25, unfortunately. We have Camille Yarborough, the Iron Pot Cooker, Craft Record Store Day, 2020 Record Store Day Remaster, $29.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. If you missed out on the first Iron Maiden, here's another chance. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. An 88 USOG specialty press. Original inner sleeve is included. EX Plus condition, a really nice copy with inner sleeve, $85 start on Iron Maiden. Icon, I'm going to show one more record. Hopefully you've already submitted your bid. This is called Holy Wave Interloper. Holy Wave is a 2020 Psych record, clear with blue and tangerine splatter, $29.99. And Icon is sold to MT Matt for $55. Sold. At War, $36, Jim Cooper. Let's move this one over. And then Iron Maiden is just got put down. Let's put something up from the advertised group of auctions, like Tigers of Pantang. Why does this feel so heavy? It's an 81 UK. It comes with a bonus 12-inch LP. That's why. Tigers of Pantang. We had the picture disc of this the other night as a 7-inch. This is an 81 UK original, and it comes with a bonus 12-inch single. It actually came with it. It's not like it's just a stray record. It was in there as a bonus disc. That is going to go up for a $30 start. Tigers of Pantang, Crazy Nights with the bonus disc. $30 start on that. At War has bids now at $40. Iron Maiden's an $85 start. Iron Maiden's an $85 start. Just FYI. Okay. I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Okay. Couple good stretches. Holy moly. Oh. Okay. I'm back at it. Now, MT Matt wants to pay for the Icon record, but he wants to send it to Gregory Roberts as a gift, no charge. MT Matt wants to purchase it, send it to Gregory Roberts, no charge. We can do that. Tigers 30, Tigers 30. Slayer from the last crate sold, yes. Danzig's in on Iron Maiden at 85. Tigers of Pantang 35. Another bid on Iron Maiden for 85. And now a new bid on Tigers of Pantang for 40. This has no condition notes. This has no condition notes. Continuing with this crate. Willie Colon, Costa Nostra. This is a Kraft 2020 Record Store Day release. $59.99. South Gang, Group Therapy. An unofficial press, South Gang, $34.99. I need this monster more than ever. Let's crack it open. More than ever do I need this right now. Quick timeout. Okay, we are almost at the halfway point of this show. We're in a brand new straight price crate, another one coming up next. 3 busy auctions. So as soon as Iron Maiden got a bid, 2 bids came in simultaneously. One from Danzig and one from Gregory. So Gregory, yours came in second. Danzig's came in first. Tigers of Pantang's at 47. The other one was At War. And the last bid on that, Jim Cooper went out after Andy Lane bid 40. Andy, that's about to be yours for 40. Sorry, I had to take a break. I ate a few pistachios. Last night, I went all the way to 1 a.m. without pausing at all. And I got lightheaded. It was like 1 o'clock. I was reading off 45s, and I was like, whoa, I got to stop for a few seconds. I had been talking nonstop for like 7 hours. I got almost dizzy. Steve Little on Southgate. That's sold to Steve Little. All right. Now, here we go. We also have Darren Jones and the Indications Private Space. That's a 2021 purple ripple colored vinyl. Let's see what that looks like. $19.99 purple ripple vinyl. Also over here, we have Arch, ARTCH, another return to Churchill. This is a 1989 US, $29.99. At War is sold to Andy Lane for $40. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $100. Danzig, you're out. And Danzig had bid $95 after Gregory bid $90. Now Tigers of Pantang is still at $47 with Steve Little. Everybody else is out. Arch is sold to Ken Crooker, and Ed Riviera was second. Over here is Smashing Pumpkins' Greatest Hits. Rotten Apple red vinyl. Nice. Their Greatest Hits, Smashing Pumpkins. Great price on that at $24.99 for a pre-owned copy. And then we have Megadeth, The Threat Is Real. Megadeth is a 2015 white vinyl 12-inch single. Megadeth, $14.99. Chad Snyder on Smashing Pumpkins. Heavy Load, Death or Glory. An 82 Swedish VG, $49.99. Iron Maiden is sold to Gregory Roberts for $100. Hammers Up on Tigers of Pantang. $47 with Steve Little. Clock is ticking. Clock is ticking. Next thing is Chris Royalty next on Pumpkins. Mike Straws on Heavy Load. Tony Bradford was second. Then Edwin Riviera. And now our next auction is Necropolis. 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 I think you got to say it like with one syllable. Necropolis. Contemplating Slaughter. This is an 88 USOG sealed copy. A 1988 USOG sealed copy. Unopened. $55 start. Necropolis. EX $17.99 for who? Aggressa. Aggressa. Aggressa is a 2013 press. It's called Nuclear Death Demos 1 and 2. There you have it. Running Wild. Oh, God. An 85 USOG EX $44.99. Oh, God. The last time we had one of those, World War III almost broke out. I literally had to, like, go put out some fires in the chat. I thought there were some guys going to literally, like, riot. Next auction. An unadvertised LP. Hanoi Rocks. An 81 Swedish OG. Tandem Records. Inner sleeve is included. None for sale in the United States. Hard to find record. EX condition. Hanoi Rocks. A $55 start. Running Wild is sold to Ken Crooker. Ed Riviera on Aggressa. Ed Riviera next on Running Wild. And we have Hail Bastard. Natural Order. A 1990 UK. EX condition. $32.99. Am I crazy, or did everybody's shoes in the late 80s, early 90s always look a little dirty? I've never seen anybody with a clean pair of shoes in the 90s. Maybe that was the trend. We have Tigers of Pantang at 48. Steve Little says he's out. Necropolis does not have a bid yet for 55, and I think Hanoi Rocks was also $55 start. Yes, it was. Mike Straws on Hell Bastard. Sold. Next thing over here is Metal Church Human Factor. A 2020 numbered copy on red vinyl. $14.99. And we have Havoc, the grip. Havoc is an 85 USOG VG Plus, $54.99. Metal Church is sold to Mike Straws. Hoopy was second. Ed Riviera was third. And Ruthless, Metal Without Mercy, an 85 USEP EX condition, $44.99. Ed Riviera on Havoc, sold. Then Stephen Lewis was next. Danny put PMX. Tigers of Pantane is sold to Ed Riviera for $48. In the early morning rain. Okay. Now, somebody put HR 35 Kyle. Hanoi Rocks and Necropolis are both minimum $55 starts. They're about to be buy nows, but if you for sure want it, $55. We got a whole nother Paul crate that's never been gone through. I went through that one pretty slowly and thoroughly. Hanoi Rocks does have a bid for $55. Let's go ahead and make Necropolis a buy it now for $55. Here's some more vintage magazines at $10 a peach. $10 a peach. Circus Magazine. Some chick on the front. Frank Marino, Ted Nugent. Bob Seger. Marijuana. Pure Speed Magazine. Volume 1, Number 3. Rip Magazine presents Pure Speed. And then Metal, a cream close-up with Scorpions, Suicidal Tendencies, Cinderella, Alice Cooper, and then Pizzazz Magazine with Sgt. Pepper's, the Bee Gees, and Peter Frampton. Those are all $10 a piece. Pure Speed sold to Mike Straws. In the early morning rain, the dollar hums on. All right, final call on Hanoi Rocks. Here we go. Next auction is going up right now. Here we go. Great White, twice shy. Looks like a beautiful copy. An 89 US Carrollton OG Club. Super clean, near mint minus, inner sleeve, jacket, vinyl. Everything about this is nice. $55 star. Great White. Now up for bid, okay? Hanoi Rocks just got that one bid. Sold to Michael Freiberger for $55. That is sold. Badlands is gone. $206. Sold. It almost caused a war. A war literally almost broke out. Bonham. The disregard of timekeeping. Yep. As in Jason Bonham, legendary drummer from Led Zeppelin, John Bonham's son. This is an 89 USOG, $30 start on that. Wrathchild of America is gone. In the advertised batch, I still got Demon, Sweet Pain, Smash Gladys, Tankard, Wasp, White Tiger, Destruction. Bonham just went up. Great White just went up. And then I've got some other stuff that I'm not quite ready to reveal. Not quite. Okay? There's only been 5 no bids tonight. Iron Cross, $2,000. That's a real price, and honestly, it's a pretty good price if you're looking for it. Iron Cross, $2,000. Aussie, signed, JSA'd, $1,275. Necropolis, sealed, $55. Rat, $35. And Spread Eagle, autograph, drumhead, $155. And I still got the Metallica Master of Puppets box set. Metallica Master of Puppets box set, $795. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 no bids. Ozzy, Iron Cross, and Metallica. Those combined are $4,000. I would love to sell those tonight. That'd make a pretty good solid night, right? If I could sell that, Metallica, Ozzy, and Iron Cross, I might have to pop a bottle of champagne. That'd be a pretty good night in sales. Bottoms at 31. I'm going to read what's left in here. And then we're going to go into this other crate of all new stuff. Go check out Iron Cross. That is a rare dog there. Oh, Chad's also going to stretch right quick. I'm having to stretch more tonight than normal. I'm feeling pretty good, though. Alan Hagen gets wrapped for $30. Done. Here we go. Bobby Womack, 2012 press. That one's called The Bravest Man in the Universe, 1999. The Ensemble Al Salam, Sojourner. That is $39.99, Japanese remaster. Leo Noctinelli, Another Side, Light in the Attic, gold metallic vinyl, $39.99. Dolly's 16 Biggest Hits, a Walmart exclusive purple vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Bottoms at $40. Great White's about to be a buy now if nobody bids. And we got going up for auction, White Line. White Line, main attraction, a 1991 OG pressing. A 91 OG pressing. Right now, there were none available for less than $170 on Discogs. This is White Line, a 91 Euro OG. None available for under $170. $55 start. $55 start on that. Bottom 37, bottom 40. $150 for Spread Eagle and Poison Dollies. Poison Dollies. Where was Poison Dollies at? We have Holy Terror, Terror and Submission. 87. Is that in this crate, Chad? 87 UK, Holy Terror, $44.99. Aaron Frazier, introducing Aaron Frazier, 2021 Purple and Blue Nebula, $29.99. Poison Dollies, this one right here, 85 US, $24.99. So $150. And so that would be, of course, I got to keep this sticker price. Let's see here. Let me look at this Spread Eagle. I don't know if I had any notes on this thing or not. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. You're picking up, right? Because this would have to take a little extra shipping. Let's do one. I like numbers that end in 5. 155. So basically, you buy this, I'll throw this in. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this. I'm going to say this is sticker price, and we're going to make this 130, okay? So 130, and because these are no more, no less, 130 essentially, but if you want to look at it, buy this, I'll give this to you free. What a fantastic deal. All right, so let's tag the Dollies at sticker price. All right, so sell that to Chad at 24. Let's go lay the drum head in here. Awesome display piece there. And we're going to mark this in for 130. Okay? Let's mark that in for 130. Thank you. That's done. Now, I have a Mastodon over here, but the problem is I got to figure out who signed it, and I got to remember what we sold those albums for the other night. So the other autograph I had over here was a Mastodon drum head. The problem is I literally don't have all the details on it yet. So I think it's signed by, yeah, Brett Hines. So he's the one that just passed away. This could be a pretty good piece. I hadn't really got to do a lot of checking on that, but that was my next autograph. It's a signed Mastodon drum head. That was next, JSA'd. By the way, the Michael Jackson we found yesterday was fake. Fake Michael Jackson we found yesterday. So it's going into the shredder. Okay, Bonham, $40. Bonham, $42. Bonham, $45. White Line, $55. And then nobody bid on Great White. So $55 bot now on Great White. Done. $55 bot now on that. Okay, and then who Someone said, what's the deal with Iron Cross? Iron Cross is $2,000. It's OG, nice. And then Edwin said, who claimed Roofless? Sean Sam gets Great White for 55. Chad Sar, who claimed Roofless? Roofless? Roofless. You know, I don't even know if has it been claimed? No one claimed it. It's still in here. Did you want this? Ruthless is still available. Metal Without Mercy. An 85 US EP EX 44.99. Bonham. Brian Hickson, you're out. Steve Little. Steve Little has Bonham at $45 to get back on track here. And then White Lines at $60. Our next auction is going to be Demon. And Demon is Night of the Demon. Demon is a 81 UK. No notes. So when I don't say anything, I forget to do this sometimes. That means they've graded this thing near mint minus. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. So 81 UK Demon, 25 on that. Ed Riviere on Roofless. This White Line is at $60. It sounds like this particular pressing right now, there's none listed for under 170. Now, it is a Euro edition. I don't know if there's a US edition. You know, if I did all the research on these records, I probably could tell you more about them, because as I would be looking them up, I would know stuff. So the only thing I ever have is whatever they leave me on these notes. I don't look up anything anymore. I don't tag anything anymore. I just show up and sell this stuff. But I don't think there's a US pressing of that. I could be wrong. So that means a lot of them are overseas, which means they're a little bit more difficult to get. It may have never been released in the States. I could be wrong. All right, next thing in here, we got to go through another crate, Paul's Mark. There's a lot of cool, it looks like this guy's collection. By the way, we just bought all these somewhere here in Tennessee. I think this is the stuff him and Tyler went and got yesterday, somewhere West Tennessee. I don't know, they went somewhere. And this guy had a lot of cool compilations. This one's called Country Funk 3. J.J. Cale, Conway Twitty, Delbert McClinton. That is $34.99. And then we have Bardo Pond, Amanita. That's a 2021, a Great Noisy Droney Psych album, $29.99. Bonham's now at $50. White Line's at $65. Demon doesn't have a bid yet. $25 start on that. Red Sea Blood, $44.99. And then Big Scary Dave says info on Holy Terror. There's a U.S. Club edition. Okay, Club. See, I don't think it was sold in stores. Just a Club edition. I think that was, well, you could only order that through a catalog through the Club. I don't think in 91 this was anywhere sitting on a store shelf in the United States. So in 91, if you walked in a record store in the United States, the only way they could get this is if they imported it. That was not sold in the United States at retail shops. Hangman's Blues, a 2016 gray vinyl, $44.99. New Orleans Soul Comp, $34.99. Camille Yarborough, the Iron Pot Cooker, $29.99. Also, Holy Wave Interloper, $29.99. Willie Colin, $59.99. Darren Jones, $19.99. And Mega Death, The Thread is Real. That's a 12-inch single, white vinyl, $14.99 on that. All right. Ed Riviera, Red Sea, $35. Now, these are sticker price. This is $44.99, Edwin. All these are sticker price. First time reading through. Wow. Demon can be picked up for $25. No bid. Night of the Demon, $25 on that. Night on the Demon, $25. And then White Line, Ed Riviera's out. Chris Royalty, $65. 91 Euro OG VG. Final Call Chris Royalty, $65. Now White Line, $66. Bonham's at $58. And then Danny Thomas and D for Demon. All righty. Let's go through another crate Paul's marked. All new stuff, never shown, coming up right now. Let's put up another auction. So if you ever hear me say club only, a club only release means right in the late 80s, early 90s, as y'all may or may not know, most of y'all probably lived through it. Vinyl was on the out. Shops and retail outlets was going to CDs. And, of course, by then they already had cassettes, too. So a lot of stuff was either not made on vinyl limited edition, low pressing quantity, or only sold through the club. And I think what they did is they really made limited edition pressings, had them stocked, and if they sold them through the club, they just mailed them out directly. It wasn't worth distributing to retail outlets. Hence why a lot of club copies are still sealed. They probably ever made a lot, and they might not have even ever sold them. That's what happens. An 88 U.S. Specialty OG Smash Gladys Social Intercourse, $35 start. Info on Holy Terror. Well, that's because I flipped through here and I didn't see anything called Holy Terror. But I will look again. Here it is. Holy Terror is a 1987 UK original pressing, near mint minus with the original inner sleeve, $44.99. And so fast forward 40 years later, 50 years later for some things, maybe even 60 years later, the year 2025, we're in the future, and now everybody's collecting vinyl, and things not too long ago that was sitting in a warehouse that nobody wanted, the demand is now high. What goes around comes around. All right, Paul's marked another crate here. Let's see what's in here. I have no idea, but we're about to find out. White Line is a club. Yeah, it's a club copy, which means it wasn't sold in stores. I think it's a club only. Yeah, when I say club only, that means it was never on a shelf in a retail outlet. Unless it was pre-owned or something. You know, it could have been traded in and then on a shelf, but never really manufactured and coded for distribution. Bonham is at $58. Nick Bergeron said out. We're done on this. $58 sold to Nick Bergeron. Sold to Steve Little. Sorry. Big mistake. Sold to Steve Little, $58. $58. Yeah, that's what y'all know as the Columbia Clubhouse, RCA Club. That's so in the 90s, you could have got a catalog and there would have been a lot of stuff in the catalog. Let's say 1991, you could have probably ordered a bunch of metal records through that catalog for cheap, and they wasn't being sold in stores. They was only offered in that catalog. White Line, the last bid was Phil Elliott at $72. Nobody else is in right now except Phil Elliott. Smash Gladys is at $50 with Ken Crooker. Our next auction is going to be, let's see what's up with this here. I've never had this one. Sweet Pain. Sweet Pain is an 85 USOG gold stamp promo. Original inner sleeve. $35 start. Sweet Pain. An 85 USOG green combat label. $35 start. Now, the reason metal is so popular right now, most of y'all have hit the peak collecting age when it comes to the time, the maturity level, income level, and right now, 80s and 90s is hot. To explain this phenomenon, if I don't die. Let me get a good drink of Monster. So, there's a lot of stuff that it's really tough to sell right now. A lot of the generation that may have collected or bought records from a certain era, there's still people buying them. However, there's not as many collectors anymore. So a lot of people's like, man, what's the deal with metal, Chad? You talk about metal all the time, every night. I'm like, well, for that generation that grew up with it, there's more of them right now collecting than ever before. Some just started. Some's been doing it for 10 years. Some's been doing it for 10 days. And so there's more and more collectors coming into the market. I mean, there's some people that get on here and they're like, Chad, I just started collecting records. They just got started in 2025 and they're looking for hair metal and glam metal. Well, that means one more person is going to have to get all these OGs and grails that everybody else is also looking for. So that's one more additional person looking for all these. Okay, we have Wishbone Ash Argus. 1974 UK. That is a reissue, $29.99. Wishbone Ash Argus, $29.99. Did White Line get another bid? Phil Elliott, $76. Michael Rims is at $80. Phil Elliott's out. The last bid on Smash Gladys that came in was Steve Little at $45. That's a final call. And then over here, Sweet Pain has one bid with Steve Little for $35. No. Yeah, he had Smash Gladys, Ken Crooker, $50. Sorry. We got SG and we got SP. SG is Smash Gladys. SG Smash Gladys is at $50 of Ken Crooker. Okay? And then over here, Sweet Pain just got a bid for $37, and they're still bidding on White Line. These are new records, priced as marked, first time shown, sticker price. Stuff Paul marked earlier today. They always tell who marked the crate because a lot of y'all like specific stuff. Y'all know what Laura marks, what John marks, etc., etc. Here's Sean Phillips Transcendence. Sean Phillips is $9.99. Sweet Pain, $45. White Line, $85. And Jennifer Warren's Famous Blue Raincoat. This is $24.99. Also, we have Steve Reich, The Desert Music, $14.99 on that. And we have Nude Campbell. This is an 81 Dutch OG, $14.99. And Jackson Brown, Late for the Sky. Jackson Brown is $19.99. And Duncan Brown, The Wild Places, $9.99. Jeremy, is that Jeremy Bryant, right? Glitter from the Litter Bin. That's on Steve Reich, sold. And so I think that means we're done on Smash Gladys. Phil Elliott bid $47. Phil, the bid on this was already $50 with Ken Crooker. Smash Gladys is at $50 with Ken Crooker. White Line is at $85 of Chris Royalty. And Sweet Pain is at $45 of Richard Davis. We have Ian Matthews stealing home. Ian Matthews is $9.99. You know, one thing I didn't do tonight that we showed late, we cracked open a few things of posters. And a lot of y'all didn't get to see these, so I'll bring them out right now. I'm going to show a couple quick posters. These will be shipped rolled in a tube. Here's the first one, $55, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Red Hot Chili Peppers, and down here at the bottom, it reads Live in the UK 1990. So 55, I'm going to show these and then finally get them photographed. This is Live in the UK 1990, the Red Hot Chili Peppers poster. And that one's $55. Okay, that was poster number one. I think we only showed about 4 or 5, 10 or 15 last night, maybe. So $55 on that one. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Some of y'all may have missed those. I got into about 10 tubes last night, and we have more to go through tonight. Okay, next thing we have is Arthur Brown, Vincent Crane, Faster Than the Speed of Light. That's $19.99. And then Heavy Metal Bebop, the Brecker Brothers, $14.99 on that. And then Bill Withers, Just As I Am. Bill Withers is an 85 US reissue, $29.99. All right, let me open this up, and I'm going to try to find the price on this Mastodon based on the fact that I think I sold some signed albums, and I think I know who bought it. And so what I'm going to do is try to find those and figure out what we can do here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Mastodon. And yeah, those were signed. Okay, that's what I thought. I got a good price on this. All right, so first thing we're going to do is this. We sold Reich. And then Michael Remza got Bill Withers. AAB15. AB15, A15. Everything in here is sticker price, no more, no less. White Line is sold to Chris Royalty for $85. Okay? $85. Smash Gladys is sold. Smash Gladys is sold. Ken Crooker, $50. And then Sweet Pain. Sweet Pain is sold to Richard Davis for $45. Nice. Danny does get Arthur Brown, Vincent Crane. My crate is pretty much full. Interested in Red Hot Chili Peppers? If I can I talk shipping and give them address? Yeah. So the way that would work, but probably because it's going to be additional, we'll just make a note or we'll put it into the price, 55, and then there'll be, well, if you buy this, we'll go ahead and ship it to somebody for 55. Yeah. We'll go, because you probably don't have another poster this week. So 55 shipped. You just got to make sure you let Ed know who to send it to, okay? If you do decide you want that, just let me know. Now, new auctions. Tankard. Tankard is the morning after. This guy looks like he partied a little bit too hard. Wow. Cheeseburger. He stabbed his teddy bear. Had a little bit of booze. His shoes are all dirty again. And this is an 89 USOG EX, a $25 start. Tankard. Red Hot Chili Peppers sold for $55 to Grog. Done. All right. Let's put that in here on the sold table. Nice. Big stuff being sold tonight. Still got a few high-end items I'd love to move, like Master of Puppets box set. Let's keep showing a few more things in here, like Willie Nile. Paul's marked some cool stuff here. Willie Nile, $9.99. Madonna, Like a Virgin. Madonna is $24.99. And then Joan Armatrading, The Shooting Stage. Joan Armatrading, $9.99. Next auction. Let's pull one from the bonus crate. And from the bonus crate, we've already sold one tonight. Here's another chance. Great White, Twice Shy. An 89 US Club, very similar to the last one. $55 start, original inner sleeve. Great White. So if you missed out on the other one, now you can be like, yes. And then here is another autograph from tonight. A really cool piece here. This is a Mastodon signed drumhead. Mastodon. Let me pull up the exact notes from JSA. This is going to be a $275 start. Let me pull up JSA here. Let me verify this code. Well, I'm going to verify the notes and see if they made any special notes on it. CJ12375 and 14-inch signed by 4 members. And somebody wrote Mastodon. I don't know. I was hoping they would tell me whose handwriting that was. A lot of times they can tell who actually wrote it, but it doesn't say. 275, 14-inch Evans drumhead. And I have the original box for it. I actually have the original box for the drumhead as well. So, Mastodon, signed drumhead, $275 on that. $275 on the Mastodon drumhead. Okay, very cool. And that is signed by Brent Hines, who recently passed away. I think he died in a motorcycle accident. Badlands is gone. Yes, Tankard 25 is the Great White, a club also. This Great White, I believe, was a club. An 89 US club, yes. Tankard has a bid for $30.35. On Madonna, is it a Euro copy with Get Into the Groove? No, this is a US original. US original here. Okay. Details on Brecker Brothers. The Brecker Brothers. The Brecker Brothers. The Brecker Brothers. Heavy Metal Bebop, the Brecker Brothers. No condition notes, 1978 Arista Records, $14.99. Van Morrison, Keep Me Singing, Seal, 2016 Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $29.99 on that. And Ice House, $9.99 for Ice House. $9.99. I'm going to swap out crates because this one's full before we do anything else. I'm going to leave the magazine right there that we sold. And let me grab a new empty crate. filling up some crates, having some fun tonight. Thursday night, metal night. And I'm walking in a circle trying to find my way home. I need a new empty crate somewhere. Probably get into a lot of miscellaneous stuff again tonight. I got another vintage crate from John to do next best offer. We ended up going through a lot last night. We made a big den over here selling all kinds of cool stuff I was digging out. I kind of caught a second wave and we was going through 45s, and we got Fog Hat Boogie Motel, $14.99 for Fog Hat. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes. Nice copy, it looks like. $34.99. Superb. Don't Do Me Like That. Don't Do Me Like That. The Pretenders, their self-titled album. I've got Brass in Pocket, $19.99. We're going to go ahead and make Great White a buy it now for $55. I think that's what the last one sold for. Somebody grabbed it. There might have been even a backup, so here's another chance. Tankards at $38. Edwin Riviera, you're out. Mastodon, $275, final call. And let's put up another auction. And this is coming from the bonus crate. This is Great White. It is their self-titled album. Gold stamp promo, second cover, an 84 USOG, promo stamp, VG++ EX vinyl, Great White, a $30 start. So one Great White down, another one goes up. Over here, Suicide in the Next, $9.99 on that. And then Carlos Santana, The Swing of Delight. This looks like a beautiful copy. It is $19.99. And we have John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic, a 1980 Japanese press. A Japanese press, no obi, Traffic, $24.99. Tankard has a bid for $40. Great White has a bid for $33. All right, let's grab another poster over here. Next poster is, what was this one? Oh yeah, I had to look this one up. This one's I think I said $155. This is a real AC/DC poster, tour poster, with Dokken on it. AC/DC, special guest Dokken, Force Vorce National, Europe Tour, 88. AC/DC, I think, yeah, 155 on that one. AC/DC, special guest Dokken, Force Vorce National, and then it says Europe Tour 88. Very nice condition, too. 155 on AC/DC. Very cool poster there. Frame some of these up, decorate your music room, your living room, your house. Depends if you've got it depends if your wife likes decorating with like roosters and like home interior stuff, or if she likes AC/DC posters. And by the way, Mastodon is a buy it now for $275. Mastodon, $275. Or you could be like me, a single bachelor at age 29 that has a house that literally looks like a music museum and a Lego museum. We have Led Zeppelin 4, sealed, $24.99. Tankards at $40. Jim Cooper's out. Only one bid on Great White. 10cc Deceptive Bends. 10cc, $14.99. 10cc. And we have Marilyn Monroe. She is nude. And this is the Essential Masters 2017 pink vinyl, $29.99. Paul had to cover her up. That's, of course, the famous centerfold from the first Playboy magazine, $29.99. Not that I've ever looked at it or anything. Can I see the Tankard again? This is Tankard. It's called The Morning After. It's an 89 USOG, original under sleeve, EX condition. Final call to Ed Riviera for $40. Great White got one bid, $33, sold to MT Matt. $33 for the 33 and a third. That's sold to him. Okay? Next thing over here is the following. We have Kayak Royal Red Bouncer. Kayak is a 1975 Dutch import prog album. And this is EX edition, $12.99. Our next auction is Wasp. And you got to say it like that. Wasp. Wasp is Inside the Electric Circus, an 86 US Carrollton OG Columbia Club hot copy. EX condition, a $35 start for Wasp. That's now up for bid. Next auction or next record is Patti Smith, Dream of Life. Patti Smith is EX, $17.99. And the Buggles, The Age of Plastic, which has Video Killed the Radio Star, VG minus $9.99. Tankard has a new bid for $41. The person who asked about it's out, but Danny's in at 41, and now Wasp has a bid for 35. All righty, what else do we have over here? I have going up for bid right now something a little bit different. A 1921 Morgan silver dollar. 1921, 104 years old, 90% silver, manufactured by the U.S. government. At some point, this was quite a bit of money for somebody. $40 start. $40 start on the silver dollar. Tankard's at 42. Wasp is at 35, 35, 37. Blackfoot Sioux Strangers. This is VG Plus, $9.99. Mae West. You asked to go upstairs like your Mae West. Mae West is a 66 US mono. VG Plus, $14.99. Chad Snyder on the Buggles. Video Killed the Radio Star. Sold to Chad Schneider. Over here we have Love. That's a classic. Forever Changes. A 1971 US reissue. VG condition. $24.99. Love. Wings at the Speed of Sound. Someone's knocking on the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Do me a favor. Open the door. And VG Plus $14.99. Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart. EX $12.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Rumors. And here we go again. They say you want your freedom, but who am I? Mae West is sold to Christina Curtis. Danny's out on Tankard. This is sold to Ed Riviere for $42. The Morgan silver dollar has a bid for $40. Wings is sold to Wesley Stover. Somebody's knocking on the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Wings is sold. Wasp is at 38. And the old Morgan silver dollar there has a bid with Preston for 40. Next auction is White Tiger. White Tiger is a 1986 USOG. It has 3 inserts. It's an EX condition, and this is a $35 start. Danny Thomason is in on the Morgan silver dollar at $41. $41. He's in. Let me check on something over here. I still don't know how Craig Sweden got blocked tonight, but we'll have to fix that at some point. All right, so to give you an idea, yeah, I was about to say, yeah, melt on a melt on a silver dollar today is like $45. A 100-year-old silver dollar should not be selling for melt. Okay, I forgot how expensive these things have gotten. When I put this up, I was thinking about prices like 5 years ago. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, a 100-year-old silver dollar should not be selling for melt. Luckily, there's some more bids. Preston's at $45, which is melt on this. That's crazy. That's a 104-year-old coin minted by the United States government. And it's at the melt value of the silver right now. That's literally the melt value of the silver, just a little below it. That's crazy. So it's at a great price right now, $45. Wasp was a final call, by the way. No, there's a new bid for $39, and White Tiger has bids up to $42. Next thing is Gruppo Sportivo Mistakes. Gruppo Sportivo is EX $12.99. EX $12.99. And then Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood, EX $17.99 on Roxy Music. History of Otis Redding. Otis Redding is EX $22.99. And then John McPatriot wants the Circus magazine with the chick on the cover. The one where she's in the crowd here. Sell this to John McPatriot. You got it. That's sold to him for $10. Next thing over here is Bob Seger working on those night moves. EX $17.99 for Bob Seger. And then we have Supertramp. Goodbye, Stranger. It's been nice. VG Plus $14.99. And then let's run down our auctions again. So Wasp, the last bid on Wasp was Michael Hamburger at 39. And then the silver dollar right now is at 45 with Preston Rose. Danny's out. Somebody else just bid 40. The price right now is 45, okay? And then White Tiger's at 45. So 45, 45. And then Wasp over here, the last bid was a tie. Michael bid 39 and Sean Sam bid 39. We also had Steely Dan, Katie lied, VG Plus $19.99, and we got Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys, EX $17.99. So Wasp tied at 39. He's about done. Now Tiger got a new bid for 46. Wasp has a new bid for 40, 41. The silver dollar has a new bid for 46. Master Puppets is still available. Iron Cross is still available. Ozzy's still available. That's the only no bids. And Mastodon. Mastodon was another no bid. Yeah, Mastodon is, but yeah, that's still available. Yes, sir, Bob, still available. $7.95. And just to give you an idea, I've already turned down offers of $7.40, $7.50. I think $7.95 was the price on that one. Okay. By the way, no sales tax on silver. So regardless of what state or zip code you're watching in, no tax on bullion, okay? We're actually about to show some more magazines right now. I got Circus with Peter Frampton, Circus with Steve Martin, Circus with Linda Ronstadt, Circus with a lot of people, including Robert Plant, Barry Gibb, and Gene Simmons, Hales and Horham with Atreyu on the cover, and then Livewire magazine with Stone Temple Pilots. All right, these are all $10 a piece. This is Livewire, Stone Temple Pilots, Sepultura, Hales and Horns, Atreyu, Circus, all kinds of different people, Linda Ronstadt, Steve Martin, and Peter Frampton. I'll show some others in just a second. No, there's no tax on bullion. Always make sure they've adjusted your invoice. So anytime you're buying gold and silver from us, there's no sales tax. That is state law here in Tennessee. No sales tax. That's for anybody in any region. No sales tax on any gold, silver, precious metals. You can pull up the Tennessee State Code annotated. They list everything that's sales tax exempt. I actually was one of the first persons to reach out to one of our state legislators about that. I was like, trying to get any kind of collectible untaxed would be a challenge because there'd be all, you could call anything a collectible, but I was one of the first people to say, hey, if you're buying gold and precious metals, it should not be taxed. So, yeah, you save a lot of money on that. You save a lot of money on that. So what you're bidding on that is what you're paying. Okay. Okay, where did we get to over here? There's been a lot of activity since I stopped. Wasp, I stopped after Tiger, White Tiger got a new bid for 41, Wasp 41, Tiger 48, Silver 46, John McPatriot. These are all sticker price, by the way. Everything in here. We're about to go through another bin of new stuff that will be best offer, but these are sticker price. $17.99 for Traffic. Wasp 40, Silver 47, Tiger 47, Silver 48, Silver 50, Tiger 48, Tiger 49, and Tiger 50. Okay, so Wasp is at $42 with Sean Sam. Let me make sure that's right. Yes, $42. White Tiger's at $50 of Wesley Stover. This 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, Chris Knapp has it for $50. Okay. Let's go to a new crate best offer. No tax, no tax. Oso Adventure, to answer your question, yes, this is still available for $795. And I know you're going to type out your favorite four-letter word, sold. I know Oso's about to send it, sold. Destruction's on deck. I'm going to make sure everybody's done bidding on Wasp and Silver Dollar. I know for sure they're still bidding on Tiger. Let's go through another Buy It Now Best Offer crate. And let's go through something else. Oh, we need more auctions. Yeah, Destruction's on deck. I'm going to show the rest of these magazines too. Whew, that would change our business if we didn't have to. Basically, if they didn't tax used merchandise, well, we would pretty much instantly have an increase in about 10% in sales, because I think everybody would have about 10% more to spend on everything, which would be a massive boost to the economy. But that means something's not going to get paid for. That means something's not getting paid for out there, I guess. I don't know. As I've gotten older, it's just a crazy, golly, amount of taxes I have to pay. Yeah, there's no telling how many times these have been taxed. Oh my gosh. Just think about like this White Tiger album. Let's say it's sold 5 times. It's been taxed 5 times. Golly, you know. So, yeah, they need some kind of like, yeah, anyway. That'd be that's up for a whole different, I'm sure there's another channel live right now discussing something like that. Okay, I think the Silver Dollar's done. $50 sold to Chris Knapp. Don't worry, I've got some more over here, or at least I got one more. This sold to Chris Knapp for $50. Tiger's still getting bid. The question is Wasp done? We're not done. Michael Hamburger, $44. Sean Sam, you're out on Wasp. Yeah, that's a property tax. Oh, God. Whew. Property tax. Oh, gosh. Property tax. Oh, gosh. I'm going to mute my mic 1 second. Okay. Sean Sam, it's up to you on Wasp. Michael Hamburger has it for $44. Doug Reeder has Tiger for $55. We're about to go through a new crate. Sorry, I was eating chocolate-covered raisins. Yeah, some people might be like, wait a minute, let's not. Some people might be like, wait a minute. Let's not end the government yet, because I'm employed by them. I can't pay Chad if we take away my job. Okay, next auction is Destruction. Here we go. Destruction is called Infernal Overkill. An 85 USOG direct metal mastering. EX++, near mint minus. One of the last ones from our high-end tab tonight. Destruction's a $50 start on that one. White Tiger's at $56 and Wasp is at $45. All right, these are all buy it now or best offer. Duke Ellington, $9.99. Will big bands ever come back? Duke Ellington in mono tricolor steamboat, $9.99. We have Morris Day, Color of Success. Morris Day's in Shrink with Hype, $24.99. Janet Jackson Control, $32.99. Janet Jackson's really clean, really nice. Also over here, we have Bryan Adams Reckless. It was the summer of '69. Baby, I'm Gonna Run to You. Heaven, $19.99 on that. Master Mall on DDE, that's for Duke Ellington. Master Mall coming out of nowhere. And then we got Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite, $34.99. Columbia 2i, not a Columbia 2i, RCA 2LP quadraphonic press. Wasp got a new bid for $45. Michael Hamburger's out. Excuse me. We have, that was my chocolate-covered raisin saying, Chad. We have something to say. White Tiger, $56. Destructions at $60. Mark Morris on Bryan Adams. Okay? Done. Boom, 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 boom. Do-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. And we have over here Adventures in Utopia. This is $14.99. Adventures in Utopia. Also, the Osmonds Around the World live in concerts. This is $19.99. And the outfield banging. That is not too easy to get. The outfield, original inner sleeve, $34.99 on the outfield banging. Naked Eyes, self-titled. There's always something there to remind me. Wasp, the last bid was Sean Sam at $45. I lost Michael Hamburger. Tiger is officially sold. Wesley Stover, $56. Destruction has one bid with Doug Reeder for $60. Final call. Next is The Motors. Has that original die-cut cover. Very cool cover. $19.99 on The Motors. And Mott, as in Drive On. Mott is $19.99. And Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. RCA Club Edition, C cover variant. It's even got an RCA stamp on the cover. C cover variant in the bag, $39.99 on that one. Wasp is officially sold to Sean Sam for $45, and Destruction is on its last lap. Destruction, final call, $60. Next, from the bonus crate, let's do another Poison. We've already sold one like this, just like this tonight. Here's another one. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, an 88 U.S. Club. Columbia Clubhouse, near mint minus, $45 start. Has the original inner sleeve. Poison, $45 start. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough, $19.99. And the Hollies, Greatest Hits, Pay You Back with Interest. Shrink Wrapped, No Condition Notes, $19.99. And the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, The Car Over the Lake, does have a stain over here, $14.99. $14.99. And Poison has a bid for $46. Okay. I have a buy it now. $50, a 1922 Peace Dollar. $50 buy it now, first come, first serve. We just sold one earlier for $50. There's another one. Destruction is sold to Doug Reeder for $60. Thank you, Doug Reeder. That is sold to you. Let's move Poison down. And the next one is Alice Cooper, which is Muscle of Love. The Muscle of Love album is $44. It came like this, an original brown box. It had an insert, an inner sleeve, a brown box, a disc, and yes, it's supposed to literally look stained like this. That's exactly how that's supposed to look, $44.99. Scott Oman gets the Peace Dollar for $50. All right, sold to him for $50. All right, that one's done. Let's put that over here on top of the other one. Whoever's tagging, make sure, you know, one's a Morgan, 1921. The other one's a 1922 Peace. I got full confidence in our taggers. They're very professional. Almost put that one up for auction, but I figured it'd bring about the same, and we just saved a lot of time. And our next auction is Black Sabbath, Live at Last. Black Sabbath is a 1980 New Zealand. That's a label I don't see as often. RTC, NIMS, EX Plus condition, $35 start for Black Sabbath, Live at Last. All right, so right now Poison's about to sell for $46. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Heart Magazine, $24.99. Super clean copy of that. Heart Magazine, and we got the Best of Steppenwolf, Reborn to be Wild. Gold stamp promo, Steppenwolf 19.99. And Phil Collins, no jacket required. Shrink wrap and hop sticker, nice copy, $22.99. Susudio. Poison has a new bid for $47. And there's only a handful of magazines that I have not shown a second time tonight. And that was Metal Mania for $10. Circus magazine with Eddie Vedder for $10. Prince, we've already sold one. There's one left. A memorial issue, 1958-2016. Prince, $10. And then Rip magazine with Glenn Danzig on the cover. Danzig, $10. And then Z-Rock magazine with Dio. All right. So Metal Mania, Circus, People, Danzig, and Z-Rock with Dio. These are all $10 each. Mike Straws on Metal Mania. That's sold to Mike Straws. Still got Circus with Eddie Vedder, Prince, Danzig, and Dio. Those are all $10 a piece. Great stuff there. Fantastic stuff. All right, next thing we have is The Magic of Willie Nelson, $14.99. We got Alan Hagen saying he would do 27 on the outfield. I was waiting for that. Sold to Alan Hagen for 27. And Fat Boys Wipeout. Fat Boys is $19.99, okay? So right now we got the Danzig magazine sold to Mega Blast. We have Danny offering $5 for Metal Mania. He also offered $5 12 hours ago. I told him no, it was $10. And now, Danny, you've let it slip through your fingers. Unbelievable. The Mega Blast on Willie Nelson for $10. Sell that to John Durden. Michael Ruttman wants the Prince magazine. And the Prince magazine is sold to Michael Ruttman. And we have this. So Poison over here. There's two questions about Black Sabbath. How much was Alice Cooper? $44.99. So Poison. The last bid that came in on this was Michael Remza at $47. The first bidder was Wesley Stover. I'm going to make sure Wesley Stover is done. And then Black Sabbath, Live at Last, is a 1980 New Zealand EX Plus. Right now, Chris, it's still up for bid. $35, okay? So we'll see what happens if it doesn't get a bid or doesn't get a buy now. But right now, it's still $35. We got two offers on Fat Boys, 12 and 15. 15 will be the price, Danny. It is yours if you want it. If not, it's sold to Chris Knapp. Next is the Best of Merle Haggard, shrink wrapped, $14.99. And then Jean-Michel Jarre, Les Concerts in Chennai. I'm assuming that means the concerts in China. I have never seen this before. I've never seen that one. $19.99 on Jean-Michel Jarre. And this is awesome here. Leonard Nimoy, Outer Space, Inner Mind, $34.99. The USS Enterprise, beautiful, $34.99. This is a lot nicer than I think the one I have. Wow. Okay. I love stuff like that. $34.99 on that. And then over here we have, so Poison, we can go ahead and knock that one off then. And then, Michael Remza, $47, right? So, Danny gets Fat Boys at 15. And then, no one's been on Black Sabbath. If you for sure want it. I know right now there's definitely two people interested. So, before you lose it on the snipe, if you want to bid, you still got time to lock in a bid for $35. Just saying. David Lee Roth, $34.99, shrink and hop. We have Merle Haggard, sold to Chris Knapp for, sold to Mega Blast for $10. Joan Jett, shrink and hop, $39.99. $39.99, up your alley. Black Sabbath has a bid for $36 with Chris Knapp. Next auction is Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden's an 83 USOG Winchester, strong VG, nearly VG plus, original under sleeve, Iron Maiden, $35 start. All right, we're going to knock out the rest of the magazines in this fashion. I've gone through them once last night, twice last night, and then we've gone through them twice tonight. So we're going to bundle all of them that's left for one big auction lot. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 magazines left. 17. 17 magazines left. Starting bid, $65. That is less than $4 a piece. $65 for the remaining magazines. Auction. They're now all bundled together. If you had your eyes on one individually, too late. Sabbath about to sell for 36. David Lee Roth. Edwin, I'll do it for 25. Joan Jett was 39. Near mint shrink and hype. Bob Dylan Desire in shrink wrap. Original under sleeve. $24.99 for Dylan. Jackson 5 is sealed, never opened. Skyrider, $39.99. Stevie Nicks Rock a Little, $19.99. And Rush Moving Pictures, that's in shrink with the original under sleeve. Rush is $34.99. Roth, David Lee is sold to Ed Rivera for $25. Black Sabbath is sold to Chris Knapp for $36. No one's been on Iron Maiden yet. Going once, going twice. That was an 83 OG VG Plus approximately. $35 start. Magazine lot, $65. And we have another auction going up. We got Judas Priest Stained Class. A 1980 Euro near mint minus. Super nice copy of Priest. $35 start. Great white. The one over here in this bin, this was supposed to be a $55 start. I've already sold one for $50. I'll do that one for $50. I've already sold one for $55. I'll do that one for $50. Is what I'm trying to spit out to you. All right, let me lay these over here. So we've sold the Spread Eagle. We've sold the Black Label Society box, the Metallica box, Guns N' Roses box. We've sold a gold Russian coin. We've sold some silver coins. And now we have more records in here like Starship. Wow, don't get that one too often. Love Among the Cannibals. Starship. What year is this one? 89, 90? 1989 Starship. Wow. 1999. That one doesn't come through very often. Elton John Rock of the Westies, a sealed, unopened copy, $24.99. A sealed, unopened copy, Rock of the Westies. And then we have the Fix Phantoms. The Fix is $19.99. And the Cars Panorama. The Cars is in shrink wrap, $24.99. And Journey Captured. Journey Captured is a Gatefold 2 LP. Super nice copy, $34.99 on that. Wow, great night deal on Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is an 83 USOG, $35 buy it now on that, no bid. No bid on the magazine lot, $65 on the magazines. So let me put this here. Let me get out the other couple no bids, which are here and here. Let's keep all those together. I'm not done with this crate yet. Let me lay them over here for right now. So these are, $65. We'll see what happens. I think too late. Now I want the Dio one. So what we'll do, so Hiram, we'll make sure, because this was just a buy it now, and they were already bundled together. We'll make sure no one gets these. And then we got someone wanting Dio. And then Danny Thomason says he would bundle everything that's left at $5 if he could get just all the metal stuff. We might can do that. Let me see what happens. But first, Judas Priest is a $35 start. And then over here, we have Iron Maiden grabbed by multiple people. Michael Freiberger was first at $35. Then Michael Remza. Then Danny Thomason. Jerry Rock got Starship at $14. Alan Hagen got Journey at $27. And Wesley was going to pay full price, and I've already said $27. Dang it. I just shot myself in the foot over $8. Another Starship, knee deep in the hoopla, $14.99. And then Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses, $19.99. Hiram, do you still want the Dio magazine? And now we're down to these two no bids. Great White, which I've already marked down to $50. And Necropolis, Contemplating Slaughter, a great price, an 88 sealed copy for $55. $55 on that. I still got other stuff to put up. Priest is really nice. No bid on that yet. Let me show you all the no bids total. But first, here's Iron Maiden, Live After Death. This is an 85 USOG 2LP, a Jacksonville, or as looks like Seth said, looks like a Jacksonville. This has the lyric inner sleeve and booklet. It is a VG condition record, both discs, all four sides, a VG cover, $30 start on that. Okay, $30 start on Iron Maiden. I'm going to make sure he wants those, and then we'll try to sort those for Danny and see what we can come up with. Yeah, that I ordered that this week, Patrick. It should be here Friday. It should be here Friday, yeah. Okay, Jefferson Starship sold to Jerry Rock for $9. All right, so individually, we got Dio for $10, sold to Hiram. So just metal related. Do you consider Circus with Pearl Jam, and because James Hetfield's on the cover is metal? I know that's not. I know that's not. That's not. That is. Do you consider Stone Temple Pilots because Sepultura's on here as metal? I know that's not. I know that's not. That's not. That definitely is. That's not. That definitely is. That's not. That definitely is. That's not. And that's not. So I guess it's, do you want the grunge ones too with STP and Pearl Jam? So these are all going to be bundled together. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for $30. Individually, they're $10 a piece. He's going to pick out 6. We're going to do 30. And then that leaves this so to Hiram for 10. Consider it done. Okay. How many more metal magazines are in this building? I bet if I could put them all together, I bet we have a realistic guess, plus or minus 50, I bet we have 700. I bet we could stack them up on this table 6 foot tall. Okay. Danny says he'll take marijuana as well. Okay. That's a better price than what I was trying to sell all of them for. Now, if anybody's interested in like the 70s stuff, we can realign that now, because now you can get those at even a cheaper price. So now Danny should have 7 for $35. Okay, so that leaves Circus. So there's a bunch of Circus. There's 5 Circus, right? With Springsteen, Peter Frampton, Multicover, Ronstadt, Steve Martin, Pizzazz. With that, there's Mork and Mindy, and then the 2 Rips with Steven Tyler. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 magazines left if anybody wants to make an offer. Okay. Priest, this is now eligible for a buy now. $35 on Judas Priest. $35 on Judas Priest. Another no bid. I can tell it's getting late. Struggling to get bids on the auctions. We got Necropolis. One more time. I'm going to go through all the no bids right now. Necropolis, sealed, $55. Great White, twice shy, VG++. Let's go ahead and sell this to Greg Smith for $45. Greg Smith, it's yours, $45. And now Judas Priest, $35. None listed for sale. An 83 euro reissue. Sold to Michael Remza. Michael Ruttman was next, okay? So the only thing left is Necropolis. Condition on Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden Live After Death is an 85 USOG. VG vinyl, VG cover. This is a $30 start. No bid, okay? This is $2,000. This is our first no bid of the night. Iron Cross is $2,000. $2,000 on Iron Cross. That's 2000.00. Aussie is signed and JSA authenticated. This is $1,275. $1,275. Iron Cross 2000, Aussie $1,275. We got an offer on Necropolis for $40. I'm thinking $50. sounds pretty fair to me. It's supposed to be 55 and go up. Iron Maiden has one bid for $30. Our next auction is not Iron Maiden, even though it's next in the crate, is Scorpions. Scorpions in Trance is an 83 US EX Plus condition, a $25 start. The other no bids, Michael Ruttman wants Necropolis. We'll make sure Jason Jones doesn't want it for 50. Jason Jones, that's up to you. If you don't want it for 50, Michael does. The only other no bid was the Master of Puppets box set, $795. Now, Jim B had offered as much as $740. He's probably still watching, twiddling his thumbs. Then somebody offered $750. The reason is I believe, realistically, this is closer to $1,000. That's the cheapest one for sale right now. And I think some have recently sold for more than that on the old eBay. So $795, if you're trying to find that, is honestly not a bad price right now. Okay. Jason Jones gets Necropolis for $50. So we're only down to 3 no bids, and that's our high-end stuff. The rest of the magazines for $30. That's probably fair since they've been picked, and the last one's for $30. Let's go ahead and roll them. I've got to sell stuff. Do y'all know how many tubs of magazines I have in this building? Whew. It's insane. We got to sell them. All right, so there's that. My miscellaneous table's getting full. Next is what? Okay. We're about to sell this and this. Yeah, we have an offer. I don't know if he still wants it, but I was pretty firm on $795. I'm kind of holding my guns on that one. I normally go ahead and do a deal, but I think a good deal is $795. All right, and then here's our other one. This was, golly, I forgot. I think I priced this out. I need to tag some of these. I'm pulling up a guy's invoice that bought 3 signed Mastodons. Okay, so this is, yeah, $275 for the signed drumhead. Mastodon, signed drumhead, $275. Almost forgot about that one. Bonus crate. I will read them off because it is Thursday night. Here's what's left in the bonus crate. You caught me on a good night. Any other night, I'd be like, no, let's wait until the end. Okay? We have Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, Rat, Lizzie Borden, Saxon, Judas Priest, Loudness, and Scorpions. Now, condition varies on some of these. Yes, some of these are really low grade. That's why I've waited till the end. Scorpions is a beater. So, but I think they literally go down in starting bid. Okay, so I think they're ranked by condition and starting bid. That's how Seth brings them to me. So the stuff in the front is the highest grade and probably the most expensive, and then it goes down from there. So we're getting near the bottom, which means y'all might get some bargain deals. Beatles for sale. That is a UK release. That's a UK release. Okay. Iron Maiden just got 1 bid. So did Michael Remza for $30. We got a request for Saxon and Saxon. And now Scorpions is at $27. Brian Frenfrock, you've been outbid. So, here's the situation with the crates now. Liege Lord. I don't think I've sold anything called Liege Lord. I don't think so. I'm going to eat a couple more raisins right quick, though. Okay, sorry. Saxon. Let me look at Liege Lord. Either we didn't sell it or that means something possibly was wrong with it and she didn't put it out. If something doesn't make it to the block, something could have been wrong with it. Let me pull up the hot pictures. Yeah, I just drunk a monster. I've had a lot of fluids tonight. I might have to legitimately take a... No, we didn't put up Liege Lord, did we? Yeah. I'm assuming there's something wrong with it. I can ask her right quick. But yeah, it didn't make it back here to me. So it could have had a warp or a scratch or something. Okay. Saxon is an 81 USOG Terre Haute VG++ condition. $15 start. $15 start, just a little bit of cover wear, so not bad. So it's almost EX, not bad at all. $15 start on that. Yeah, sorry. So I think what she does sometimes, she pulls auctions and photographs them the night before, and then the first thing she does when she gets here is she starts cleaning them, inspecting them, and researching them. So that's why, like, literally, I have pictures for tomorrow night. I've already got tomorrow night's pictures, but she hadn't really researched or pulled any of these. Uh-oh, there's the wrap stuff. Wow, look at this. We got a test pressing of Rapper's Delight to sell tomorrow. And there's that exhibit record everybody's been asking for. So we do have a handful of rap and some others and some metal tomorrow and some country. Wow, look at these Japanese pressings. Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Zeppelin. Willie Nelson. Some cool stuff tomorrow. Laura's got some great stuff over here for tomorrow night. Look at those. There's some grails in there. Look at that. Nice. Look at those. Look at these. Oh, man. Tomorrow night, clear your calendar. Look at that. Look at that. And look at that. Malaya Rage sold. Yep, it's gone. Okay. Next crate. So the first thing I need to do is organize some stuff around here. It's been difficult for me to figure out what to show or do next because it's like so much stuff around me, as usual. There are lights in. I'm going to tag those like the last thing tonight. But I hope everybody gets their wrap fixed tomorrow. That's probably the most asked about thing ever. And it's going to be hopefully we can keep everybody under control. It's going to be coming tomorrow. Get ready. If you think metal gets crazy, wait till we put up rap albums. It could get out of hand. It could get out of hand. All right, where's the next rec? Okay. So, yeah, the other thing I was going to do is, we've already done that crate best offer. I think there was another pre-owned crate that Laura had marked with like metal and stuff, and I'm trying, or you know, pre-owned titles that we had shown before. If I can find them, we'll go through them best offer. It's not there. It's not there. I don't think it's those. It's a maze back here. I mean, I'm pretty sure this stuff is good to go. Right. So what happened over here on Saxon? Final call for 35. Scorpions is sold to Steve McGee for 30. All right, let's keep our auctions under control back here. Saxon is sold to Red Cave Collections for $35. All right, let's put up a couple more then. Cleaning out this last crate over here. And then I can start a whole new bonus crate tomorrow because Seth has brought another full one full of metal and stuff like this. This is a 1980 USOG Iron Maiden. This is VG condition, a 1980 USOG Iron Maiden, a $30 start. And then Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, is a 1980 USOG, a strong VG, the first Dio album. Amazing stuff. $25 start on that. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do with this crate, let me take a look at it. And we might do something crazy here for metalheads late at night, since we haven't had a nonsense crate. All right. I have, let me make sure. Hey, somebody was interested in this, wasn't they? Let me figure out which part of these is best offer. These have been gone through. Okay. So this is something that rarely happens here. And when I mean rarely, I mean never. Okay. You see this sticky note right here? From this sticky note back, is mostly metal, half off. A nonsense half off metal crate. From the sticky note forward is metal records that's going to be shown for the first time, best offer. Okay? So this sticky note back, half off. This should clear these out. We're about to find out. Half off metal, something that rarely happens around here. But these have been shown in the video, shown best offer. Now they're ready for half off to clear them out. Iron Maiden has a bid for 30 and Black Sabbath has a bid for 25. Here we go. Legion of the Damned, Poison Chalice, $20, glow-in-the-dark vinyl, no condition notes. Legion of the Damned, $20. This one is just $5. It does have a seam split. $5 for speciation. Speciation, $5. Legion was $20. Speciation, $5. Panic, Rotten Church. Panic is thrash death metal. $10 on Panic. Violent Force Demo Collection, $12.50. Red Cave Collections on S for speciation, I think is what that says. Iron Maiden 30, 32, 35. Black Sabbath's about to sell for 25. Siege of Power, sealed, $12.50. Warning Blast. Hiram Aponte on Legion, sold to Hiram for $20. Next, Hateful Agony, Plastic Culture Pestilence, sealed for $15, 2018 purple vinyl. And Carnosus, Visions of Infinity, a 2023 gold with black splatter, numbered. That's now $25. It's numbered somewhere. Paul has it numbered, $25. Okay, Black Sabbath is sold for $25 to Brian Frenfrock. Iron Maiden's between Michael and Michael. That's a law firm, and they're figuring out who's going to take custody of Iron Maiden. Michael Remza has it for $37. Chad needs a bottle of water. Chad's going to go get another auction. Chad is getting upset. Chad likes his chicken spicy. Great stuff here. Great stuff here. Great stuff here. Do 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 do. Ba-da. All right, Hiram on Karn, $25. How can you go wrong at these prices, right? Defleshed, Grind Over Matter, sealed, $12.50. Over here, Inhuman Nature, half off of $59.99. That is $30. Iron Maiden, final call for $37. It's up to Michael Hamburger. Next auction is Rat. This album's never been reissued. This album's not in print. It's Rat by Rat. That's a wild cover. I bet whoever this model was, and they put those mice on her legs. I bet that kind of freaked her out. Rats at 84 USOG EP on the Time Coast Allied Press, Atlantic Inner Sleeve, VG a $25 start. Hiram Aponte on Defleshed. Michael Remza on Inhuman. Michael Remza, you've been outbid on Iron Maiden. Trance, Power Infusion. Trance is $20. A 2014 blue and yellow vinyl, $20 on that. Ectoplasma, Inferna Kabbalah. It's a death metal album, a 2022 press, $10 on Ectoplasma. Vomitor, Oxblood colored vinyl, Vomitor, Pestilent Death, $12.50. Iron Maiden 40, Rat 30. Master Moss 666 on Ectoplasma. So does Sean Lee Hooker. Next auction. Next item. Next thing. Next whatever. I don't know. I'll just do a magic trick instead. I'm thinking of a number. Okay, here we go. We have Opprobrium. This is a 2016 remaster, $17.50. Serpent Temptation, OPP, Opprobrium. Too many syllables for Chad. I'm a simple man. I love one syllables. Michael Remza on Iron Maiden, 40. $40, Iron Maiden. Rat. Only bid is with James Chilcote, final call. Anacrusis, sealed, $15. That one's called Reasons. And we have The Bleeding, Mono Creator. This is a 2023 orange and gray merge, $12.50. Boy, that looks pretty spooky there. The Bleeding. Next thing over here is the following. Lizzie Borden. Oh, Lizzie. Lizzie is an 87 OG specialty press, $20 start. It has the inner sleeve and the merch inserts. Inner sleeve and the merch inserts. It's got one feelable mark right here. Just a scuff. I don't know if that's so much feelable there. That's nothing to worry about. Seth is a picky little boy. He's a very, very picky little boy. Lizzie Borden is a $20 start. I would say this passes at EX in my opinion. Visually, VG+, $20 start. Bleeding, so to Master Ma, Hiram 2nd, Lizzie Borden 20, and then Metalhead BK 21 on Catalan. Oh, they're talking about this lady's legs over here. I'm not for sure who that is. Should I know who that is? Was she in a movie or anything? Or maybe I just need to see her face. Twani Katayan. Next thing is, this band is called Struggling Harsh Immortals. $10 on that. The album title is called Death from Relapse Records. Scarecrow, Raise the Death's Head. Scarecrow is $10. And then Devil Child. Devil Child is VG plus $10. Oh, the Whitesnake video. I know who that is. I know who that is. The Whitesnake chick. Aha. Yeah. Okay. James Chilcott, Rat, $30. I know who it is now. Okay. That's her legs. Well, you get Rat and you get her legs from the thigh down. There you go. That makes sense to me now. Here I go again. Rolling around the hood of that car. I bet some of y'all were looking at that as a kid and just drooling, going, oh my gosh, look at this woman rolling around on the hood of this car. I hope my mom doesn't catch me watching this video. Lizzie Borden 20, Lizzie Borden 22, Red Cave Collections on Scarecrow. There we have it. And we have Devil Child. Next is Soul Grinder, Filth Encrusted. That is a 2023 metal album with sticker, EX $90. And then Midnight Hellion, Condemned to Hell, $12.50. That was the MTV when you couldn't get on YouTube and watch the video over and over. You had to You had to wait for it to come on again. And he was like, oh, yes, here it is, White Snake. Oh, boy. You couldn't just get on YouTube, and now there's no telling how many views does that video probably have on YouTube. There is probably no telling just to this day because of that. $146 million views. Wow. 146 million views on YouTube. That's crazy. All right, so Alan Hagen on Midnight. That's a lot of views. What was the question? Sorry, we got distracted. Over here. Oh, the crop circles. Okay, I know who that is. The crop circles, yeah. Yeah, that's where his... okay, wow, I didn't realize that either. I'm learning a lot tonight. I'm learning a lot tonight. I didn't realize who that was either. Yeah, the crop circles. Yeah. Okay. Wow, we've got really off topic. I don't even know who the high bidder is on Lizzie Borden. It's Danny. Who was the first bidder? Red Cave Collections. We've gotten way off topic here. $22. Red Cave Collections, you're out. Danny has this for $22. If I've missed a question, let me know. More half off here. Misfire. Misfire is clear with ruby splatter. 15 on that. And then Grave Huffer. Your fault. I've never huffed a grave. This is $10. That looks like the cover of that Black Flag album. But it's like Aquaman and Green Lantern and something else going on here. $10 on that. And then Lawsuit. 3 the hard way. An 86 Canadian OG sealed. $25 on that. And we have Tankard. Volume 14. Tankard just $15. And one more in the half off, then we'll do a quick recap. Authorize, the source of dominion. Authorize is a 2025 blue and yellow split, and it's supposed to look like the Swedish flag. There's the Swedish flag colored vinyl for you. $20 on that. All right, so Danny, you do get Lizzie Borden for $22. That's so to you for $22. Red Cave just went out. Perfect timing. All right, now, like I said, the rest of this crate will be best offer. Let's make these half off. I'm going to go through them a lot quicker now because now I've remembered some of these challenging titles. I can fly through them. But first, here's Judas Priest Point of Entry. Priest is an 81 USOG VG cover, VG minus vinyl. Just a $5 start on that. $5 start on that. Here we go. I've got Panic, Rotten Church for $10. These are half off. Violent Force, $12.50. Siege of Power, Warning Blast, $12.50. Hateful Agony, Plastic Culture Pestilence, sealed $15. Trance, Power Infusion, $20. These are the half off prices, no more, no less. Vomitor, $12.50. There's some pretty heavy stuff in here like Opprobrium, and that was $17.50. We have Anacrusis, that was sealed for $15. Death is $10. And we have Devil Child, VG Plus, $10. Soul Grinder, EX, $9. Midnight Hellion, $12.50. Andy Lane on Violent. Andy Lane on Violent, which was Violent Force, sold to Andy Lane. Then we had Misfire, Sympathy for the Ignorant, Clear of Ruby Splatter, $15. Grave Huffer, that one's $10, red vinyl. Lawsuit was sealed for $25. I don't know if that's really metal. I guess Tankard's $15. What exactly is this? Is this metal? I mean, the guy's in leather and there's a goat-looking thing on the cover, so possibly. I don't know if this is actually metal, though. It's only got 3 tracks, too. I don't know what that is, really. I don't know if that's metal. Michael Remza on Anacrusis. So to Michael Remza, that was right here. And then Hiram Ponte on Tankard. Alan Hagen got Midnight Hellion. Okay, I never did say your claim. Sorry, we got to talking about Whitesnake Lady. So Alan Hagen on Midnight Hellion. Hiram Aponte on Tankard, And then the last half off record was Authorize, and that's the Source of Dominion, $20. So now we got to do things the right way. The rest of this crate has only been shown once, and now it's going to be best offer. It's listed as heavy metal on Discogs. Okay, there it is. Well, he's in leather, and there's a goat-looking thing on the cover. So if you got people in leather, and you see goats, it's going to be pretty heavy. Water. I forgot to mute my mic again. Earlier, I thought I muted my mic, and I was over here chomping on a brownie, slurping Diet Coke, and talking to Otis, and I thought I was muted, and I wasn't. And everybody was like, ooh, Chad, your mic's not muted. I was over here chewing down. Larry Gonzalez, Judas Priest, $5 sold. Next auction, Loudness, the Birthday Eve. Loudness is an 81 Holland Netherlands OG G+ condition. G+ condition, Loudness, just a $1 start. And then Scorpions, G+ condition. These are low-grade beater copies, just a $1 start on Scorpions. All right, these are best offer. Bolt Thrower, those once loyal. Bolt Thrower is limited to 750 with poster, colored vinyl. Laura loves Bolt Thrower, $34.99. $34.99. Muse Showbiz. I don't think this is metal either. I know who Muse is. 2009 reissue, 10th anniversary edition, $99.99. Muse. Muse is 100. Loudness is at 5. Scorpions has a bid for 1. This is Dark Tranquility, a Revolver exclusive. It is sealed, $44.99. Yellow vinyl. Scorpions 1, Scorpions 2. Creator, Endorama. Is that what that one's called? I never can figure that one out. This one, yeah, Endorama is $27.99. Bolt Thrower was $34.99. $34.99 for Bolt Thrower. We got DT sold to Hiram for $35. Also, we have Carnifex, 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 purple, yellow, or excuse me, that's green, purple, green, $19.99. Next is Ingested. Ingested is sealed, $34.99, clear with red splatter, $34 on Ingested. Malevolent Creation, Memories of a Beast. That is white vinyl, $19.99. Lisa Marachi, Creator, $20. Sold to Lisa for $20. Next is Knocked Loose, a different shade of blue. Knocked Loose. Laura gives Knocked Loose a 4 heart rating. She likes them a lot. Knocked Loose is $29.99. Master Ma on MC for $15. Malevolent Creation. Sold to Master Ma 666 for $15. Hiram was second. And we have Ultimatum, Mechanics of Perilous Times. That is Thrash, $34.99. MV for $10. I think that just sold for $15. Lot of the Morning Star Cemetery Glow. That is $14. That's under the classification of black metal. Lot of Morning Star Cemetery Glow. So Loudness still had that first bid for $5. Andy Lane, we're about to sell it. Scorpions is at $5, and we're about to sell that. Okay? And this crate at one time was completely packed full of bonus auctions. We started on Monday. It is officially gone. It took me all week to sell those, and he dropped off another one. But you know what I have instead for the rest of the night? I have other stuff we can put up for auction. Oh boy, here we go. I got a whole order of Japanese vinyl here. Don't tell David Johnson. I'm going to start with the singles, though. Boy, there's some nice ones in here. David Bowie, Let's Dance. Put on the red shoes and dance your blues. With Stevie Ray Vaughan on guitar, Japanese single. And the flip side's Cat People, Putting Out Fire with Gasoline. That's a good one, too. Over here, we have this. We have Creator again, Renewal, sealed, $29.99. And we have Vomitor, thrash death metal,
Vomitor, $19.99. All right, Loudness, only one bid. Andy Lane, $5 on that one. And then Levi Hilton on Scorpions for $5. And that is sold for $5 to Levi, and he just asked the condition. The disc is in G+ condition. Very low grade, a beater of a record. That's why you just got it for $5 instead of $55. David Bowie's a $15 start. Let's Dance. And then we have Coffin Rot. Coffin Rot is $19.99. We have an offer on Creator for $20. We have Hellfire Free Again. That's $14.99 on red vinyl. And then Low Life, Goodbye Lady Jane. Hard Rock Heavy Metal, $19.99. I'll Miss Light Black from Master Ma, sold. And then over here we have Creator, sold to Lisa Marachi for $20. And then Bolt Thrower for Victory. Bolt Thrower's a 2023, $24.99. We already sold Creator for $20. This one's Ulysses Siren. Limited edition 500 thrash and speed metal, $29.99. And we have Necro Panzer. That is death metal thrash purple vinyl, $24.99. Okay, and then Bolt Thrower sold to Master Ma for $20. Do I think it's going to skip? With a record that I grade G+, and I say it's in really, 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 really bad shape, there's a high possibility it's going to have a pop and some skips, but I don't think so. I mean, it's G+. So if I ever put up a dollar start auction, and when I introduce it, I say this is in really, 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 really bad shape, that is, you know, it's not like broken in half, but I don't want anybody's expectations to get high with a $1 start. Bolt Thrower we sold for $20. David Bowie has a bid for $15 and then $20. Okay. And then anybody else, these were Buy Now Best Offer. Necro Panzer, Ulysses Siren, Low Life, Hellfire, Coffin Rot, Vomitor, Ultimatum, Knocked Loose, Ingested, Carnifex, Bolt Thrower, and Muse. David Bowie's at $15 and then $20. Okay, I'm kind of wanting to get this other crate closer. What about this crate? Atheist, Skeletal Remains. I took offers on these the other night, though. Let me put them all together, though. There's Atheist. There's Skeletal Remains. Might be some people watching that didn't know about these the last time because they got mixed in with a Paul and Laura crate. I think that's more punk than anything, but I'll put it in there. Let's get all these together. Death, Scarlet Riot. Here we go. Let's get all these together. The metal needs to stay together because if anything, we go through them like this. So these are still here. Atheist, Unquestionable Presence. That is $29.99. Skeletal Remains, Devouring Mortality. 2018 Brown Gold Vinyl, $34.99. Bradley Smith, Knocked Loose, $20. Did I sell that already? I didn't. That sold to Bradley Smith for $20. And then Bowie Out. This is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $20. Let's go ahead and tag that. Let's go through the Japanese crate right quick. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant for $20. Martyr, M-A-R-T-Y-R, Warp Zone, $24.99. Slaughter and the Dogs, Vicious. That's actually punk. Sealed, $29.99. Death, Spiritual Healing, $49.99. And Scarlet Riot, Invictica. Scarlet Riot is sealed, $24.99. Ulysses Siren is limited to 500. 2018 reissue, Thrash Speed Metal, $29.99. Okay. All right. Japanese. We sold one the other night, a White Album, I think. Do you still need that one? Our next auction is the Beatles White Album, a UK Flag Series number 10, numbered 378032. Just a little bit of hint of discoloration on the cover. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP, there's two LPs. This includes the insert, no poster, and no photos, a $45 start. $45 start on the Beatles White Album UK Flag Series number 10. Okay? First thing is Death is sold to Danny Thomason for 30. Ulysses Siren, Danny, I'll sell that to you for 20. 20 on that one. I took your offer on Death, which was a $20 discount. 20 on Ulysses, we'll say 50 for both. 45 on the White Album. Next Japanese single. What's our next crate is the question. Let's dance. Ooh, I like this one. Ting, 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 ting. Ting, 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 ting. Shout, shout, let it all out. Beautiful. Japanese Tears for Fears, $15 start. Ulysses sold to Danny Thomason for 20. All right, see how easy it is to make offers in there? Anybody else sure you don't want to make an offer? So I remember, y'all know, like, we went through a while pricing metal. I mean, it was like the only thing Laura and Paul was marking because it was fresh from a collection. And we, honestly, except for the new stuff for tonight, I think everything that's left is right there in those two crate, in that one crate right there. I think all that pre-owned metal, how many hundreds, if not 1,000 LPs they marked, that's all you see. Everything else is gone. This is why we actively advertise we buy metal collections 24/7. That's the only thing that's left. That's actually, and then far as vintage LPs in the building, like Classic Rock, REO Speedwagon, Foreigner, Foghat, there's only, not counting tonight's new stuff, there's only 2 crates back here. Everything else is all sold. And I'm about to have to struggle to find the next pre-owned crate. Might have to start getting up front, like we said, and digging out some of that other stuff. The $10 metal records. Well, these that were... oh, Atheist. Yes, I was supposed to show that again. Hiram. Yeah, really cool colored vinyl here. This is truly incredible. Yeah. It's really cool when you hold it up to light. All the new stuff tonight is still sticker price. And can't show any of that. Can't discount any of that tonight. Sorry. Got to stay with the routine. Now, what was the other thing? $10 for car. What was car? Car? I don't know if there's any $10 records in here. There's 14. I mean, well, I was going to say, and then in the half off, that was 10. After half off, Gravehuffer. That's not much. There's 10s, but that's in the half off stuff. Not much I can do that. Carnifex. That was this one right here. This one I'll do for $15. Jeremy said Slaughter and the Dogs 18. I'll do that one for 20. 20, it's sealed. Carnifex for 15. Beatles Final Call 45. Tears for Fears $15 start. No bid yet. One second, please. Okay. So Carnifex, Hoopy said sold on 15. All right. And then we have Slaughter sold to Jeremy for 20. And then this one here, Hessen, this would be $20 on that, which is $10 off. And then Low Life for 10. This is 15 Michael Hamburger. 15 on that. Okay, give me 1 second. I got to do one thing over here. Right now is a good question for me to ask since it's nearly midnight. We've been stopping LPs like at 11 every night. So my question is this. What would y'all like to see for about the last hour or two of the show? This is a great time. Okay, I'm right here. Okay. So, first thing I'm going to do is this. Let's read these comments here. Pass on that, pass on that. Missed tapes, records, CDs, posters, magazines, pass CDs. Otis, somebody wants to buy Tanner and Addison's dog. T-shirts, garage. Posters, bow thrower, how much, comps, and Tears for Fears. This is a no bid, $15 on this. And the Beatles is a $45 buy it now. That's the White Album, UK Flag Series number 10. So those are no bids. Probably going to just wait and run the rest of this stuff tomorrow. That'd probably be the best time to start selling some of this since it's literally midnight. And a couple of the Japanese buyers have been waiting like all night for me to put up these. And now it's midnight. Now he's asleep and now he's mad at me. Now he's probably going to show up at the store and try to stab me. So that's the story of my life. Okay. Awfully late to be putting up stuff like this extremely high quality, rare Japanese stuff late night at midnight, 1 a.m. Eastern time. 1 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so yeah, we need to probably, that was kind of the half off crate of the night. There's not much vintage, and I don't know if some of these people are still here or not. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. First thing is this. Tears for Fears is either going to be X-Wings or Chris Knapp's. X-Wing, it's yours. If not, Chris Knapp. Okay, one more flip through the metal crate. I have Lone Life, Atheist, Scarlet Riot, Martyr, Skeletal Remains, Necropanzer, Hellfire, Coffin Rot, Vomitor, Ultimatum, Ingested Bolt Thrower. Somebody asked how much this was. $34.99. Muse. And then the half off stuff was Authorized, Lawsuit, Grave Huffer, Misfire, Soul Grinder, Devil Child. This one was the Struggling Harsh Immortals, Opprobrium, Vomitor, Trance, Hateful Agony, Siege of Power, and Panic, okay? And then Tears for Fears is sold to X-Wing for $15. So I took a little poll on what everybody wanted to watch. Let me update. 196 people watching on all 3 platforms. That's a lot for 1 a.m. Eastern Time, 12 Central. However, I know there's some people out on the West Coast, California and Seattle watching, and it's only 10 o'clock out there. And they're like, Chad, it's early. We just cracked open our first beer. We just lit up our first joint. We're ready to buy some records. And I'm going to be like, holy crap, we better get going. Good God. Here we go. I've only showed a few of the posters. The first thing I'm going to do is find something to go through. And now last night we went through a lot of different stuff. We went through crates and tubs and video games. We ended up showing DVDs, CDs, KISS stuff. We went through posters, and I can crack out some more of that stuff right now very easily with the snap of my finger. That's all I gotta do. Boom. And we got all kinds of stuff to go through. I'm sure at some point the 45 buyers will be on, and they'll be like, hey, what's going on? Where's the stuff? And Chad, bill me the Atheist for $20 and send it to Hessen Session. We have a gift-giving person, and that's Hiram Aponte. He said he wants to buy the Atheist album. He's going to take this for $20, and we're going to ship it right now. Chad says Chris can have it. Yes, Chris Knapp gets this for $15. The Tears for Fears. Yes, $15 on that, okay? This is being charged to Hiram for $20. Mail it to Hessen Session. Mail it to Hessen Session. We got it. Okay, I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Here we go. Oh, my gosh. That was a great knee adjustment. I needed that. Holy moly. Oxygen. Oxygen. Now, yeah, I never did finish going through this tub of posters last night. I think it's time. It's time to play the game. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we're basically working on cleaning up this entire store, which is, it looks like a bomb went off, you know, and most of that's Seth's fault. So y'all know what to say, right? Seth is what? Fired. He's fired because he brings nothing but pain and suffering to everybody in their lives. What was the Grave Huffer? $10. Grave Huffer. Never huffed any graves before. Let's see what we got over here. I have the following. The price on that was $10. Yes, that was the half off price on that one. $10 on that. Okay, on this. Right now, I'm going to tell you this right now. There will be no more vinyl show tonight unless I run across it by accident. We're about to go into nothing but vintage OG collectibles and miscellaneous, okay? That's about what's about to happen here. That's about what's about to happen here. That's because I feel like we don't have any more auctions left. I've went through all the new stuff once. I've went through the half-off metal crate I had ready, the Buy It Now Best Offer metal stuff. We already went through 2 crates of that. We went through all 4 crates John marked. We went through all 3 Paul crates, and I've sold every auction and every bonus. That's it. We've literally almost sold everything except what was ever left over in tonight's new stuff and what was left over in that last crate I just took off the table. Grave Huffer sold to Scott Arnold for $10. Okay. All right. Here we go. So let me get back to this part of the store I was working in last night. We found all kinds of stuff. Oh, I cleaned up behind the counter too last night. I found some cool stuff behind the counter. That's what I did after the show. I was here till 5 a.m. cleaning up behind the counter. So I found all kinds of stuff. We have the following. I got, this is a great CD. I actually bought this. This was in my old Tahoe. And when I cleaned it out the other day, because I'm selling it, I found this. And I had to order this on eBay because this Bob Seger album is not available for streaming. It's only available on CD, and it's Smoking OPs. Bob Seger, $6.99. I got sheet music from Fleetwood Mac, Dreams. How cool is that? Fleetwood Mac, that is $6.99. And I have the Seinfeld trivia game, $19.99. I would smoke anybody that wants to challenge me at this. If I got beat at this, my life would be a failure. I guarantee. Does anybody want to try to challenge me on this? I'm going to go tell you right now, you're going to lose. $19.99 for Seinfeld trivia. I have a pretty cool book here by Rush. Rush Frequently Asked Questions. Rush Frequently Asked Questions book. This is $14.99. Rush FAQ. Scott Oman gets the Bob Seger CD for $6.99. This is signed by Ed Cookie Burns. I don't have it JSA authenticated, but no doubt that's authentic. To Fred, enjoy, Ed Burns from the 77 Sunset Strip. $15 on that as well. And this, hold on a minute, I got a sticker on this that says JSA. Yeah, this has got some signatures. This is Bill Carlisle, Ralph Sloan, and Billy Grammer. It's an original Grand Ole Opry program from 1978, and it's got 3 signatures in it. $15. That's from Fred's collection. Probably a night he went. Grand Ole Opry, $15. Sully gets the Rush book. Put that in for $15, or to be specific, $14.99. And then this is some press photos. Linda Lovelace. Linda Lovelace for president. Yeah, there we go. Linda Lovelace from president. These are press photos. $6.99. Linda Lovelace for president. Original press photos. $6.99. Grand Ole Opry signed program. Where's Michael Manning at? This one's pretty cool. This one's signed by George Lindsay. Hey, Fred. George Goober Lindsay. Goober from the Andy Griffin Show. That book is signed, $14.99. None of those have JSA. Not really worth it. If I had them JSA'd, I would either have to charge $25 and basically get the cost back out of the certification, but that way you at least know they're real, but I promise they are. Michael Renza on Linda Lovelace, $6.99. Okay, and that's sold to Michael Remza, $6.99. So Goober signed book, Grand Ole Opry signed program, and then Dreams sheet music, $6.99. Moving right along, I have a holster. Size 6. I think this is made to put a pistol in. $6.99. Seems like a pretty good price, right? $6.99 on that. What else do I have over here? This is records. I think these need to be checked because they're unprocessed, but we'll see what we got here. We have Kenny Rogers. Kenny Rogers is $15. Dole presents Kenny. That's a Kenny. This is a Kenny tour book for $15. Kenny tour book, $15 for Kenny Rogers. Kenny Rogers, $15. And then over here, these are, yeah, I don't know how these ended. This is just a random assortment of records. These just need to go to Laura or Paul. That stuff needs to be cleaned and researched. I just don't show random records because there could be something wrong with them. There could be something, yeah. So I'll set those over here. Those got accumulated somehow and some reason behind the counter. So, yeah. That's the story on that. Kenny Rogers is $15. All right. Quality control, exactly. Kenny Rogers is $15. Grand Ole Opry, who was it signed by? It looked like it was signed by Bill Carlisle, Ralph Sloan, and Billy Grammer. That's who it looks like. Okay, then the book signed by Goober, the book signed by Eddie Burns, and Kenny Rogers Tour Program, $15. All right, let's see what's rolled up here. I have no idea. A lot of stuff. Okay. The Beatles Love at the Mirage. Dillard's. I don't really know what that is. This is the Beatles Rock Band Walmart advertisement sign. That's pretty cool. That's where the Beatles Rock Band was probably sold at Walmart, and that sign was hanging in a Walmart display cabinet. That's pretty cool. Beatles Rock Band. And then this is Meet the Beatles, Beatles Rock Band, Rock the World, some kind of other promotional thing from Walmart. That's when the Beatles Rock Band came out, which I bought it the first day it came out. I was like a kid on Christmas Day. I couldn't believe it. A game you can play the Beatles on. That was like unbelievable. All right. Earth is probably canceled. So if you haven't watched the podcast with Sharon Osbourne, she goes into a whole explanation on that. She basically has said that she's blocking that release and will threaten with lawsuits if he releases it. So the guy who owns those tapes, she's claiming if they're going to release them, he's got to pay everybody and do it the right way. That's what she's wanting for the whole Black Sabbath catalog. He just wants to release it and obviously keep all the money because he believes he owns it. So Sharon has basically said, if you release this, you're going to get sued, and it's probably not going to be released until ownership changes. All right, I have The Topsy-Turvy Fairy. Now, when I originally was trying to look this up, I couldn't find much on it. It's a pretty interesting book, $24.99. The Topsy-Turvy Fairy, Anna Alice Chapin, $24. Very cool fairy tale looking book. Very old, $24.99. That's pretty interesting. All right, there's that. Over here. Okay. This was sent, I think, as a bonus. It's a Megadeth disc, Warheads on Your Foreheads, sides 3 and 4. There's nothing wrong with it. I think we just got it somehow. I don't really know. $10 on Megadeth. Didn't say price on Beatles. This time of the night, if you want a price on something, you probably have to ask. Okay? So, yeah, this time of night, I'm not going to say a price or anything. I'm just kind of showing stuff. So $10 on the Megadeth disc if anybody wants it. I'm just randomly showing crap. And so if you need a price, you'll probably have to ask. I'm going through tub and box and just trying to get this stuff sold. Megadeth is sold to Red Cave Collections for $10, okay? So both of the Beatles posters, I'm going to say $35. $35. All right. Let's see what these are. More sheet music. Elton John, Rocket Man, $6.99. Fifth of Beethoven, Walter Murphy, $6.99. Styx Babe, $6.99. Time for Me to Fly, REO, $6.99. That's a cool one. Jim Croce, Life in a Bottle, $6.99. Journey, Open Arms, and Billy Joel, The Stranger. That's a full book, $9.99 on Billy Joel, The Stranger. Some more sheet music, cool stuff there, cool display items. Fred used to have a lot of that stuff, and if he ever tried to meet somebody, he'd have it signed. That's why we had a lot of cool stuff like that signed. Oh boy, Go Big Orange, the University of Tennessee. Does anybody need a Neyland Stadium puzzle? I already have one of these. It's never been opened, I promise. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be selling it. This is $19.99. University of Tennessee puzzle, which is Neyland Stadium, $19.99. Chris Frazier wants the Jim Croce. That's sold to him for $6.99. I wish I had all the tubs of stuff that I have stored around here that I could just show y'all and sell y'all. It would make my life so much easier. All right, that was everything laying on top of that. What do we have here? We have a tub. Oh my God. I wonder if Stephen Parton's watching. That's full of, I'm not even going to say. I can't say. Not going to say. Can't say. Sorry, can't say. Maybe here in a minute. Okay. Over here, we have the following. This is, oh yeah, these are these two blacklight posters. I had these the other night. I Won't Stay in a World Without Love. And the Walrus poster. Yeah. Vintage blacklight posters. That one's velvet and flocked. Okay. Just so you know. There's a couple vintage blacklights. Let me go to the top cam if I can to show these a little bit better. I Won't Stay in a World Without Love. And this is In Loving Memory. Okay. There's that and there's that. All right. Okay, so back over here, we have, so we sold Jim Croce, $6.99. Rocket Comics, not available. How much was the Seinfeld game? $19.99. Next thing is they're writing on Time in the Bottle. This right here, Chris Frazier, this, no writing on it, no writing on it. Billy Joel sheet music, this is sold to Clint Howard, $9.99. That's actually the sheet music book, $9.99 on that. Billy Joel, The Stranger. Billy Joel, The Stranger. Okay. Yeah, Seinfeld game 19. There, it's sealed, got a tear in the shrink there. Couple blacklight posters there. Those are probably like around 100 or so, approximately. What is this in this case here? I'm actually over here in a corner just digging out random stuff. This is a big black briefcase. Like this. I think it's got sports cards in it. UT Puzzle, I can't confirm if it's complete because it is opened, but it was $19.99. This is, I think, got sports cards in it. Yeah. These are cards I hadn't processed yet. Shaq, Nolan Ryan. Okay, well, that's a whole different ball game there. That's a whole different ball game there. All right, let's move this puzzle over here. So yeah, it looks like it was put back in the bag. But yeah, I'm not for sure. Okay, Paul Brothers says he'll take it. That's so to Paul Brothers, $19.99. All right, next thing over here is Carly Southers on the Elton John Rocket Man. That's so to Carly for $6.99. And next is, yeah, Black Lights. I'll say either one of those are 100 each. Yeah, either one of those 100 each. For sure. Yep. Okay, let's see what's in this next box. So we knew, Paul, I think you got off last night, but there is a whole nother box of PC games over here. So I don't know if you're already ready for more, but yeah, there's a whole nother box of PC games over here. I did find the rest of that collection. Let me see what the rest of this is. This is all cardboard trash. I can just throw all that over here. All right, that's empty tubs. That's CDs, which we'll say for a proper CD night. I think they've been gone through before and they didn't get retubbed. All right, then this is, are these the rest of the, yeah, that's the rest of the Hot Wheels. The last time we sold those in a bundle. This is a gigantic box of PC games. Whew. Okay, got that taken care of. Here is Herman Munster. These are $24.99. Boy, this is something new I ordered and I forgot about. $24.99. Herman Munster. We'll temporarily block Seinfeld there for a second. Those are Reaction Super Savers. I mean, Super Series. Super Savers. The doo-doo. Boom. There's a lot of stuff over here. Some of those cards. What cards? Did I say I had cards? When I'm over here, I'm reading off a lot of stuff. The fact of me trying to figure out there's a Lockheed 71 F04GH. What do we have here? Some kind of model. No, these appear to be boxed and in cases. If you give me 1 second, I'll bring them over. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the stack here, and then I think here's more. Okay, here's the rest of that art I was talking about. Here's some of that original art. I told y'all I had the original comic art for these comic magazines. So let me show you what I'm talking about, and this is the why I mentioned that I have them. And of course, Danny's only asked about 300 times, can he buy them? And Danny, my answer is going to be the same. No, unfortunately not. Because let me show you some of the stuff I have. We got to get it together and auction it all off one night. So here is like the artist proof for Bruce Springsteen. Here's like the original art for Vanilla Ice. Here's the original art for Living Color. Here's the original comic, and I think like the sketch or the thing for the Beatles. So I have like, that's the original art for the Living Color magazine or the comic. There's the Vanilla Ice. There's Bruce. So I have like the original comic art for that stuff, which I think is pretty dang significant. If you follow the market for original comic book art, it's not cheap whatsoever. Okay. The buyer will have to pay shipping. It's not that expensive of an item. but buyer will have to pay shipping, okay? This is $25 plus buyer pays shipping. It's a Samantha Fox framed 12-inch or a 7-inch single. Very nicely, professionally framed. Buyer will have to pay shipping. So Ed will pack it. He'll send you a bill for postage. $24.99. It's probably in a $150 frame. Maybe a $175 frame. That's very well done. So $24.99 on that. If not, I'll price it and put it out in the store. The price on this model, that's a good question. Let me see what I can find over here. I have Lockheed Star Fighter F-104. That should get pretty close, maybe. Who is this by? Minicraft 132. We also need to see how it looks on the inside too. It's Journey the sheet. It's just the sheet music, yeah. $6.99 on that. Let's see here. Yeah, the problem with this thing is shipping it. Let's see. Looks good. Looks new. I'm gonna say including shipping. $45. Journey sold for $6.99 to Paul. $45 on this. Yep. $45 on this. I don't know where to put it. Let's put it right here for right now. Samantha Fox, 24 plus shipping. I would say, I don't know, it wouldn't be that much additional postage. I mean, or I could say $60, $75 shipped. Yeah, see, here's the other next really cool artwork. This is ZZ Top. See, that's the original comic art for that. I think that's the original finished painting. Pretty incredible. Some dusty stuff over here. Okay, I'm moving down this entire pile of merchandise over here. Okay, some of these are already marked. Good, some of these games have been marked, but we'll see what we got. And there's some other cool stuff underneath this. All right, moving right along. So all the comic art, I'll get together and see what we can do with it, okay? Are they more horror movie posters? That is a question I cannot answer. That would also be the same question as, I just don't know. At any given time, I could open a box and be like, holy crap, here's a whole box of horror movie posters I didn't know I had. So Thief, $9.99, Dead Space 2, $6.99, Dead Space $6.99, Duke Nukem $6.99, Borderlands $6.99, Borderlands $6.99, Chud. There's no price on that one. That's a DVD, I think. The movie Batman and Poltergeist. We'll say all those are $6.99 on those. Also over here we have The Passion of the Christ, House of the Haunted Hill, Don't Look in the Basement, House of a Thousand Corpses, and Quake 4. Okay. I'll say any of that was $6.99. Here is, I remember showing some of these. Yeah, $20 on that. And then over here we have MS-DOS 6 upgrade. $14.99. Next thing is, did you ever put a price on all the World War II fireplanes? I have not. Well, I mean, I kind of know how much they are individually, but I haven't done a bundle on them or anything. Next thing here is House is sold to Chris Frazier for $6.99. Red Cave on Chud for $6.99. Scott Arnold on Quake 4. It was actually $9.99, but we'll go ahead and Go ahead and make this $6.99, okay? DOS. All right, so Thief, Dead Space, Dude, Apologize, MS, and that game. So we might do a bundle on some of this that doesn't sell in just a second. Just a couple more handfuls in here. Dusty stuff. We have Antera, Betrayal, and Antera. 99 World War fighter planes. It sounds like Mega Blast didn't watch my Sunday store walkthrough sale. Evidently he didn't, because it sounds like he missed a bunch of stuff. Sounds like he was taking a nap as usual. Lands of Lore, Guardians of Destiny. 1999 Lands of Lore. Over here we have Sid Meier's Alpha Centuria. That was $6.99. Star Lancer, $14.99. And then 13 is $9.99. Got any floppy disk? Yeah, that game right there. That airplane game, that takes a floppy disk. I'll give you $5 for Duke Nukem Forever. This one here, so does Scott Arnold for $5. All right, and then we had Elder Scrolls 3 expansion pack. We have Lionheart, Legacy, and Crusader, $9.99. Hegemonia was $6.99. Soldiers of Fortune, Double Helix 2, $6.99. Okay. Next thing over here is the following. We have Goodfellas, terrible movie, $6.99. Judas Priest Live Vengeance, $9.99. Judas Priest, $9.99. Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, $14.99. And Battlefield Bad Company 2, $4.99. Let's go right here. Next thing we have is Lord of Rings Online, $9.99. Crisis was $6.99. Rise of Legends, $14.99. And then 3 more. And if anybody wants anything in here, let me know. If not, I'm going to offer all these games as a bundle deal. We have Dungeon Lords for $9.99, BioShock for $9.99, and Prey for $19.99. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold stuff in here. Anybody? That was all in that crate. Next crate looks like it's got CDs and cassettes. We'll knock those out. Dusty stuff, though. So there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, counting DVDs. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. So there's 31 total items, counting the games and discs on this table. And if anybody wants all of it, here's my absolute best price, $100. $100. $100. There's 31 total items. Some of them's double disc, etc. All right, Chad, did that Grateful Dead MSG 1988 concert poster of Tie-Dye King Kong on its sale? No. No. And at this point, we go, come on, Paul Brothers. Do, do, do. Come on, Paul Brothers. Do, do, do. Come on, Paul Brothers. $6 for both Priest DVDs. Pass. Everything in this bundle, $100. Priest individually, $10, $10. Buy them now or watch them sell tomorrow for $10 and $10. Right now, everything on the table, $100. 31 items. Come on, Paul Brothers. Do, do. Come on, Paul Brothers. Do, do. Sold. Everything's gone. Let's go ahead and tag all those. Let me put this on the table. Let's get a new pile started here for him, me, and everybody else. We can count on Sir Paul. Sir Paul McCartney coming in on the bundle deal. I heard Paul McCartney's a heavy, heavy gamer. Pong. All right. That's how you move merchandise. Probably 1/3 of retail value. So And looks like Paul took a lot of time to research all that individually, so that means we just took probably a hit on those. But hey, they've been crated up over here, and we hadn't been able to sell them yet. Okay. Bought some MSS and Mills. There we go. Gaming. I wish I had. I wish I had buildings full of it. Yeah, someone's like, Chad, I'll sell you a million video games if you can figure out a place to store them. I would say, bring them to me. We'll figure out how to pack them in here. Video games, especially Nintendo stuff, as good as buying literally bars of gold. Literally bars of gold. All right, here we go. Sepultura, $6.99. Sepultura, $6.99. Sepultura, $6.99. Sepultura, $6.99. Sepultura, $6.99. Ace Frehley, $6.99. I think there's something wrong with this one. This one might be a little dirty. Yeah, this one needs to be cleaned. It's not scratched or anything. Ace Frehley, $6.99. Aerosmith, $6.99. Rage, $6.99. Megadeth, Extra Value CD, $6.99. Soulfly, $6.99. Sepultura, $6.99. What else do we have in here? We have the following. Echo and the Bunnymen, $6.99. Zoog's Rift, $6.99. Granimosaurus Rex, $6.99. Power Station, $6.99. The Rotations, Tim Weisberg Band, $6.99. What else do we have here? This looks like stuff Jim B's going to buy and triple his money on. Charlie Sexton, $6.99. Druid, $6.99. Johnny Winter, $6.99. What else do we have? We got Down by Law, all scratched up, $6.99. ZZ Top, why is there two of them? $6.99, $6.99, Afterburner. $6.99, $6.99. Red Cave Collections wants all the Sepultura CDs. One Sepultura. That leaves Soulfly. Megadeth sold to Scott Arnold. That leaves Rage, Aerosmith, Ace Frehley sold to Levi Hilton. So one Sepultura, three Sepultura, four Sepultura, five Sepultura, six Sepultura, seven Sepulturas also to Red Cave Collections. Levi gets Ace. Scott Arnold gets Megadeth. And that leaves Aerosmith, Rage, and Soulfly CDs, $6.99. That means X-Queen gets ZZ Top, and that also means he wanted SS. I think he just meant ZZ, right? Yep, sounds like he just meant ZZ. All right, what's next for $6.99? I got Charlie Sexton again. I got the Godfathers. I've got Emerson, Lake and Palmer, 2-on-1, brain salad surgery. And we have Dog God, In God We Trust. That looks like it's worth a lot more than $6.99. All right, what is next over here? We got Roomful of Blues, sealed for $6.99. Stealing, No Stopping the Music. Stealing, $6.99. Wool, box set, $6.99. And Steely Dan, Two Against Nature, $6.99. What could possibly be next? I don't know. Hyenas in the Desert, Die Laughing. Hyenas in the Desert. Looks very metalish. $6.99 on Hyenas. And then I got a random Conway Twitty single in the picture sleeve. $6.99 for The Clown and the Boy Next Door. Conway. $6.99 for old Conway. $6.99. Okay. Boom. There it is. Interesting cassettes there. Some stuff in there I've never seen or heard of before. Scott Oman on ARO. Is that for the Aerosmith CD? Aerosmith is so Scott Oman. That's so to you. All right, let's go grab another crate of randomness. Poster. Whoa, don't fall on me. Please don't fall on me. A New Balance shoebox full of CDs. Oh boy, we might go ahead and knock some of these out. Looks like some pretty cool stuff in here. What's underneath this? Oh my gosh, more PC games. Oh my gosh, more CDs. Oh my gosh, more cassettes. Oh my gosh, more PC games. Whew. Donna Summer, Walk Away. Subhuman, Split Vision, that looks expensive. Garth Brooks, his first cassette, his first album. Oakland Soul, the Bay Area soundtrack. MC Hammer, Inside Out. John Anderson, Seminole Wind. Guns N' Roses, Lies. Big Biz, looks like somebody's mixtape. Big Biz, could be worth $1 million. The Terrorist, and we got Trina, Dr. The Baddest, BITCH. These are all $6.99. Subhumans was right here. Sold to Glitter from the Glitter Bin. Levi Hilton on GNR Lies. Sold. And then Phil Elliott on Gene. I think he meant Guns N' Roses, right? Yep, so that left all those. $6.99. Next handful is going to come right here. Oh, wow. Okay, there's another Garth Brooks for $6.99. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. All right, let's put this one up for an auction right quick. But first, how about Sealed Sugar Ray Fly with hop sticker, floored. Sugar Ray, $6.99. What else do we got for $6.99? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I see some of these titles down here, and I'm literally having to go, oh, my goodness. X-Wing on Sugar Ray for $6.99. I have no artwork, Joy Division steel. No artwork, though, Joy Division. This is Of Montreal, False Priest, red cartridge, numbered to 500. That sounds expensive. We have Aerosmith in Memorex. We got, this is called Good, F-U-C-K, and the flip is called Good, F-U-C-K. It's Only Rock and Roll, loaded, True Love. We have Terror Vision mixtape on sealed green cartridge. And we have Jackie Chan. Wow, a Jackie Chan Japanese cassette. Holy moly. That's got to be expensive. That's got to be worth a couple mil. We have Jeremy Bryan of Montreal for $6.99. Michael Remza was second. All right, Japanese too. Moving on. I've got a stack down here. This is going to make y'all's head spin. We got a Beginner's Mind for $6.99. We've got I Don't Know for $6.99. We got Beat Mark for $6.99. We have the 4 Carnation fight songs. Oh boy, what about The Cure? Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me? Whoa. What about the Smiths' Best? You've got to be kidding me. And what about The Cure? 2 albums on 1. Faith and Carnage Visors. Whoa. Cure, $6.99, $6.99. Good stuff here. Fantastic stuff. All right, let's keep going. We have for $6.99 Black Lips. That's Good, Bad, Not Evil. We have what? The Beatles, Hard Day's Night. I know what that is. And then Flex, F-L-E-X-X. Fred Knoop wants The Cure and the Smiths. I'm going to go ahead and give you all 3 of them. If you don't want any more than those, let me know. Michael Remza next on the Smiths. How much are these? They're just $6.99. Auction. Metallica, Kill 'Em All cassette, $10 start. $10 start on Metallica. Chris Frazier on the Beatles. Sold to Chris Frazier, $6.99. Jeremy Bryant on Black Lips for $6.99. Let me see if I can figure out who I Don't Know is. It's numbered. I don't know what that says, though. Does anybody know who that is? Whoa. I'll leave it up there where y'all can find it. Metallica 10, Metallica 15. All right, let's keep going. How much are these? These are just $6.99. Wow, we've hit a little pocket of fantastic stuff here. See, you never know. I have no idea that I've owned these until right now. No clue these were in this building. No clue. Didn't know it. Right here. No clue. Dio, Last in Line. Alison Krauss and Union Station, So Long, So Wrong. Bella Fleck and the Flecktones, Live Art. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, originally sold at Goodwill for 49 cents. Now it's $6.99. Lightning Hopkins, Nothing But the Blues. We have Jim Lauderdale, Whisper. We have Patsy Cline, the best of Patsy Cline. And we have Ozzy, Speak of the Devil, a homemade copy. And we have one more over here, and that's Boys to Men, Cooley High Harmony. $6.99 on Boys to Men. So over here, the first thing was Metallica 10, Metallica 15, Metallica 15, Metallica 16, Metallica 20. This band is called Siphius. Thank You Pneumanoid 80. Metallica 25. Chris Frazier first on Dio. Sold to Chris Frazier for $6.99. Then Mark Stanley. Then Michael Ruttman. And then Mark Stanley on O for Ozzy. That's sold to Mark Stanley. Then Levi Hilton. Then Mega Blast on Lee Hooker. No, Lightning Hopkins. And then Michael Ruttman next on Ozzy. And then X-Wing next on Ozzy. And then Shakedown on Bella Fleck for $6.99. And then X-Wing next on Lightning Hopkins. Michael Remza next on Bella and Ozzy. And then over here we got Metallica. A final call. Metallica. Fred Knoop, $25. Everybody else is out. Okay? Nice. If you want any more out of there, just let me know. What's in the next handful? We're about to find out right now. Let's see. I can see a great stack, but I can't get to them. There's a lot of homemade stuff in here, a lot of nonsense. All right, here we go. We have Violent Femmes, Hollowed Ground, Little Feat, Ain't Had Enough, Bauhaus Mask, wow. Susie and the Banshees Nocturne, wow. The Mavericks, What a Crying Shame. We got Pete Rock and CL Smooth, Mecca and the Soul Brother. We got 10th Ruthless Anniversary. Wow, is that Ruthless Records artist? Yeah, Eazy-E, I saw that on there. Workforce, that's the name of the band, I think. And Steve Earle and the Dukes, Shut Up and Die Like an Aviator. $6.99 on that. Metallica has a new bid for $26. We're not done on Metallica. Michael Remza has it for $26. Bauhaus is the one that was $6.99. And what have I done with some of those? They're down here, aren't they? Yeah. All right, so first is Jeremy Bryant on Bauhaus. Yep. And then Michael Remza next. Hiram first on Susie and the Banshees. Then Michael Remza. Fred next on Bauhaus. Michael Remza on the Ruthless Records comp, which was this, which is in fact still sealed, never open. And now Metallica's at 30, which is Kill 'Em All. And now we've got quite the stack of sold cassettes. So let me go ahead and take these in here to the operations table before we have a Jenga collapse, and it sounds like this. That would be the sound of cassette tapes hitting the floor and busting. We don't want that to happen yet. Okay? Eazy-E already sold Metallica 32. I also had Morrissey. The case is cracked. This is the last of the famous international Playboys, and then the best of John Coltrane, okay? VF was Fred Knoop, and that was for Violent Femmes, okay? Sold to him. There's Coltrane and there's Morrissey. Metallica's at $32. Fred Knoop, you're out on that one. All righty, let's get down here to these. Is there a layer after these? No, okay. That's good, though. We got some good stuff. We got Black Lips, and that's 200 million thousand. Talking Heads, 2 and 1. That is 77 and more songs about building food. Black Crows By Your Side, London Howlin' Wolf Sessions. We have 18th Die promo cassette. Prince, Purple Rain. Iggy, Give Me Some Skin. And Firehouse. No, excuse me, that's Fire Hose. Mr. Machinery Operator. George Burleson wants the Little Feat cassette. That's sold to George Burleson for $6.99. Metallica's at $32, so Fred Knoop, I think you're officially out on that one. We sold Violent Femmes, and then Jeremy on M.O. Morrissey. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. George Burleson got Little Feat. Jeremy Bryant got the Black Crows. That was $6.99. And then Michael Remza was next. Michael Remza, though, did get Talking Heads. Jeremy Bryant got Iggy, and then Fred Knoop was next, okay? So that leaves Black Lips, London, 18th Eye, Prince, and Fire Hose. Next in this little batch of cassettes here. Okay, let me grab a handful, see what's going on with these. I'm about to have to restack some of these. They're getting kind of out of hand. Jeremy Bryant on the Black Lips. That's sold to Jeremy for $6.99. Michael Remza second. And Michael Remza, you've been on Metallica. He wants Black Lips, not Black Crows, okay? So no Black Crows for Michael Remza, or for Jeremy Bryant. So to redo that little batch there, it was Morrissey for Jeremy Bryant, George Burleson on Little Feat, Jeremy Bryant on Black Lips, Michael Remza second, Michael Remza first on Talking Heads, Jeremy Bryant first on Iggy, Fred Knoop next on Iggy, Jeremy Bryant did get Black Lips, Michael Remza third, Michael Remza out on Metallica, Metallica sold to Fred Knoop for $33. I figured that one was worth a multitude of more than $6.99. Here's an earlier cassette here, Box Top Super Hits. It's in literally like a snap case. Pretty cool to see that. That's the box top super hits. And then this is Danielson, Best of a Gloucester Country. That is sealed. Joa Lifelike. That is sealed. This is Accept Metal Heart. No artwork. It's just in a recycled case. Dwight Yoakam Gone. And then 10,000 Maniacs Hope Chest. And then Stray Cats Greatest Hits. Those are all $6.99 each. $6.99 on those. Let me restack. Let me see. I need to clear out the table here. Let's do the oldest ones first back here. All right, let me put all those right there. And then let me grab all these. All right, I'm running out of space. Happens quickly when you're going through stuff this fast. Fred Knoop on Stray Cats. That's the most recent. Won't try to bury those too deep then. Still got some great titles there. And great titles here. Problem about going through miscellaneous, you hit a crate like this and you're like, if you make a commitment to go through it all, it takes a while. That's why I say sometimes I'll open up a box, I'm like, oh gosh, this is full of cassettes. Here goes an hour. Or I'm like, well, we'll save that for another night when it's more appropriate. Let's go through something else. Fred Knoop on 10,000 Maniacs. I got that right here. That's so to Fred Knoop. Got it. Let me replace it with that. And push these in here. I don't think there's really, honestly, all that many left in here. George Burleson wants Howlin' Wolf and Black Crows. All right. Pretty sure I still got those, right? Howlin' Wolf and Black Crows. There's London Howlin' Wolf session. And the Black Crows, I know I still have that because it was a putback. And there it is right over here. Yep. All right, and those two are sold as well. Nice. Okay. Done. All right, let's grab a new handful then. I got a lot more working space now. So I have, it looks like there's a lot of, I won't know till I grab them. Let's see. Whoops. Didn't hit the ground. So this is sealed blanks, and these are brand new tapes, okay? If anybody needs any blank tapes and blank tapes, I'm not for sure what to charge for those. So that's Pearl Jam Vitology. Pearl Jam Vitology. We got Weir, W-H-I-R-R, Around. That's sealed. Pass. We have, I don't know. And we have Whir. Never mind. It fell underneath the table. I have another Whir. Give me 1 second. Ingve's Marching Out. That's a copy. And Jeremy wants this Whir. I think that was the same one, but it could be different. And X-Wing got Pearl Jam. All right. It hit my foot and it rolled underneath the table. Let me get it right quick. Luckily, no damage. It's still sealed. That's a different Whir Sway. All right. And that one's also sold to Jeremy Bryant. Okay. So the next okay, so except since there's no graphics. That was in, okay, let me try to find that. That was right here. All right, sell this to Scott Arnold for $4. All right, so blank tapes twice. Robert Warner offered 10 for the two Maxwell XL2S. So Robert offered 10 for these. So I've got a $10 offer on those. So I've got these and then all these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. So Mega Blast, you got dibs on these for 10, and then the rest of them for 30. So all of them for 40 if you want them. All of them for 40. If you pass on those, I'll sell you the rest of these for 30. Okay? So 40 for all of them. If you pass on these, or if you want those for 10. So all right, sell these two here to Robert for $10. I think literally over here next to me, I have another gigantic box of blanks. And X-Wing wants to pass on Pearl Jam, so give Pearl Jam Vitology the Fred Knoop instead. Okay? All right, here's our next auction. A very auction-worthy cassette. The Cramps, A Date with Elvis, $10 start. $10 start on the Cramps, A Date with Elvis. We got Here We Go Magic, A Different Ship. I have Elvis Costello, My Aim Is True. Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues. Gang of Four, A Brief History of the 20th Century, Warner Brothers compilation. John Lee Hooker, The Hook. And we have Miss Chain and the Broken Heels. Miss Chain and the Broken Heels. These are all $6.99. Cramps is up for auction. $6.99. I have the following. I have Built to Spill, There's Nothing Wrong with Love. I've got Sounds of the 70s, Punk and New Wave. Idris Dement, The Way I Should. We have Todd Conglery, Clown Sounds, numbered to 250. David Bowie, Aladdin Sane, that's cool. Elmore James and the Beatles Revolver. And there's another blank tape. Sony Hi-Fi, 60 minutes normal bias. Okay. The Cramps has one bid for 11 with Fred Knoop. Fred Knoop also on the Talking Heads, which was Talking Heads. This right over here. That's sold to Fred Knoop for $6.99. Talking Heads is sold. And then next was Michael Rims on Talking Heads. Fred Knoop on Even. And Even was EC, Elvis Costello. So he also got that. That's also sold to Fred Knoop. And then over here, Michael Rimza on BTS Bow and Beat. BTS Bow and Beat. He wants Built to Spill. So to Michael Rimza. Jeremy Bryant was first on Bowie. Michael Rimza next on Bowie. Michael Rimza first on the Beatles. Fred next on Bowie. And Mega Blast on Whir. All the Whirs have already been sold. We already sold both of those. Okay? Cramps is sold for $11. And that was sold to Fred Knoop. So for clarification, Fred Knoop got Talking Heads. Fred Knoop got Elvis Costello. Michael Rimza got Built to Spill. Jeremy got Bowie. Michael Rimza got Beatles. Okay? That's who got all those. I have quite the tower here, so let me take all these in here right quick. And let's start a new handful. Probably 80% done with this crate. So we're near the bottom for those ready for maybe a change in scenery. But still got some pretty good stuff in here. I'd say we're about 80%. Maybe. Yeah. Because some of these are singles, and I'm skipping over them. I'll show them, but then I've got other stuff. Okay. All right. Blank, blank, blanks. More blanks. B-52s, Time Capsule. Ricky Skaggs and the Kentucky Thunder, Bluegrass Rules. Prince, Graffiti Bridge. The White Yoakum, Just Looking for a Hit. Empty Case. John Popper, Zygote. John Popper from Blues Traveler. Cosmic Things, B-52s. And something that almost dropped. And what did I almost drop? Whoops. And then it fell apart. Lap of Luxury, Cheap Trick. Lap of Luxury, Cheap Trick. So James Rainey, you're first on B-52s. You actually got two different ones you can pick. Time Capsule or Cosmic Thing with Love Shack Baby. Fred Knoop was next. Next handful. These are all $6.99. Ooh, good titles here. First thing we got's a blank. And then we have Joe's Garage, Acts 1, 2, and 3. Frank Zappa, a double pack. $6.99 on that. Morrissey, Viva Hate. Nice. David Bowie, Station to Station. David Bowie, another Aladdin Sane. And Anthology 3 by the Beatles. Anthology 3. Okay. So James Rainey's going to let us know on the B-52s. Fred Knoop's next. George Burleson on John Popper. That's sold to George Burleson for $6.99. George Burleson got that one. Jeremy Bryant on Mo, and Mo was for Morrissey. And then Michael Remza on the Zappa. Fred Newt next on Zappa. James Rainey gets Bow 52s. Jeremy Bryant wants Bowie. I'm assuming station to station, since you already got Aladdin Sane, but if you do want both, let me know. Jeremy Bryant on station to station. Michael Remza next on Morrissey. Michael Remza, that means you're probably going to get Aladdin Sane. Levi Hilton, first on the Beatles, then Michael Remza, then Jeff Brent TDO, and X-Wing next on Popper. Okay, so that leaves Skaggs, Prince, Dwight, Cheap Trick, and that means this Bowie is officially sold to Michael Remza. Next handful. These are all $6.99. And if that is shocking, I know. I have another one. This is Morrissey, Viva Hate, the Clash Combat Rock. I have the Juliana Hatfield 3. Also, we have Earl King, Sexual Telepathy. David Bowie, The Man Who Sold the World. This is Mike Adams at his Honest Weight. And then we had Morphine, Cure for Pain. Wow, I've never seen that before on cassette, ever. Morphine, Cure for Pain, $6.99. Okay. Next is James Rainey was first on M, and that was for Morrissey. Michael Remza second. Jeremy Bryant got yet another Bowie. And then Fred Newt put M and CL. 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 M was Morrissey. Already sold. Clash is sold to you, though. Michael Remza next on Bowie. Michael Remza next on... No, Michael Remza first on Morphine, then Chris Frazier, then Ken Foster. That left Juliana Hatfield, Earl King, and Mike Adams at his Honest Weight. There is no better feeling. There is no feeling better demos. All right, let me move those. And so here is... Whoops. Don't worry, those were all blanks. Okay. Two other people have asked, what are the blank cassettes? They're for sale. All together. I'm going to get them all together and we're going to reprice them. Stand by. We got Steve Earle, El Corazon, Steve Earle. The Smiths, Strange Ways, Here We Come. Somebody wrote 69 on it. Anything for Money, sealed. Patty Loveless, self-titled. The Cranberries, To the Faithfully Departed. Led Zeppelin, self-titled debut. John Anderson, Blue Skies Again. The Judds, River of Time. And we have Steve Warner, Greatest Hits. All $6.99 on those. So next is James Rainey on A. And James Rainey on A for something. And he meant C. And I still don't know what that's for. And then the first thing we have is Jeremy Bryant on Smiths. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Glitter from the Litter Bin. And then Michael Remza next. And then James Rainey put C. That's for the Cranberries. And then Chris Frazier got Led Zeppelin. Michael Remza next on Led Zeppelin. X-Way next on Led Zeppelin. Michael Ruttman next on Led Zeppelin. James, you got the Cranberries. That left Steve Earle, Anything for Money, Patty Loveless, John Anderson, Judds, and Steve Warner. Nice. At this point, I'm having to pick them out. Let's see. Single. Okay. Single. Here we go. Next handful. This is All Good, Ride the Bee. Iris DeMent, Infamous Angel. This is The Youngsters, No Mercy. Steve Earle, Train a Comin'. Black Lips, Let It Bloom. Last War, Haley Bonner. Waylon Jennings, Full Circle. And this is Merle Haggard, Songwriter. Those are all $6.99. Okay, I've got these, which I think is some sort of sampler. Okay, that's a single. All right. Jeremy got Black Lips and Michael Remza next. All right. Man, I got Butterfingers on these. Last handful that is various artists. The Dale McCurry Band, Blue Side of Town. Robin Harris, BB Kids. John Anderson Solid Ground on a purple cassette, a copy of I Love You, HB, Father John Misty, and a Judas Priest, no artwork. It's the original cassette, but no artwork. Stained glass. Okay. I got 3 singles I'll sell for $6.99 together. Winger, Macaulay Shanker, and Charlie Daniels. All 3 of those for $6.99 together. Scott Arnold said he'd give 4 for Priest, no artwork. Sold. And then these, I don't know what these are. I'm going to say they're $6.99. 2008 Summer Sampler. 2013 Fall Sampler. So this has Of Montreal, Saboa, Sun Lux, Perfecto Demo Beats. 2003 Summer Sampler. Dumb Numbers, Sebdoa, and Memory Map. So some kind of samplers there. Okay, and then there's the singles. All right, so that crate is empty. Just a few stray sticky notes down in the bottom. Awesome. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take all these off the table. So if anybody wants anything, I'm going to stack them over here in this other crate where I can see the spines. Now would be a great time to let me know if you want anything. And I'm probably going to try to count these and then maybe do a bundle. I know some people like buying all these in bulk, and I think I can estimate how many's left pretty easily. Okay, so earlier I priced, you know, some of these out. It was $30 and $10. It was 5 and 5. So yeah, so like I priced all those for $30, and then I've added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13. There's like 40, minimum of 40, but 40, 45 blank cassettes there. Is that really that many? No. Let me count them here in just a second. John Misty, this here. Hey, I don't think that's actually a copy. You got me there, Shakedown. Dang it. That's how that was made, wasn't it? That's sold a Shakedown for $6.99. Okay. We have 3 blank cases here. And there's those. And then we had John, let's see, 4, 5, Steve Earle, Waylon. Okay. All right, let me get those before they get buried. We have, there's Steve Earle, there's Waylon. Let's see here. John Anderson, Trina, MC Hammer, Garth Brooks. They're making these cassettes now where they look like they're old mixtapes or something, and they're actually real releases. Jeremy Bryant wants the samplers. Do you want, well, is Perfecto a sampler too? You let me know on those. Steve Earle. Okay, I found one Steve Earle. There's the, I'm sure, okay, there's the other Steve Earle. All right, and then I think that's it. I think that's it. Let me look one more time here. Steal it and Wilson. Boysman, Dwight Yoakam, Steve Warner, Anderson, Fire Hose, and Prince, 18th and Wonder, Coltrane, Pete Rock, Steve Earle. There's another one. All right, there's another Steve Earle. All right, I'll take Dwight then, man. Chan Garth Brooks, Nelson, Patsy Cline. Okay, put all these in here. All right, there's this, this, and this. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4 sold to Danny at $16. Nice. Okay, and then these are sold to Jeremy Bryant. Those 3 are sold to Jeremy Bryant. All right. Thank you. So I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46, 48, 50, 52, 62, 64, 66, 68, 70, 72, 74, 76, 78, 80, 82, 84, 86, 88, 90. I think there's like 91 cassettes left in here. 91 cassettes in here. Probably. Not counting the blank ones. I still think there's great titles in here. So I'm going to say $200 for everything. And there's sealed stuff, there's indie stuff, there's rap stuff. $200 for everything that's left, and that's everything. $200 for everything that's left. Okay. I'm going to take the stack of sold stuff here. Y'all think about it. If anybody needs to buy it, Jim B does. Good gosh. Let me take these right here. Another big stack of sold. Done. Okay. But think about it. I'm going to go find another box. And then I never did get a good count on the blanks back here. So we have over here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then there's a bundle pack. Uh, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. And then there's a bundle pack of 2, 4, 5, so 18. And then 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So 26 blank cassettes. $40. 26 blank cassettes, $40. Brand new and sealed. Yeah, so what's the down by law? Down by law, I don't remember. And can I read off the wrap? Only if you buy them. I will read them off to you, Jim B, only if you buy them. So if I read them, that means you got to buy them. So do you want to take that chance? Ken Foster gets all the blanks for $40. Okay. It doesn't look like anybody's going to buy the bundle. So let's go ahead and sell all of these. Let's go ahead and sell all these to Ken Foster for $40. I think I have another box over here next to me somewhere with more. Let me go ahead and take these on the table. All right. I'll read through those. I'll try to pull out the wraps and read them again. You got on at the wrong time. What have you been doing? Sleeping? Jim B must have tried to sneak in a nap or something, right? He just got on like, oh no. Chad just read off a bunch of rare rap stuff and I missed it. Holy moly, look at this stuff in here. Whoa. Snooze, you lose, Jim B. You snooze, you lose. All right, let's knock out this shoebox full of CDs. Take naps around here or you're going to miss half of a show. These are all $6.99. All right, let's go ahead and tag Perfecto. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant for $6.99. Johnny Cash America, $6.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumor, $6.99. Dolly Parton for God and Country, $6.99. Blake Shelton, $6.99. David Allan Coe, $6.99. Leonard Skinner, $6.99. And Carrie Underwood, Some Heart, $6.99. $6.99 for Johnny Cash, Fleetwood Mac, Dolly Parton, Blake Shelton, David Allan Coe, Leonard Skinner, and Carrie Underwood. Johnny Cash sold to Mega Blast 9, $6.99. How much are these? They're just $6.99. John Durden says he'll take the Terrorist if it's sealed. Terrorist if it's sealed. The Terrorist, Terror Strikes, is not sealed. It's in fact not sealed. Okay, this is like a small little shoebox of CDs, so it shouldn't take long to knock these out. Eric Clapton, Journeyman. Dr. Elmo, Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Baby, it's cold outside, romantic Christmas. Dr. Hook, greatest hits. Now that's what I call country volume 5. The Beatles, Let It Be Naked. A 2 CD, another 2 CD. Alan Jackson's greatest hits. Alan Jackson's greatest hits volume 2. And Shania Twain, Up. $6.99. That's Clapton, Grandma, Baby, Hook, Country, Beatle, Alan, Shania. All $6.99. Garth Brooks, The Hits. Songs of Rodeo Country by Chris Ledoux. Good gosh, Chris Ledoux. Good gosh, Chris Ledoux. Good gosh, Shania Twain. These are all $6.99. Robert, let me see why there's 2 of these. Let me make sure one of them's not messed up or something. Why is, oh, this one says 2 CD, but there's only 1? Is that what's going on here? Okay, this one, is this supposed to be 2 disc? Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, one of them's missing a disc. I'm glad I checked. I was curious, why would somebody have 2 copies? So one of them's missing a disc. There you go, Robert. That's so to you. Gunzunhat, thank you. And Levi Hilton on G. And G was for Garth Brooks, right, Levi? And then Danny gets both Chris Ledoux CDs. All right, those are sold and sold. You're lucky those didn't make it to auction. Here we go. These are all $6.99. I've hit a patch of dust over here. I'm telling y'all, this stuff's been buried over here for months, years, weeks. Garth Brooks, Scarecrow, Best of George Strait, Best of Grateful Dead, Brooks and Dunn, If You See Her, Kenny Chesney, Lady Antebellum, Need You Now, Alan Jackson, Everything I Love, Chris Ledoux, Horsepower, The Best of Santana, and Easy Rider. This looks like a bootleg. Well, kind of. Yeah, it's homemade for sure. Easy Rider. I've never seen that on CD, though. Okay, was there 3 Chris Ledoux? 2 Chris Ledoux. Hold on a second. I tagged you for 2. Let me make sure. Fleetwood Mac, Dolly, Blake Shelton, Devil Down, Leonard Skinner, Kerry Winter, Clapton, Grandma, Baby, Dr. Hook, Thou, Beetle, Shana, Shana, Allen. No, there was only 2 Chris Ledoux. But I would have your fingers ready because I think more is coming up. Hint, hint, hint. Okay? First thing I have is Garth Brooks. That's called Fresh Horses. Chris Ledoux, Cowboy. Chris Ledoux, 20 Originals, Early Dears. Blake Shelton, Chris Ledoux. Elvis, 30 #1 hits. Grease and Cheap Trick Greatest Hits. $6.99. Oh, there is another. Well, there's this Chris Ledoux. That was in a different pile, though, but I'll go ahead and give it to you. My bad. And now here's more. We got Cheap Trick Greatest Hits, Grease, Elvis #1 hits, Chris Ledoux, Blake Shelton, Chris Ledoux, and Garth Brooks. Danny wants Chris Ledoux, sold, Chris Ledoux, sold, Chris Ledoux, sold. Or you can try to get these on vinyl and spend $8,000. Those are all sold. Next is the following. These are $6.99. We got Chris Ledoux. We got Chris Ledoux, Chris Ledoux, Chris Ledoux, Chris Ledoux, Garth Brooks, Garth Brooks, Garth Brooks, Garth Brooks, Chris Ledoux. Beach Boys, Made in USA. Beach Boys, Good Vibration. And that's a 3-disc looking set. Dierks Bentley, Dixie Chicks, and John Michael Montgomery. Box is complete. These I set over to the side are part of a Gordon Lightfoot box set. I got Gordon Lightfoot Disc 2 and Gordon Lightfoot Disc 4. Okay? That shoe box has been complete. Somebody's great country collection. Somebody robbed Seth's Camaro. This looks like if somebody would have held Seth at gunpoint and said, "Give me all your CDs." This is what they would have ended up with. Chris Ledoux, sold. And then we have Garth. Why is there 2 of these? There was 2 of these. Let me see if one's better. That one looks brand new. And then this one is kind of scratched. That's why. If somebody has duplicates, that's probably why. And then there's another Chris Ledoux, Chris Ledoux, Chris Ledoux. All right. Danny just racked up. I would have loved to have taken those to the auction block, but congratulations. All Beach Boys. This here, I'll say for $9.99. The 3-disc, I'll say for $9.99. I think that kind of goes together. Okay. Chris Ledoux right here. Chris Ledoux is a very, yeah, this one, it's got some scuff. And I bet they bought another one because it probably skipped or something. Let me just toss that in the trash, actually. Chris Ledoux is probably, if I had to rank the most desirable country artist on vinyl that people ask about the most, he would probably be Keith Whitley and then Chris Ledoux. Keith Whitley and Chris Ledoux. These are sold for $9.99 to Levi Hilton. All three. Wrap those in a rubber band. All right. Does anybody want a killer country CD bundle? Okay. Killer CD bundle. I want Maxwell XL S2-390 and MX90. Somebody bought those earlier. Well, I had some. Somebody already bought them, and somebody bought all the others already. So here's what I'll do. Now that some's been picked and some's been chosen, I have this. And there's not just all, country. There's Cheap Trick. Lightfoot. He's not really country, though. He's a singer-songwriter. He's not Americana either. He's Canadian. He's Canadian Conica. Americana, Canadian Conica, Skinnerd, Fleetwood Mac. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 40, $85 bundle deal. $85 bundle deal, the remaining CDs. Okay? And the New Balance shoebox is empty. Shoebox is empty. Throw that over there with the other cardboard. All right, let's keep this show on the road. What else can we find over here? So this next box is CD. The next box is CDs. The next thing is an empty tub. Let me throw that out of the way. This is full of figures. They need cleaning and researched, so I can't show those. This thing could possibly be full of 8 tracks. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Any unsold auctions? Yeah, but probably nothing you would want. I've got Ozzy for $1,275. I got Iron Cross for $2,000. I think that's it. Okay, what kind of figures? Can't show them because they are not ready for sale. Everybody always wants the stuff they can't have. That's why I love naming stuff off. It's my favorite thing to do. I'll name stuff off, and I'm like, somebody's definitely going to want this. That's why I'm going to read it off. Let's see who's paying attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. $100. All these Kiss 8 tracks. $100. There's 8 different albums. Self-titled, Rock and Roll Over, 2 of them. One's a club copy. Hotter Than Hell, Destroyer, Dress to Kill, Love Gun, and then double platinum. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 albums, including a duplicate. 1 is a double, so 9 total 8 tracks, $100. So did Jeff Brent RTO. Then he said, wait. You're on the clock. $9.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon 8-track. $9.99. Also, we'll do these for $6.99. Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey, Alice Cooper Muscle of Love, and Johnny the Fox, $6.99 on those. Chris Frazier gets Pink Floyd for $9.99. Mark Morris gets all the Kiss 8 tracks for $100. Those are all sold to Mark Morris. They're gone. See you later. Sold out. Okay. Next thing over here is those. So $6.99 on Alice, $6.99 on Alice, $6.99 on Thin Lizzy, $6.99 on Bad Company. And then we have $6.99 for, nope, that one needs to be less. Hold on a second. Let me get all the $6.99. Here we go. That's a cool one. Electric Flag, long time coming. $6.99 on that. And I'll make these cheaper, that one cheaper. Here, we'll bundle these last few because they're pretty beat up. These have been These have been sitting in a car for heat damage for a long time. BOC, that one's nice though. Legs Diamond. We'll make that one $6.99. Bebop Deluxe, and Nazareth. We'll say all 4 of those for $10. Let's see. Pad. They're going to be good to go. That one needs a pad. So pretty much if it doesn't have a pad, you're going to have to replace it or it's not going to play right. Those are good to go. We'll say $10 on those. Those $6.99, either better titles or nicer condition. All right, let me take this gigantic stack of sold stuff in here now, because with the Kiss and all those. Jeff Brent, he wanted them, then he changed his mind. Can't split them up. Jeff Brent probably like, dang it, you've got to be kidding me, Chad. Golly, why would you do such a thing to me? Oh my gosh. Now I'm angrier than something after something happened to it. Okay, moving on. Anybody else on these? I'm running out of table space, but that's okay. All right, buy now, cry later. Pull the trigger, buy now, figure out how to pay for it later. Buy. Don't think about picking or choosing. Just say, I'll take it, bundle deal sold, give them to me, ship them, done, send them my way, boom. I want it, give it to me. No time to think, no time to react. Just say, yes, sold, bundle, sold, yes, bundle, sold, go, done, boom, bow. Bundle, got it. Take them all, sold, got it, boom. Trying to figure out if this is worthy of our time right now. I'm also in a crunch decision on time. Maybe that might not be the best thing for us right now. I think I'm going to pass on that box. Pass on that box for right now. How many 8 tracks? I think it was 8 albums, 9 total 8 tracks for 100. Because Kiss Alive's a double, and you got volume 1 and 2. That's another box CD. That's not for us right now. Now, I finally got back here to these tubs, and I think the tubs is the stuff that I'm not going to speak of because I don't like, well, I do like speaking of stuff that we can't sell, but also y'all don't probably want to hear me read stuff off that you can't buy, right? That would just be mean and unnecessary. So with that being said, this is from a collection, and this stuff is going to need cleaning. I have gone through some of it, and they've cleaned it later, and they've wanted to shoot me. So the big thing about buying collections, unless somebody took really, really good care of stuff, 9 times out of 10, a big part of our labor cost here is literally cleaning stuff. So y'all don't get stuff covered in grime, grease, dust. And that's why I'm sneezing over here. We're literally in a warehouse. This is a lot of unprocessed merchandise. So I'm sneezing, I'm coughing, there's dust, there's grime, there's everything. So that's why when you buy like a record out of one of our crates, it's cleaned, it's been sleeved, and it's good to go. Okay, let me go over here and do this then. Also, I need to check the time. What kind of time we looking at? It's probably went a lot's past. I think I started at 6:15 tonight, so we probably got 30 or 45 minutes left. So let me try to clean up what's over here right quick. I'm going to take a drink of water to help my allergies right now. Okay, and don't forget, GMB wants to buy every rap cassette out of here for $9.99 each. I still got to pull those out for them. You said $9.99 each, right, GMB? I think that's what he said. I'll take any rap, anything in the genre of rap in your building at $9.99 each. By the way, the rap auctions are tomorrow. Okay? Whatever 12 rap albums that we finally got in a collection. So we had to buy nearly 250,000 albums, and we finally got 12 rap. So you do the math. That's the percentage we get of rap albums in collections. We had to buy 250,000 albums, and we got 12. And it's going to cause mass hysteria tomorrow night. So buckle up. All right, so let me go in reverse order here. Not going to spend a lot of time. Just going to try to clean up and move some stuff around. So the first thing was these cassettes, or 8-tracks. I do that all the time. These 8-track cassettes I just showed. They're 8-tracks, though, by definition. These were $6.99 each. And then up here, I said I'd sell all 4 of those for $10. Your decision. If you decide you want them, let me know. Let me stack them all right here behind me. Okay, then I did these CDs at $6.99. A lot of country. There is some classic rock. There was like 40 that was left, and I said I would take 85 for the rest of them. So there's that. I'm going to go ahead and set these right here behind me. Why does it feel like something's stabbing me in my chest? What's going on here? Whatever it is, I'm sure it's Seth's fault. Okay, we had the Munsters figures. These is Herman Munster from the Munsters, Reaction Super 7. That's $24.99. I'm also going to try to show the no-bid auctions. $24.99 for the Munsters. There they are. And then we had some of this stuff I need to wash my hands before I handle it again. I had a random gun holster for $4.99 or $6.99 or something like that. I have no idea. I think that used to go to something I used to have, but I don't even know where it is anymore. Or I hadn't seen it in a long time. I got REO Speedwagon $6.99, Styx $6.99, and Fifth of Beethoven for $6.99. That was sheet music. I got the Topsy Turvy Fairy Tale Collection, Anna Alice Chapin. That was $24.99. A few CDs here. Hyenas, Soulfly, and Rage Against the Machine. Those were $6.99. So was Conway Twitty the Clown. $6.99. Chris Frazier gets Topsy Turvy for $20. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Seinfeld Trivia Game, $19.99 for Seinfeld. I'm going to stack some of this on top of that. I had a few random posters. These were from Walmart. It's where the Beatles Rock Band came out. They're like store display posters for Beatles Rock Band. I priced both of those at $35. That was nothing, essentially. Gun holster sold for $4 to John Durden. I priced this model plane at $45 shipped. $45 shipped. Yes, I got to tag lights tonight too. I've got a new shipment of lights to tag. I'll do that at the very, very end, probably, or whenever we decide this ship is sailed tonight. My goal was to start at 5 tonight so I could stop at 1 so I could get back on normal schedule. And once again, we went until 2:30, almost 3 a.m. last night. It held me back another 2 hours, and I'm still an hour late tonight. So an hour and 15 minutes late. So it keeps getting later and later. There's more sheet music. Dreams, Fleetwood Mac. This was signed by Goober, $15. This was Grand Ole Opry, signed by a few musicians, $15. And then Ed Burns, signed by Cookie, Ed Burns. That was $15. Couple autographed. These were autographs we found, but they didn't make the cut. They didn't make the cut for JSA. Not really worth having authenticated. That's what we call throwing good money after bad. Okay, and Kenny was 15. All right, so there's some stuff there. Let me try to restack all this the best I can. Let me put these posters over here with the other posters. Man, rolled posters are the devil. We have so many. It's hard to show them. It's hard to store them. I mean, I know we get suggestions. You can do this, you can do that, but you just don't understand. When you have 10,000 rolled posters, we've got them laying everywhere. They're in crates, they're in tubs, they're on shelves, they're on the floor. Whew, they're everywhere. Okay, the only unsold auctions tonight was 4 things. Iron Cross is $2,000. You heard that correctly. $2,000. It's a 1986 OG. Only 100 were made. It's a rare, highly sought-after metal album. $2,000. There's only one for sale, $3,500. And over here, it's not like that's just a shot-in-the-dark price at $3,500. Somebody priced theirs on Discogs $3,500 because there have been some that have sold for that much before. and other, I think even on eBay if you get on PopSide. There's been some sell for well over $3,000. The only other official auction was Ozzy, which is a signed tour book. This is JSA authenticated. So the card and everything's inside. It's not a letter. It's just a basic cert that's not lettered. You don't have to letter that stuff. Whoops. Don't want that glare on it. There we go. Ozzy is $1,275. That would be like the 14th Ozzy autograph we've sold this year. Mastodon is $275, signed by Brett Hines, who recently passed away unexpectedly. That's auction number 3. And we have the box for that. No big deal, but we got the box. And then probably the biggest surprise of the night is this one. The Metallica Master of Puppets box set, $795. I had an offer for $740. I had an offer for $750. And I said, I'm pretty dang firm at $795. Those other two people never did really say pass. They just never did really say sold. Now, I would love to sell these 4 items. That would be a great addition for tonight. Iron Cross 2000, Metallic and Ozzy, another 2000 with Mastodon in there. That would be a good cherry on top for tonight. That's about $4 grand in merch right there. But this is stuff I'm in no hurry to sell. This is premium merchandise here. I don't really have to. I'm not in a position where I'm like, you know what? I got to give this stuff away tonight. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I got to. Okay. Yes, all the other Metallica boxes sold. And Justice for All sold for like half off. The Black Album box sold for about half off. And Master of Puppets is about half off. So we had Metallica box sets tonight half off. First time in history that's happened. That's something I don't usually like publicly say. All right. Chuck Haley wants the Ed Cookies Burn book for $15. Surprised you didn't buy Goober too. I got Goober too. He signed as well to Fred. These are from Fred's collection. So they literally say, hey Fred, Goober, George Lindsay, Goober. And this one says, to Fred, all the best to you. Enjoy Ed Burns, June 28, 2002. Right. Do you have a good working complete set for PS3 or PS4? I have a PS... let me go see what's up here. I bought one off my friend about a year ago. He had a bunch of killer games, and it's up here in a cabinet. And I got to walk up here anyway to get to this next thing that we're about to go through. What do I have over here? It's a something. It's a PS something. I have a PS... I have a PS4... 500 gigabyte PS4 Slim with 2 controllers, a power cable, HDMI, and charging cable. $219.99. Is this thing locked? Dang it. How do you open this? Okay, good. I can break in. I didn't even have to have a key. Yeah. I've had this for 2 years, so if you want to make an offer, it's negotiable. Let me get all these games out. I don't know, 2 years ago they were selling for $220. That was 2 years ago, so probably still not a bad price. Most of these game systems, they'll go down after you buy them, but they tend to kind of plateau off, and then they'll stay around the same price for a while. Yeah. Oh, you don't need this. You need this game. Okay, well, I need to show this anyway. Maybe somebody needs it. PS4, 500 gigabyte, $219.99. 2 controllers, power cable, HDMI charging. Yeah, I've got that. And then I have NBA 2K20, TK20, $4.99. NASCAR Heat 5, $13.99. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Wow, those are amazing games. When I retire, this is what I'll be doing right here. Oh my gosh. The Hunter, Call of the Wild, Call of Duty, Black Ops Cold War, 2K20 WWE, 2K21, and The Show. That was from my friend Moose. I think he bought the new one and I bought all that stuff from him. Or he traded it in on something. So... Chuck Haley says, "Give me Goober." Also sold to Chuck Haley $15. Okay, this is the first night in a while we haven't done any 45s. We've kind of ran out of time to do that. I do have a box ready. I don't know if those buyers are still on here or not. I was working on just going through miscellaneous over here. I had to kind of clear up the table. I had to kind of sneeze. I kind of had to eat a snack right quick because it's now officially getting really close to my supper time. And Chad's getting hungry. And sometimes I get hangry, which means hungry and angry. That's not good for making deals, so y'all probably want me to take a snack break every now and then. Otherwise, deals start going down, or the prices start going up, and the deals stop happening, and Chad gets hungry and hangry. And then everybody's all mad, and then Chad's in a bad mood, and then y'all are in a bad mood. You see how this is trending? See what I'm going at here? All right, let's go grab stuff off this cart. I need to clear all this off. We got to figure out what all this is. Golly. I just found a bunch of stuff I've been looking for. Thank goodness. I thought this stuff was lost forever. I have been looking everywhere for this stuff. Golly. You know, I've misplaced some stuff this week, and I have found it all. That's why I tore apart the store. For about 7 days, I had no idea where my signed Metallica albums were. The signed Kill 'Em All and the signed Ride the Lightning we have. I had no idea where that was, and I had no idea where my George Harrison Ringo Starr autograph was. No idea. In the back of my mind, I've been trying to figure it out for about 7 days. After cleaning for about 4 hours last night, I finally found them. And I've been missing these. First, though, we got Willie Nelson. This is sheet music, On the Road Again, $6.99. I had no idea where these were. Gene Hackman, all these signed photos here. Daniel Day-Lewis. Yeah, Morgan Freeman. Whew. Finally. I figured they just fell down in a crate and they were just somewhere in between something. But, man, been looking everywhere for those. Okay. This is signed by Billy Joe Royal, Burn Like a Rocket, and this is signed by Leslie Gore, JSA authenticated. Signed by Leslie Gore, signed by Billy Joe Royal. Some of these people I can identify pretty fast. Like, I know that's Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman, Gene Hackman, Daniel Day-Lewis, Wes Studi, Bruce Dern, Wes Studi again, And then, yeah, these and these. How much a signed photo of Emilio? You're talking about, let's see here. You're referring to, which one are you referring to? Some of these movies, I don't know. I know that's Young Guns, right? Some of these, I don't know what they are. Billy Joe Royal and Leslie Gore are $35. They're JSA authenticated, signed on the label. $35, $35. Okay. Morgan Freeman's the cherry in there. Emilio Young Guns. You're talking about this right here then, right? $175. Morgan Freeman's the cherry in the lot. That one's $1,500. And we have a lot of forgeries. I bought this from my friend Alex Roman, longtime customer. And Fred had Morgan's address, Fred Goodwin. He sent 5-10 times in, and he got all secretarial. So for the longest, if you had Morgan Freeman's fan mail address, he was not signing photos, evidently. His secretary was. And that happens a lot. So people get stuff back in the mail, and they think it's Morgan Freeman or Clint Eastwood signing, and in fact, it's somebody else. So years later, you go to have them authenticated to sell them, and you find out, in fact, a secretary's been selling it and signing it, not Morgan Freeman. So this is actually, in fact, Beckett and PSA was here, and they looked at it, and they said it's good. I didn't pay to have it certed again, but yeah, that's a tough one to get, man. That's the third Morgan Freeman I've had that's authentic, and I've probably had 20 fakes. Leslie Gore sold to Wolverine for $30. All right, what else do we got here? I have 2 Casablanca inner sleeves. Maybe somebody needs those. I have a photo of Peter Criss. 2 inner sleeves, $5. Photo of Peter Criss, $5. This is actually a pretty tough record to get. This is the G.I. Joe record. That goes to the space capsule toy. I think that needs to be $19.99. G.I. Joe. Here's some more of the Rock comic artwork. I'm trying to get it all together. So here is the Pink Floyd artist proof. See what I'm talking about here? Got some cool stuff coming up soon. I'm trying to get all this together. I've got a pile of it going back here behind me. So there's the Pink Floyd. That'll be for sale at a later date. That's a shipping label. Here is a signed photo from Mr. Big. It's not authenticated. I've never had it looked at. My bet was it's real. It looks real. It's not the same hand. It's made out to Mike. Signed Mr. Big photo. We'll say $15. Rolling Stone 1987 yearbook. Loose cover. $6.99. What do we have here? $10. Oxys. Oxys is a 2000 US Oxys and Arab on radar. It's a 10-inch 45 RPM. Oxys is $10. Okay, what is this? This is a French 2021 limited edition 10-inch mono photo insert. 0 for sale in the US. $25. Who is it, though? Is it Miles Davis? Oh, it's Miles Davis. Okay. I thought it was some French lady, but evidently it's Miles Davis. Is it? Yeah. Something to do with Miles Davis. None for sale in the U.S. 2021. This is auctions that I never did get around to. Miles Davis, $25. Danny takes the Mr. Big photo for $15. Mr. Big photo, $15. That's sold to Danny Thomason. All right, let's get that in a board and bag for him. Peter Criss, Casablanca, and Willie Nelson, $10. All right, sell all this to Tyson Morgan for $10. Sold. There's a couple interesting things there. A Camp Colinia, signed, $35. Autographed by whole band. 2009 Euro. Not for sure what that is. I don't think that ever made it to the auction block. This don't have any information on it. I don't know what it is. Something French. Sons of the Sea Borealis. 2021 U.S. reissue. 500 copies were made. Near mint, $25. Borealis. Sons of the Sea. Nice. Metal Church. Shrink wrap torn at bottom. So this is a brand new sealed Metal Church box set. The shrink is torn. So I got this new from distribution. $169.99. This is reforged. All remastered. Original recordings of Masterpiece, The Weight of the World, A Light in the Dark, The Present Wasteland, and Generation Nothing. Metal Church box set, $169.99. New and sealed. The shrink is torn at the bottom. I think that's why that ended up there. All right, we got some good stuff over here on the cart. What else can we find over here? You never know with piles like this. Holy moly. Keep finding stuff, keep finding stuff. Chad's about to sneeze again. This stuff's covered in dust. All right. Let's see. Another cassette. Who do we have here? Culture Club. Culture Club is $6.99. That's color by numbers. $6.99 on Culture Club. Cooking on 3 burners, 4 and 20, and This Girl, $6.99. Post Malone Wow, $14.99 for Post Malone Wow, sealed. Delbert McClinton signed CD. JSA Delbert McClinton, $35. Signed CD. I got to figure out what that goes to. Papa John Creech, signed Hey Dale, Papa John Creech, signed $35 start, or $35 buy it now, I should say. Billy Joe Royal autograph, sold to Chuck Haley for $30. That's sold to Chuck Haley for $30. Commander Cody, Rock On, Commander Cody. And it's got an additional signer. CD 02381, and that's also a buy it now for $35. I think that'd be a pretty good price on that. Commander Cody, $35 on that one. Okay. The Amazing Bud Powell. The Amazing Bud Powell, Fats Navarro, Sonny Rollins. This is a 66 US mono, VG Plus, $85. The back cover is upside down. There is no mention of any misprints of this record on Discogs. VG Plus, $85. Info on the camp record. We have Cooking on 3 burners, 4 and 20. Whew, man. Sorry, I've hit some bad stuff. One second. Okay, Danny, I'll do... Man, Commander Cody, I don't know if I ever put this up, Danny, so I don't know if that's ever been offered for auction. So let's do 30, and I think that'd be very fair knowing it didn't hit the auction block. And then, Jeremy Bryant, you're talking about Camp. Camp, Colinia, a Camp, or, yeah, It says A Camp. 2009 Euro, out of print ever since, and autographed. VG Plus, $35. Whew. All right, let me see what else I can do over here. Yeah, so 30 on Commander Cody, and then Camp 35 on that. Let me see what else is over here on this cart, okay? All right. Not a lot more miscellaneous. These are just old catalogs. We've been through those before. Nothing there. Not much left there. Okay. All right, so Jeremy Bryant does take Camp for $35. And then Danny Thomason good on Commander Cody for $30. All right, so Jim B, yeah, exactly. I honestly have got to the point where everything on this card has been gone through. I can't stop sneezing, and I don't have really much more I can go through. And the feed's going to expire in 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to stop there. Does anybody have any last requests? I'm going to do the lights either after the stream, because I'd have to clear off this table, and y'all should see the mess I have behind me. I kind of need to stop. And I'm going to go take a Claritin, and hopefully I'm not sniffling tomorrow when I'm doing this again. But I have sold a lot, and I've honestly made a mess. It's going to take an hour for me to clean all this up and get everything just ready for me to go live again tomorrow. And it's already 2 a.m. I need to stop. So I didn't do any 45s tonight. That means we'll do a bunch tomorrow. Plus, it's Friday night, and a lot of people can stay later. So does anybody have any last requests before I do anything else? I'll stay here for about 60 more seconds and make sure. I was just kind of quietly going through some of the stuff on this cart. A lot of it is old catalogs for like people who used to order fake autographs. I think y'all have seen some of those before I showed you. So and y'all been amazing. Another great, fantastic night. here at Coletco. I wish my allergies hadn't kicked in. The lights that came in was Metallica and Black Sabbath. Metallica and Black Sabbath. Okay. And I'll tag those tonight. Or I'll have the list ready and I'll read it off tomorrow. That way, in case if anybody asks, I can just show you the names. I'll go ahead and just type it into my spreadsheet. Okay. And Jeff Brand, I still owe you a Randy Rhodes pick. I'll send that tonight. I got to working last night and then I left and I realized I didn't get that to you. Okay. So thanks everybody. Another successful Metal Night in the books, and I'm signing off. It's been great. I was about to get just into a whole new box of stuff, but I've made a mess. I can't really turn around much. So thanks everybody. I'm going to stop there. Get rested and get ready for a late Friday night and a late Saturday.